Chrysanthemum sighed emotionally. My Mist clan's current state isn't very good. The mortal empire is thriving, but we're not even a first-tier clan. At the same time, the Water Mist sect is growing more and more powerful and has already escaped our sphere of influence. Who knows how that bitch Jasmine managed to grow so powerful in such a short amount of time? Chrysanthemum looked no different than a wife lovingly complaining to her husband. She even took the time she was speaking to lead him by the hand to their bedchambers, as though to silently say that she would reward him well if she helped her alleviate her worries. It's only for now. Anik tried to soothe her. With me here, how could your Mist clan remain unranked for long? Especially now that I'm out of seclusion. That's what they keep telling us. But didn't you realize the change in the skies above? Chrysanthemum pointed out of the window. Out there, the sun could hardly be seen. A perpetual night loomed over the mortal plane. There was no morning and no evening. There was only a continuous dim light that filled the air with a somber atmosphere. It seemed that, for the duration of this war between new and old, the mortal plane would suffer the very same prison-like condition that those of the ancient battlefield did. It served as a sort of warning to take these matters seriously. Of course, the mortal empire cities looked nothing like this. Dian had long since set up arrays to give his people a simulation of normal day and night. However, it seemed the Mist clan didn't receive the same treatment. The reality was that Dian had offered them this, but they rejected. There were two reasons for this. Firstly, they were afraid that Dian would use this as an opportunity to monitor them. Secondly, they wanted an excuse to sow doubt in the populations under their charge about their Emperor Sicharo. Of course, Dian knew all of this and could easily see through them. But, since he had agreed to allow them into his empire for the time being, he sneered and accepted their rejection. After all, it wasn't too good to force his people to do something they didn't want to. It seemed that they were already trying to take advantage of these mind games right now. What other purpose could Chrysanthemum have for pointing out their dreary atmosphere to Anik? You can see clearly that the ancient battlefield has already descended. Isn't my husband a true god? Hasn't my husband awakened his angel bloodline? Isn't my husband under the age of 1,000 years old? So why is it that my husband is here without an opportunity to make a name for himself, yet that Emperor Sicharo and his family are flourishing? Can it be that the Sicharo clan is the only one allowed to have geniuses? Are they the only ones allowed to wield power now? Do the hopes and dreams of others not matter anymore? Chrysanthemum didn't have to act. Her indignation was real. Her Mist clan had plotted and waited for trillions of years. Who knew how many young girls just like her suffered for their sake? She was among the luckier ones. She actually loved her husband quite a bit. She enjoyed being the wife of true God. At the very least, she didn't get forced to marry some ugly fat merchant for the sake of accumulating their family's wealth like some of her ancestors from the past had been. But ever since Dian's appearance, Anik's stature had descended further and further until finally it seemed as though they wouldn't ever be able to raise their heads up again. We were promised a chance to raise our merits and one day buy a first-tier clan and beyond. But how are we supposed to gain merits if we aren't allowed to battle? Does this Emperor Sicharo think us to be fools? How can we take this lying down? Chrysanthemum's chest heaved with rage by the time she made it to the door of their bedroom. Though she kept repeating Dian's name, every time she spoke, she was actually remembering Ri. Ever since Ri appeared, all of her spotlight had been snatched away. Ever since that day she took away the Water Mist sect's legacy from the Valley of Geniuses. Humph, aren't I better than you? At least I don't have to share my husband. Anik sighed. So what do you want me to do? Emperor Sicharo's means are too great. If he doesn't want us to earn merits, there isn't much we can do, right? Our best chance is to wait until he transcends and then take advantage to break what he built. Hubby's idea is good, but even after he leaves, his influence will be too much. His alchemy techniques will be passed on to his descendants. His formation arrays won't decay for millions of years, and all the resources he's accumulated will continue to benefit the core of the Sicharo clan. Even if we wait, it'll likely be one of his wives' clans that take the most benefits and not us. If we want to rise again, we need to use those failed clans as our knife. Only when the Sicharo clan is sufficiently weakened do we have a chance. Anek's brow furrowed. Colluding with failed clans. Are you crazy? Hubby, don't be mad, Chrysanthemum said softly, pulling him into bed and nibbling on his earlobe. Listen to what this little wife of yours has to say. Who are you? You dare attack our deity clan? The words that should have been filled with rage and indignation lacked any sort of emotion whatsoever. It was as though it wasn't this person's clan being attacked at all, but rather that he was an outside observer. The deity clan had always been like this. They seemed no different from cyborgs. Their skin was an unnatural gold. Their gaze was more dead than alive, and even their movements seemed stiff outside of battle. If it wasn't for the fact Dian had killed one of them before to see the flesh and blood that composed their bodies, he would have really thought to be humanoid robots. Even though this was the case, their imposing aura was undeniable. It was just unfortunate for them that their opponent was Dian. Dian stood in the skies, his wives by his side. Madeline and Clara stood to his right. Ree and Amphrey stood to his left, the oppressive presence of Supremes emitting from each one of them. I do dare, Dian responded calmly. I think it's best if your deity clan ceases to be. I am quite confused by your foolishness. The deity tilted his head as though trying to understand Dian. You want to challenge our clan with only one overlord? The deity's eyes landed on Madeline. From his senses, he knew that she was the only one who exuded the aura of an overlord. The other three women were only Supremes. And the man who led them all was only a Tao expert. Why these women followed him, he didn't understand. What he didn't know was that Madeline was no normal overlord. Normally, those who broke through in the comprehension facet would only do so with one will. However, Madeline had done so for Reincarnation will first, and years afterward comprehended life will. Even without succeeding in reaching the overlord realm with her body just yet, she was already no weaker than two-facet overlords. Of course, no one would ever guess such a thing. It was already nearly impossible to succeed in one, let alone two. The deity wasn't wrong to be confused. Their clan's 7 overlords weren't a secret. Though that number had fallen to 6 after the death of one of their own, they still have 4 one-facet overlords and 2 two-facet overlords. Aside from them, they had dozens of supremes, hundreds of lords, and almost double their number of lords in higher existences. However, judging by the lineup before them, the opponent had 3 supremes and 1 overlord. There were other supremes below them, but the total didn't exceed 20. Others may have begun jeering, but such teasing emotions weren't part of the deity race culture. They were simply baffled by the stupidity of their opponents. Big brother, it seems they look down on us. Zaire's laughter sounded over the battlefield. To his side, Damaris was raring to go. Her crystalline eyes flickered with battle intent. She wasn't alone in her feelings either. This only deepened the confusion of the deity race. Usually, the subordinates would realize the foolishness of their leader. But this time, they were actually backing him? Nothing seemed to make sense. 3 emperor dragons snaked into the skies, their towering heads almost becoming obscured by the clouds above. Their roars sounded the rise of an ancient kingdom, as though a long-lost deity had risen from the ashes, ready to force the world to remember its name. That was right, out of tens of thousands, millions, even of wyverns, only 3 succeeded. The others failed in the best cases. And in the worst, they died in the attempt to cross over. However, what was left were 3 mighty serpents with aged gazes that bore into one's soul. The bones of their skulls formed into bumps and grooves that became reminiscent of a crown of scales and bone. Their bodies stretched for over a kilometer, looming over the battlefield like the rulers of an era. In the legends of the mortal world, the world serpent existed between the ethereal and reality, wrapping itself around earth and causing earthquakes with a quiver of its body. The truth of their abilities, however, was far more fearsome than this. They were known as world serpents for a reason. The ancient battlefield shuddered. Suddenly, the overlords of the deity race furrowed their brows. They suddenly realized that no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't stretch their senses past the immediately 10-kilometer radius. Impossible. Manipulating the space of this prison is beyond even the means of 3-facet overlords. The deity confusion became seriousness in an instant. He had exited the clan alone because he simply didn't believe others needed to take action. Him as a lone two-facet overlord should be capable of handling this with ease. But now he understood the gravity of the situation. He may have not been a soul path cultivator, but his divine sense was still beyond what normal means could confine. He could faintly feel that this wasn't a barrier, but rather an entirely new world. It was as though they had left the mortal plane and entered an entirely new plane. With a thought, the sharp sheeting of his metallic wings spreading was like the first shot fired in the war. To the outside world, however, it was like the deity clan had simply disappeared from the face of the ancient battlefield. The deity race overlord bounded toward Madeline. "Hey! Who said you were fighting my wife?" Diane asked with a light smile. Before the deity race overlord could react, Diane had appeared before him in a flash, catching him completely off guard. In the mind of the deity race overlord, even the strongest peak Tao experts throughout history were only as powerful as fallen at best. How could he ever guess that Diane could leap not just that half-realm, but 3 realms even surpassing it? Boom! A palm and wing collided, but while the deity race overlord remained at its position, Diane was forced to take several steps backward in the air. Despite the result, though, it was the deity race overlord with the apprehensive expression. Diane shook his hand as though massaging some wrist pain away. "Is it just you?" Diane asked curiously. "Because if so, this will be much more boring than I thought." Even as Diane spoke, the mortal army below launched their assault. With an overlord in Madeline leading the way, those below the overlord realm were nothing but fodder. Diane was no longer in a state where he had to worry about numbers. In the past, he would be thinking of ways to assimilate the deities into his army. But the current him couldn't be bothered to care. Why rely on others when his mortal empire citizens had grown to such a level? Everywhere Diane looked on the battlefield, there was yet another talent shining through. Aoife and Stella were like a pair of devilish beauties, one wreathed in blue and red flames, the other with beautiful white horns that gave her an exotic appeal. Under the lead of their husband and Diane's godson Sarid, they headed the Mino and Belmont armies with a smile on their faces, mowing down swaths of deities and making a mockery of their race's moniker. Sarid himself swung 2 massive battle axes twice the size of his own body. His deep brown skin glistened with sweat and blood, but the latter wasn't his own. Every swing seemed to create the illusion of a crescent moon, juxtaposing a gorgeous sight with bloody murder. On another side of the battlefield, Diane's 3 disciples were making him proud. He had worked them to the bone over the last near century, but the results showed for themselves. Graham's bodily strength was beyond reason. Having becoming a supreme, he was of course pursuing the path of becoming a body facet overlord. Unfortunately, his master forbade him breaking through until he first became a soul facet overlord. It seemed that with his every move, he was taking out the frustration he couldn't take out on Diane upon the golden-skinned enemies before him. His fists carried the strength of worlds, shaking the very ground they stood upon with every sure connection. Jizzle's battle style was much less straightforward. In fact, he looked nothing like his real self. His skin was tinted with gold, metallic wings graced his back, and his expression became just as cold as emotionless as the deities. He suddenly understood all of their strengths and weaknesses in an instant. They were exceptionally calculative, their thinking speed being several times that of normal humans. In addition, it wasn't that they just looked like robots, but they were in fact cyborgs in part. Of course, this wasn't in the sense that they had circuitry, but rather in that they had absorbed all sorts of ores into themselves to strengthen their bodies. The metallic sounds of their wings wasn't just for show. They were the product of several years of tempering, and were the pride of each deity race person. However, their flaws were glaring as well. Despite their intelligence, their comprehension skills were severely lacking due to their lack of flexibility. They didn't comprehend artistry and feeling, so they attempted to comprehend everything based on cold hard logic and evidence, but unfortunately not everything in existence could be described in such a way. This was likely the flaw that stopped the deity race from becoming the 13th Overlord clan. Their souls and comprehension were simply far too lacking. As a result, Birthing a three-facet overlord was next to impossible for them despite the fact they cultivated much faster than other races. If that's the case, I know how to defeat you. Jizzle's body shifted its shape once more. His visage became as calm as a lake, a vertical eye appearing upon his forehead as he began to hum silent hymns. The deity race warrior he faced suddenly trembled. Impossible! They're extinct! They're extinct! Just like that, his vision blurred and his consciousness faded. Ha! Braham, Bowai. I'll definitely win this time. Jizzle's two junior brothers looked over to find a sight that had them shaking their heads. Since when had this mighty deity race become no different from soft grass? Every single one that stepped within 5 meters of Jizzle fell to their deaths, completely oblivious. Bowai grit his teeth in rage. Damn it! You dare play with oars before an earthen sprite. Just you wait, Jizzle. This contest isn't over yet. It always confused him why Dian took him as a disciple, though he still felt blessed by the reality. It was just that compared to Jizzle and Bowai he seemed lacking. However, Braham wasn't the kind of person to get bogged down by such things. In fact, as soon as he thought of it, he had already forgotten it, turning his attention toward mowing down deity race warriors. Oh? Not bad, Dian said with a light smile, watching Jizzle. Jizzle's constitution was incredibly powerful despite the fact it was only of the earth grade. And it only became more so with a master like Dian backing him. The three-eyed race Jizzle just began imitating had long been extinct, even on this ancient battlefield. Yet, because of Dian, Jizzle had access to their abilities. The Nephilim Alliance territory was indeed the most ancient. They had many hidden ruins and sites left unexplored. Most of these ruins were completely useless to Dian, but to Jizzle they were invaluable. He was able to use the residual chi, auras, and even in some cases DNA these lost civilizations left behind to mold an imitation of them. Like this, he could use the very abilities they once did with ease. The three-eyed race was known for the ocular techniques. More specifically, they were known for their ability to attack the soul with their gaze. Such a feat was rare beyond reason. One only had to remember how much Dian has struggled throughout his journey despite his overwhelming soul talent to know just how rare soul-attacking abilities were on the mortal plane. But this was what was so special about the three-eyed race. The truth was that they weren't using their souls to attack at all. In fact, they were using normal chi. However, they had the ability to use this normal chi to directly impact the soul. This sort of reality was devastating for the deities. How could they have lived so long without knowing their own weaknesses? The deity race not only knew about their soul weakness, but they also took measures to stop it. The problem was that their means of stopping powerful souls were completely useless because the methods of the three-eyed race were so unorthodox. So, how would you like to end this? Dian asked casually. The deity race overlord's gaze flashed with the smallest bit of emotion. For a race like them, this much was enough to prove he was boiling over. He had no choice but to pay attention to Dian, but this let his overlord wife, not to mention the rest of the army, wreak havoc among them. Clara's torrent of flame and wind chi melted their metallic bodies. Ri's gorgeous Ku and Peng drowned them in illusions they simply didn't have the soul strength to pull themselves out of. Amphrey's beautiful smile belied the harsh reality of her cruel slaughter, every note of her lyre reaping another dozen lives. The most powerful of them all, Madeline, strolling through the battlefield, taking out the most powerful with her godly atmospheric chi control and her deadly flames. Maybe in their entire lifetimes, the deity race had never experienced such a one-sided battle, even in their own victories. You can't mean to just stand there, right? Dian asked pitifully. I was looking forward to battling a two-facet overlord. There's no point in battle. We lost the moment this world was separated from the true plane. The deity race overlord replied blandly. His gaze flickered as he looked toward the three looming snakes who hadn't partook in the battle. Their bone-crowned heads stood tall and proud as though they were the rulers of the world. With the world separated, there was too much they couldn't do. For one, he couldn't contact the other 5 overlords of their race. Secondly, there was no retreat. Thirdly, a 10-kilometer radius may sound like a lot, but even for a celestial this is an incredibly small span, let alone for Tao experts in higher existences. In such a confined space, the weaker party had no chance. Not only could they not retreat as stated, they had no ability to maneuver or use guerrilla warfare. All the benefits they should have had due to this being their home field was completely wiped away. However, I will still battle you. There is a 1 in 1,000,000 chance for me to enter the three-facet Overlord realm while facing you. This is the only logical path remaining. Dian felt a faint admiration for the deity race at this point. Though others might be off-put by their lack of emotion, didn't their actions have a core of heroism to them? Even if his logic was kind of odd, it was still respectable. Unfortunately, this wasn't the 1 in a quadrillion chance the Overlord was looking for. Though defeating a two-facet Overlord was no longer as casual for Dian, he had no need to put his life on the line either. If it wasn't for him slowly training his perception, it would have ended much sooner. That day, the deity race, the first-ranked clan below the 12 Overlord clans, fell. It was completely silent and no one understood what happened until it was too late. They were completely wiped from the face of the ancient battlefield. However, it wouldn't be until a year later that everyone realized the change. Of course, Dian wasn't actually so cruel. When he lost his mind to anger, he had indeed wiped out the centaurs to the last blade of grass, an action that oddly hadn't left a sour taste in his mouth. He didn't fully understand why it was he harbored no guilt. But thinking back, when he took his first life well back in his Focus Academy days, he hadn't felt the normal human visceral reaction either. Sometimes, Dian felt like he was a deity looking on from above. Even the so-called deity race themselves were below him. Still, maybe due to some faintly lingering human attachments, he spared much of the deity race, sending them back to the mortal plane. Ironically, in this way, he actually fulfilled their dreams by making them a part of his mortal empire. As for the 5 remaining deity race overlords, Dian smoked them out one after another. Caught completely unawares, and facing such large numbers, there was truly nothing they could do. No matter how benevolent Dian was, he couldn't let those overlords live. For one, they were useless to him on the mortal plane since they could not exit without being rejected by the heavens. And second, if he kept them on the ancient battlefield, there were too many variables to contend with. When up against overlords, Dian didn't dare claim that his seals were infallible. The best choice was to destroy the root of the problem so that they wouldn't grow dangerous. Dian could faintly feel that his demeanor was changing. Even though he never felt much from killing in the past, there was still a faint barrier that remained, one he never crossed. But he suddenly felt that he simply didn't care about this barrier any longer. It was as though he felt the lives he reaped were owed to him. "Are you certain?" The opposing part looked on in disdain. "I grew up in the Void clan. I was their heir and still am their heir. How would I not know about void tunnels?" If Dian were here, the words void tunnel would ring in his ears fiercely. Void tunnels were the special ability of Void Kitsune. As the wielders of this supreme law, they were capable of building fast lanes to other universes. Of course, these void tunnels were mostly a strategic resource used in wars. Not only did they take an obscene amount of time and effort to build, but who would use a void tunnel when they could use a teleportation array? The former still took at least a year to travel through, while the latter was near instantaneous. Still, the individual speaking would be even more surprising than the topic itself. On one side, there was Anik. Beside him, there was not only his wife, Chrysanthemum, but also the hidden genius of the Mist clan, Valen Mist. On the other, though, there was Aki Void, the very man Dian had imprisoned for many decades, the man who nearly blinded Ri for a lifetime, the man Dian castrated in the Valley of Geniuses after realizing his identity. Dian had raised Aki up for many years. Not only him, but Jin Jiken and Masako Heaven as well. In truth, their current strength was far beyond what they would have become without Dian. Even if they trained to the end of their lifetimes, becoming peak Dao experts like they were now was nothing more than a pipe dream. However, were human emotions really so simple? Dian killed Aki's grandfather. Not everyone could forgive that like Chunglei had. Dian cut off his manhood before the eyes of countless individuals, forever severing his line and robbing him of this pure joy. But worst of all, Dian snatched his freedom, locking him in a cage for countless years, forcing him to cultivate to his whims. Even through all of this, Aki couldn't retaliate. He thought that if Dian kept neglecting him, if his strength continued to grow, that one day he would be able to silently shatter the seal Dian placed in him and escape to plot his revenge alongside his father. But who knew that a seal Dian casually cast when he was nothing more than a young man in his 20s could actually persist for so long? This reality made Aki's blood run cold. Even after Dian poured resources into him, even after he spent every waking moment of everyday dreaming of revenge, he still wasn't better than a Dian who was nothing more than a child in the eyes of mature cultivators. A devastating blow of this magnitude completely crumbled his resolve. Versus such a character, even if he eventually shattered the seal he neglected, what did it matter? How could he ever win against such a monster? He was prepared to simply live out the rest of his life, dying without descendants to pay for a crime he committed in his youth. But it was then that these three appeared before him, questioning him about the void tunnels of his clan. Because of the seal, he had no ability to directly act against Dian. But how was he to blame for simply answering the questions of a few curious strangers? Stop sneering and tell us directly. Valen lost his temper. He had felt so stifled over the last several decades. When his life began, he was already written in as the hope of the Mist clan. He was supposed to enter the ancient battlefield and bring glory to them. But Dian happened. He had endured for so many years, waiting for his moment, only to realize it probably would never come. This was too infuriating. Now, one of Dian's slaves dared sneer at him? It was taking everything in his power to not slap Aki to death. Unfortunately, he soon realized after this thought that Aki was several times more powerful than he was. Because of the Mist clan trying to keep Dian's prying eyes away, they refused much of resources using various pretexts. As a result, Valen didn't improve nearly as quickly as he could have. While Aki was a peak Dao expert, he was still a middle Dao expert. However, his words had already been said. Even facing the pressure of Aki's gaze, he could only swallow the rest of what he wanted to say. The void tunnels of my void clan take years to build, so they obviously can't casually be destroyed either. They're definitely still standing. I wouldn't be wrong about something like this. If it wasn't for void tunnels lingering far beyond their period of use, how could Head Void ever have made it back to Dian's home planet years after Saru finished using it? One had to remember the void tunnels were the very reason Saru managed to make it to Dian's home in any sort of reasonable time. If not for them, she would have been well into her 20s or even 30s by the time she made it. If that happened, how then could she have been just a little girl when Dian met her? Aki, we need a void tunnel that can deliver us outside of Mortal Empire territory, Anik said straightforwardly. I won't say too much else. Anik knew that Aki hated Dian with every fiber of his being. However, if he made it too obvious they were doing this to go against Dian, Aki's seal would trigger. If that happened, Dian would be informed and everything would be for naught. Aki's eyes narrowed. The moment these three had come to ask him these questions, he had been aware of their purpose. He wasn't a fool. Using those void tunnels is dangerous, Aki said plainly. Emperor Sacharo used the Jafari clan treasure to change the positions of the universes. In some cases they were brought closer together, in others further apart. He even used the Sage Tower to reposition the universes themselves to produce the best defensive formations there could be. On top of all of this, haven't you noticed the drastic changes in the stars in the skies? Haven't you noticed that there are far fewer of them than there had been in the past? You can imagine that if Emperor Sacharo has the power to move universes, what do mere stars mean to him? Aside from Anik, Chrysanthemum, and Valen paled visibly. Wasn't this the stuff of fantasy and fairy tales? How could a man change the position of a universe? In case you need me to spell it out for you, the study maps becomes incredibly complex when the scope of the universe is taken into consideration. It becomes even more complex when a large time factor is added. Not only do moons have orbits, but planets, stars, galaxies, galaxy clusters, and even universe within quadrants and quadrants themselves have orbits. In order to find the locations of things in such a vast place, one must calculate each one of these variables. Not a single one can be out of place, not to mention taking into account the birth of new celestials' bodies and the deaths of old ones. Why is it, do you think, that universe spirits are so difficult to find? You're asking me to pinpoint the location of a void tunnel when the emperor of the empire you reside in can change the position of stars on a whim. To make it worse, not only is he changing their positions, but in many cases, he's clustering the ones he doesn't absorb together to give invading forces as little points of reference as possible. Even if one managed to infiltrate the barrier of space and time that protects these universes, could they even find a target to attack? Even if you're a higher existence, how many million miles of black space can you see across? What if millions of miles became millions of light years? You three simply don't understand the scope Emperor Sacharo is working on. He is the only man born in this era that doesn't take the title of true god as an exaggeration. You tell me. Aki sneered once more. How am I supposed to find the location of this void tunnel for you? Chrysanthemum and Valen felt a trembling down the core of their souls. It was true, they never really understood the kind of enemy they were going up against. A man who could become the emperor of a planet-grade empire without even being 300 years old wasn't something they could imagine. Only Anik smiled at these words with a teasing expression. You've already said so much, but why is it that I feel you have a solution already? Aki smiled a smile that wasn't a smile. Even if you are a god, there are still some things you cannot change. The void exists above space. Many don't understand why it is void will is a supreme law while space, despite its obvious power, isn't. In space will is at times even stronger than some supreme laws, but it has no right to hold this title because it will always be beneath the void. The reason is simple. Space can be manipulated. It can be twisted, bent, shattered, deformed, even destroyed. However, the void will always exist. Before life existed, there was the void. When all life ceases to be, there will still be the void. The three of them frowned at Aki's words, not truly understanding the scope of what he was saying. But, if void will was so powerful, why was it that the void clan was so weak? Much like energy, the void cannot be created or destroyed, it simply exists. And, once it's been used, it cannot be reverted to the same state it was in before, in the same way energy becomes useless after it becomes heat. However, the void isn't so simple as this. There is no useless state of void. This is what makes it so mystical. You're not making any sense. Anik shook his head. It's useless, it's not useless. Can't return to its original state, it can just get to the point. Aki sighed. It's like speaking to a wall. The void is the foundation of all that is. It is everything and is nothing at the same time. Why are you even wasting your time trying to comprehend my words? You just need to listen to them and understand my surface meaning. Others might be unable to do so, but those sensitive to the void don't need stars to navigate. Even if Emperor Sacharo managed to completely rearrange the topography of the void, it still wouldn't matter. This is the essence of what I'm saying. So you can, in fact, do it? Anik's gaze lit up. Assuming that Emperor Sacharo hasn't destroyed the void tunnel, yes. Didn't you just say that you were certain that they still existed? Valen's temper flared once more. And then I proceeded to explain to you how Emperor Sacharo can't be defined by normal logic. Wouldn't I be a hypocrite if I didn't listen to my own words? Aki said without care. Valen clenched his fists, but he couldn't rebut. Anyway, I don't have much to do. I'll just take you all there. The more Aki spoke, the more Anik understood just why it was Diane's seal had yet to flare up. In Aki's mind, Diane's position in his heart stood above everything, maybe even the heavens themselves. To him, even if he went all out, even if he participated in this plot, Diane would be completely unaffected. Therefore, how could the seal recognize that Aki was doing something detrimental to Diane? Ironically, Diane's own strength became a loophole in his own seal. While Anik was thinking of this, though, Valen and Chrysanthemum were brimming with excitement. They had no idea what Aki and Anik were thinking, so they believed that this invincible Emperor Sacharo had finally showed a chink in his armor. Everything was going according to their plan. First, they enlisted the help of Anik to enter the mortal empire capital city, Soul City. Only he had the cash to enter this place as both a true god and a great talent. In addition, he was the only one among them trusted enough by Dian to do so. Second, they found Aki. They knew making it out of mortal empire territory was an impossible task without special means. Their original plan was to bribe one of the members of the Array Alchemy Association into building an unregistered teleportation array for them. But who would have thought that Anik would come up with this much better plan? If they could use the void tunnel, the risk was even lesser, especially due to the fact Aki hated Dian to the bone and wouldn't sell them out lest he want to die. Of course, it would take them at least a year to get the other side of the tunnel. But it was worth it. This was exactly what raised the curtain on the first phase's 6th year. By this time, the invaders had already been chosen their sides. One would think that Dian's actions would place a heavy burden on them, making many want to find them and kill them all. However, Dian's actions actually had the exact opposite effect. Many weaker clans felt that they would be helpless unless against such a powerful enemy. So, those who had aspirations of descending the battlefield immediately found trees to hug. The brewing storm of the ancient battlefield was rumbling forth with ever-growing momentum. Some wanted to bury their heads and bide their time, but the era they lived in simply didn't allow for it. In the southern region, 3 mighty hegemons suddenly became 4, catching the entire ancient battlefield off guard. The true clash for who would hold the right to their own existence was coming. "Mom, it seems like Dad was right," Aluna said softly. Your father has never been wrong about this kind of thing for as long as I've known him." "Is that so?" Aluna teased. "Never," Luna sighed. "Sometimes I think he's simply on a different level from the rest of us. You should cherish these memories you have. I fear that one day he may grow too distant from us all." Alana's playful expression faded. She wrapped her arm around her mother's, leaning into her shoulder. "You worry too much, Mom. If there's one thing that Dad would never do, it's separate from his family. But what he'd do if we left this world before him, that's something I worry about all the time." Luna pinched her daughter's cheek. "Listen to you, what are you thinking about? What kind of daughter worries about dying before her father? Maybe I didn't discipline you enough as a child." Aluna giggled. "How could you bear to punish such a perfect little girl like me?" The mother-daughter pair had a small, intimate moment. But unfortunately, they couldn't bask in it for long. "What should we do?" Aluna asked. "It's exactly like your father said. The Sapientia are split along 2 lines, but which holds more power is already clear. If this continues, little sister Madeline's parents can only wait for death." The mother-daughter duo hadn't been sitting idly by as everyone else fought. They had snuck into Sapientia territory for several years already. Dian didn't actually mind giving them such a dangerous mission only because the safety measures he put in place were beyond the means of the Sapientia to handle. Of course, Dian himself had entered Sapientia territory before, but it was impossible to simply expect to stumble upon an incredibly important conversation going on at just the right times. Even if Dian could scan an entire universe back then, the Sapientia controlled over 300. He obviously couldn't monitor them all at once. So, Dian decided to wait until the point the Sapientia were certain that he was out of the picture. Then, he made use of his talented daughter. As the offspring of a heaven's child, Alana's talent couldn't be questioned. While Amphory was the first of Dian's wives to reach the Supreme Realm, Aluna was the first of the mortal empire to reach it in that time period. Not only this, but she had broken into the 2-facet overlord realm as well. In truth, she could have become a 3-facet overlord as well, but hadn't done so that she could continue to appear on the mortal plane. As things stood now, she had reached that realm in the 2 facets the heavens tolerated, her body and her soul. This was exactly why Dian could entrust her with this mission, because her immortal sense would give her a certain advantage in concealment. Even if the Sapientia were hiding a soul-facet overlord, the soul talent Aluna had simply being Dian's daughter wasn't something a normal first-grade world seer could match. Aluna rubbed her little hands together, smiling an evil grin. "We could just beat them all up." I'd really like to see if the Sapientia are hiding anything that could catch my interest. Luna rolled her eyes, smacking her daughter's forehead with a palm. Don't run around being as reckless as your father. This has to be handled delicately. Aluna sighed, but it was unknown whether this sigh was for the faction of Sapientia in danger, or if it was for herself. I just don't understand what they were thinking. Is this all their plans amounted to? Mama Madeline's parents ran off to Dad's home universe to train up some disciples, but those same disciples, even with Dad's help, could only become higher existences even if they survived their heaven staircase trial, which they've yet to take. On top of that, even after undertaking that mission, they left a ticking time bomb like Ashire, who almost killed Dad, all while abandoning their daughter at the same time. What kind of plan was this? Whoever thought of it should be ashamed. Luna shook her head. I don't believe such geniuses in cultivation could be such fools, but that doesn't bar them from being naive. If your father is correct, maybe they wanted to train up disciples from his home universe to see if any of that latent still remained. After all, they likely guessed that the true pinnacle human race of the mortal plane would be born from there. In the end, they were right. It's just that your father succeeded where they failed. Alana's eyes flashed with understanding. Only by revitalizing the pinnacle race could they potentially delay the ancient battlefield's descent. Dad's words. Luna nodded. He didn't explain everything to you because he wanted you to come to the conclusion on your own. It looks like you did. The ancient battlefield's descent this time is so early only because the pinnacle race failed to be born, causing the heavens to give up on the era and seek to start anew. The minority faction of the Sapientia likely wanted to stop this descent by rebirthing this race of people, going to your father's universe, raising up disciples, hoping that they would become key wielders. All of this was for the sake of finding the remains of that pinnacle race. I'm sure you understand what that means, Luna said solemnly. Alana's expression turned serious. The crux of the Sapientia's plan lies within the ancient battlefield, and the minority faction knew that and wanted to stop it. Maybe the catalyst for Dad's failure in the past timeline was sparked long before he even got the chance to fight back. Luna's gaze became cold. No matter what they're planning, this time, we won't allow them to succeed. Seems it's almost time, Dian mumbled to himself. It had already been a year since the deity clan fell. What remained of their population was sent off to the mortal plane, while their territory was taken over by Dian's armies. As for assimilating them into the army, Dian wasn't in a rush to do so. Honestly, his people were no longer at a stage in development where their strength was weak in comparison to others. In Dian's opinion, the talent of his people had already reached the peak of what the mortal plane was capable of birthing. At the same time, though, the majority of the deity race was actually quite grateful to him despite what led their being under his charge. After all, it was his actions that allowed them to break free of this prison. So, it wouldn't be impossible to make use of them in the future. Currently, Dian sat on a bed of grass, facing a raging ocean tide. It was an odd dichotomy, almost like a barrier splitting two worlds. On one side, the side of the dark waters, it was like the embodiment of death and destruction. But, on the other, there was lush grass, filled with peace and calm. Of course, the ancient battlefield didn't usually have such healthy grass. Much of it coarse earth. The ground was simply too hard for such weak plant life to grow. However, to Dian, accomplishing this was as easy as waving a hand. Dian didn't even seem to notice the raging waters before him as he feasted on what seemed like an endless supply of food. All around him, his wives reclined with him. Having been so used to beautiful scenery for so long, they almost found the violence of the ancient battlefield waters to be therapeutic. Ree giggled lightly. Dian, you eat nothing but Saru's cooking these days. She's an overlord, yet you've made her into your own personal cook. Don't you feel bad? Dian paused his drinking of a large bowl of dragon marrow soup. Nope, he said with a shameless grin. Over the past several decades, he had only missed a rare few days of eating. If a team of mortals had to cook at the volume he consumed, not even 1,000 chefs would be enough. Through his study of alchemy, Dian had become more keenly aware of the secrets of his body, even more so than he had when he awakened his immortal sense. Though he had always loved to eat, There were many times he would go months without touching a scrap of food simply because he had thrust his mind into training and other stressful matters. However, Dian came to understand that his own actions had actually limited the growth of his Titan diamond body. Though he could survive without food, it was detrimental to himself to do so. In fact, if it wasn't because his chi density was so high and he had a near-endless supply thanks to his inner world, he would have starved to death. Having been stuck at the bottleneck to the Faith Silk realm for so long already, Dian's food consumption could probably feed a nation. At the same time, he wondered if keeping his body satiated might help him tear down this final barrier. There was another bottleneck Dian was more worried about, though, and that was his soul. He long since knew that after entering the immortal realms of soul cultivation, its path would diverge into two directions. One dealt with the senses while the other concentrated on raw chi output and strength. However, by his calculations, with his talent, he should have long since broken through in this second path. But for some reason, his soul refused to push past the peak star chi realm no matter what he tried. Even half-immortal grade soul path pills didn't work. Having relied on his soul talent all his life, this reality made Dian uncomfortable. Not less confident, just uncomfortable. "If you won't take her as a wife, then I will," Ri said just as shamelessly. "I've always wanted one of them." Dian nearly choked on his soup. He seemed to remember that back when he took Ri and Madeline to visit the mortal world during the world tournament, Ri and Madeline had kissed. Dian couldn't remember a time that ever happened again, but it seemed Luna was starting to influence his Ri in devilish ways. Still, he couldn't seem to find the will to be mad about it. Suddenly, a low boom reverberated through the amiable atmosphere. Ri, Dian, Amphory, and Clara all looked over to find that Madeline's clothing had burnt to ashes, her aura skyrocketing several times over. With a casual wave of his hand, Dian erected a barrier around the five of them that stifled the aura's ability to escape. In an instant, everything was sealed. Not even the small ant could sneak out even if they wanted to. Flames of violet danced along Madeline's flawless skin, a thin sheen of black sweat being burnt away even as they were produced. Dian understood what this was immediately. The last bit of Madeline's bodily immortal impurities were being cast away. After 6 years of eating pills refined of ice phoenix and fire phoenix blood, Madeline had finally undone the last of her shackles and entered the two-facet overlord realm using her comprehension and her body. Dian grinned. On one hand, he was appreciating his wife's body, but on the other, he was genuinely happy at her increase in strength. It was only a shame that he couldn't do so as easily for his other wives. For Clara, one might think using fire phoenix blood might be enough, but it wasn't. Clara's body was a special balance of fire and wind. Even though her third constitution was Eternity's balance and would greatly help in this regard, raising the completion of Eternity's balance was far harder than any other constitution Dian had ever come across. For example, Dian's Titan diamond body crept toward completion as his body strengthened. His silver mirror constitution was a bit harder in that he needed to comprehend the mysteries of defensive laws in order to push it forward, but another large majority of it was tempering his chi, which was still relatively easy. However, his Eternity's balance constitution left him at a loss. Simply put, the best path for Clara was to raise his fire and wind spirit bodies at the same rate to more easily maintain their balance. However, while finding high-level fire beasts was easy considering fire was a powerful will on par with lightning of the elemental wills, wind beasts of a high level were nearly impossible to find. At the very least, Dian had yet to find one. For the same reasons, finding high-level wind abyssal cores was also difficult. This left Dian at a loss for Clara. On another side, there was Ri. Her situation was even more complicated because she was fusion of two supreme races, the Kitsune and the Elves. The former was still relatively easy. After all, Dian had a vat of celestial fox blood. He had been feeding her the very same body-tempering pills Madeline had been eating as well. In fact, he had been feeding them to her ever since he comprehended his master's legacy, so several months longer than Madeline. However, the Kitsune body was naturally weak, so strengthening it naturally took more time. Dian had been experimenting with combining different celestial beast bloodlines to create a stronger pill that wouldn't be volatile, but this would still take some time. Then there was the largest elephant in the room, one that only Diane and Madeline knew about, her elven bloodline. Diane had been purposely ignoring it to now, trying to strengthen her kitsune side and by proxy weaken her elven side. But there really was nothing more he could do. That left Luna and Amphory. Luna was slowly growing in strength as her soul was strengthened, so there weren't any major problems there. However, for Amphory, this matter relied on Diane's own comprehension of blessings. Diane had already allowed Amphory to become an ascended seraphim, but there was really nothing more he could do for her. This was already the pinnacle bloodline of the angels. Unless he comprehended magic to a deeper degree, he couldn't evolve her any further. Unfortunately, this wasn't a simple matter of comprehension. Diane essentially had to study magic to the point where he could create a new path in it. The problem was he didn't have a treasure like the Tao of Magic, so he was at a complete loss on how to do so. However, in this regard, he did have one idea. There was a certain clan of the 12 overlord clans that just might have what he needed, but he didn't dare to casually touch them before. Now that he had consolidated his foundation in the southern region, though, it may just be worth it. I should try something else first. Diane thought to himself seriously. That is a clan even I cannot underestimate just yet. After all, they're the reason my constitution exists. At that moment, Madeline's eyes slowly opened. She was completely unable to hide the happiness within. Her smile seemed to light up the world. Even the raging dark ocean waves slowed to witness her perfection. It seems our Sacharo clan now has a two-facet overlord, Amphory said with a light smile. Congratulations. Madeline beamed, reaching over and giving Amphory a tight hug without regard for her nude body. After bonding over their love of music, it wasn't a surprise that the usually silent Amphory would go out of her way to congratulate Madeline. Could be said that Diane couldn't ask for a better first wife. A two-facet overlord that may not be very far from a three-facet in strength. Clara added with her own smile. The girls giggled amongst themselves, completely ignoring Diane. Hey, shouldn't I get some credit for this too? He said righteously. Wipe the sauce off your face before you try to be so dignified, Clara said with disdain. Diane pouted. Aren't you my wife? Shouldn't you be caringly wiping my mouth with your handkerchief? Sure, here, Clara said with a playful smile. Just as Diane was about to believe her, a strong wind slammed against his face. If it was a mortal, they would have definitely erupted into a shower of meat paste. But for Diane, his skin only comically deformed as the sauce flew from his lips. The empresses of the mortal empire erupted into a fit of laughter. Even Amphory couldn't help but cover her red lips with a small hand, looking away from Diane. Diane lowered his head, feigning dejection. To treat an emperor like this heavens don't have eyes. Suddenly his eyes sharpened. It seems I was right, it really is time. Did those clans notice already? Madeline probed. The clans Madeline was referring to were obvious the 12 overlord clans. Since there were 4 regions, there were 3 overlord clans to each. Obviously, since Diane had made such massive moves in the southern region, the overlord clans that resided here would eventually notice no matter how much they usually disdained to care about the trivial matters of their subordinate tribes and clans. However, Diane surprisingly shook his head. Even if they did notice, they wouldn't casually act due our actions in the last 6 years. They should more or less have some apprehensions toward our mortal plane cultivators now. Over the past 6 years, not only had Diane personally attacked using his various clones and primordialines, but his wives and subordinates had as well. The ancient battlefield now believed the mortal plane had dozens of higher existences below the age of 1,000 years old. So, if this was the case, how powerful would the elder generation be? This apprehension wasn't the end of it either. Originally, they had believed the ancient battlefield was descending because the heavens were dissatisfied with this current era and wanted to supplement their strength with the older eras. But now, a far darker reality had begun to spread. What if it wasn't that the heavens were dissatisfied with mortal plane, but rather that the ancient battlefield was no longer needed because this era was already perfect? This sort of psychological warfare was already crushing the prisoners of this ancient battlefield with a weight the likes of which they had never felt before. However, even with all of this being the case, this wasn't what Diane was referring to. Then what is it? As expected, the Mist Clan found a way to circumvent my rules and enter the ancient battlefield. I've sensed Annex entry. They really found a way? Diane's wives looked up in surprise. They knew how airtight the mortal empire's defenses were. It's better this way, Diane said with a light sneer. The Mist Clan was just as useful as I thought they'd be. Stop pretending to be mysterious and explain already. Clara rolled her eyes. It's nothing special. It's just that the Mist Clan hasn't attempted to contact any of the 12 Overlord clans. How does that make them useful? Doesn't that just mean their backer is too weak to enter our notice? Well, that would be the case if the 12 Overlord clans really are all we have to worry about. Diane said lightly. The expressions of the four women turned serious. There are others? Ree asked. Think about it. Diane said. What are the dangerous areas in this ancient battle that no one dares to approach lightly? You mean that Mist Clan is from the core region of the ancient battlefield? However, Diane surprisingly shook his head no. No. I don't believe that region is as simple as it seems. The old man once said the immortal plane has an ancient battlefield of its own. I have a feeling that core region is related to it. Who knows, maybe to the heavens, the failed clans of the mortal plane and the failed clans of the immortal plane might as well be housed in the same place. Diane thought for a bit, then waved his hand. It's just a fleeting thought, I don't really know. I can't enter that area casually either. The Pride clan cave I entered before was on the very outer edge, and back then, I relied on my divine sense to avoid anything troublesome. The water, Amphrey suddenly said. Diane smiled a smile that wasn't a smile. Everyone has been so focused on the last that everyone's forgotten that there's one place even those overlord clans don't casually touch. You're saying the water is hiding a system of clans even those on the surface may be unaware of? Madeline's brow knit tightly. I can't say for sure, but what I do know is that back on my home planet, we knew more about the stars in the sky than the oceans on our own homeland. Of course, we were mere mortals then, so all of these secrets were laid bare when we gained cultivation, but don't you remember what happened? Back then, even with our cultivations, Ree and I ran into troublesome opponents. The blue whales, the seahorses, the king jellyfish, the reef that took my arm. When an ecosystem is allowed to evolve all on its own without observation, the end results could be beyond our wildest imaginations. Diane's gaze grew sharper. I don't know the truth, but what I do know is that my immortal sense can only penetrate 10,000 kilometers below this ocean's surface. This truth was a shock to Diane's wives. Diane was a third-grade world seer. He could see through 3 universe barriers at once. What was 10,000 kilometers to a universe which was trillions of light years across? The water isn't normal water. Somehow, it's infused with such thick qi that it acts as a natural barrier all on its own. The density of qi in the water is over 1,000 times that of the air around us now. I'm sure you understand what that means. This ancient battlefield already has qi density several times that of our mortal plane, so you can imagine what it means for its oceans to be even several levels above that. Diane's words were spoken calmly, but the expressions of his wives only grew more solemn. That's why you let the Mist Clan go all this time? Madeline asked. Well, mostly, yeah. I had a feeling that the clan they were attaching themselves to couldn't be normal. There simply aren't any clans with the affinities of the Mist Clan. There are, though. Ree's brow furrowed. Those clans are only among the ranks below the Overlord clans. Because of that, we can directly eliminate them. Diane said with confidence. Think about it. For the Mist Clan to have connections to the ancient battlefield, one of two things must be true. 1. The Mist Clan has existed on the mortal plane since the last ancient battlefield descent at the very least. If the matter is even more outrageous that even I think, then it's possible that they've existed since the second or maybe even the first descent. This possibility was already awe-inspiring, but quite frankly, Diane believed that the second was even more poignant. The second possibility is that they managed to exit the battlefield. It didn't need to be explained why the first possibility was so fear-inducing. Even the oldest clans on the mortal plane currently were only the Nephilim. Though their bloodlines were incredibly ancient, they themselves had only begun to appear during the transition between the Golden Era and the Modern Era. Of course, their territory itself was even more ancient than this, but they had only existed for a few million years at best. However, the last descent was easily trillions of years ago. The descent before that was even more exaggerated. To survive that kind of time, just what level of planning was involved? Just what kind of power backed this endeavor? Just who were the Mist clan originated from? If this wasn't already shocking enough, the next possibility was only worse. Dian had only experienced a single clan exiting the ancient battlefield, and that was the Celestial Beasts. But think for a moment exactly what kind of existence the Celestial Beasts were. They were the only species to survive from the chaotic era. They were the most blessed creatures to ever be birthed. If the Mist clan was really sent out from the ancient battlefield, just what level of existence had done this for them? And just why was it that this existence sent out the Mist clan, but didn't come out themselves? Of course, Dian had his own thoughts about the answer to his question. It was likely that if the second possibility was true, this hadn't been an easy feat. Granny Celeste had said that it was possibility to exit the ancient battlefield even for normal individuals. It was just that finding and using the path was as difficult as ascending the heavens. Only the celestial beasts, blessed by the heavens, could move freely in and out without worry. If Dian hadn't awakened his constitution and found Luna, even if he still managed to have a celestial beast as a partner, it would be impossible for him to replicate this feat. If you thought of this already, then why haven't we acted on it yet? Clara asked skeptically. It wasn't that I didn't want to, but rather that I couldn't. The ocean waters aren't just dangerous, but they have a strong resistance to outsiders. It's no different from entering another universe and experiencing suppression. The trouble is that it's many times worse. Descending just 1 meter of the sea is far worse than descending even 10 or 100 kilometers in a normal sea, and there's a fierce rejection. I have a feeling that the waterways are actually formed into a massive array spanning over the entire battlefield. If that's the case, the opponent is even more fearsome than we think. The Mist clan might have been weak without reason, but if they had really existed for trillions of years, the fact they even had experts to this day was more impressive than words could express. This wasn't the immortal plane where everyone lived for billions of years. Even the lifespan of a higher existence might not surpass 5 million years, and those who could live much longer would definitely transcend long before that. So, what the plan? Dian suddenly grinned. Why do you all look so down? Since there's an enemy lurking in our backyard, why don't we go have a look? Dian's wives bitterly smiled. How could everyone be as battle-hungry as their husband? Was this even reasonable? Relax. At worst, there'll be 4 facet overlords, right? Madeline's expression flickered. She knew her husband well. If these were really his thoughts, he would never take them. No matter how battle-crazed he would never toy with their lives like this. He valued them far above his own personal pleasure. The fact he was still taking them to such a dangerous place instead of going alone. Just why was that? Coward. Valen muttered for what must have been the millionth time in the last year. It seemed he was very much still enraged by Aki's dismissal of him. Even after traveling through a void tunnel for months on end, he was still speaking about it. Currently, a trio of Valen, Anik, and Chrysanthemum had entered the ancient battlefield. During the first phase, gates were perpetually opened on every inhabited planet. So, all they had to do was leave mortal empire territory and another where the restrictions on their actions were much less stringent. Now, the 3 of them ran through a thick forest, not a rare occurrence for the ancient battlefield. However, their destination was much different than a normal citizen of this prison. While those of the ancient battlefield would be consciously and unconsciously do everything they could to avoid the waters, Valen did the exact opposite. Every so often, he would stop at a body of dark, raging waters. Sometimes he would continue along his same path, and at other times he would change direction completely, seemingly at random. Aren't you curious? Chrysanthemum teasingly asked her husband. About what? You're no fun, she replied with a pout. Obviously by what Valen is doing. It's already been a week of nothing but this, yet you haven't said a single word. Knowing my cousin, he's probably inwardly shaking in anger that you haven't asked. Anik shrugged. Isn't it obvious? These waters aren't ordinary. Each droplet is rushing with energy, and even the weakest creatures that can only occupy their surface are as strong as fallen. If you look at it macroscopically, the waters are very much like chi, and their bodies of land they're entrenched within are the meridians. Isn't this exactly how arrays work? He's probably trying to decipher it all to find a path of least resistance to enter. The only thing surprising is that the origin of your mist clan is actually so mysterious and powerful. Chrysanthemum's brows raised in surprise. She had known her husband for a long time, but he had never been so astute as he appeared to be now. In fact, Anik could be described as being a bit dull-minded and a bit too linear in thinking. However, how could she know that Anik only knew these things because Diane told him? While he seemed to be completely silent, the truth was that his heart was a raging storm. The more days passed, the more he realized just how unfathomable Diane was. How many higher existences were on the ancient battlefield? How many lords? How many supremes? How many first, second, even third facet overlords? Now think about how many had been birthed and went on to die in the history of the battlefield as a whole. Over trillions upon more trillions of years, the number must have been astronomical. Yet not a single one realized the span of the secret they waited in day after day. Except for him. Anik couldn't be absolutely certain that no one had noticed, but even if a few had, it was most definitely a minor few. Maybe others really had, but met an ill-fated demise for their troubles. Who knew? Maybe the answers lay at the end of Valen's deductions? What Anik did know was that Diane hadn't allowed Valen to come here because he couldn't decipher the impossibly large array himself. Rather, it was because he found it to be too tedious. Why not let someone who had a shortcut do it for him? Plus, Diane had no idea if there would be other barriers down the roar, so it was best if someone knowledgeable opened the path for him. Unfortunately, Valen had no idea he was being used like this. What was even more miserable was that just as he was finally certain he neared the end of his path, and even found the very origin point he was looking for, his visage turned a ghastly sheen of white as he realized there were 5 individuals standing before it ahead of him. Before he could react, Diane Chi swept forward, knocking both him and Chrysanthemum unconscious. It's more useful to me if they don't know that you colluded with me to fool them. There are still some unknown variables to come. Who knows? Maintaining your identity as a hidden spy may come in handy. There was still too much Diane didn't know. Why had they sent the Mist clan outside? Could what they need be on Valen's person? What could a weak clan like the Mist clan possibly hold on to that such a powerful existence would need? But even more importantly, Jade had never mentioned such a clan. Not in her notes, not in the videos she left behind. There was not a single trace of their mention. How could such a powerful clan fall without making a sound? With so many questions, he had to remain vigilant. He couldn't afford any mistakes. Anik, enter my inner world along with them. If I need you, I'll bring you out. Anik nodded silently, but just as he was about to enter, Diane suddenly stopped him once more, meeting his gaze deeply. I'm not into men, you know, Anik said offhandedly. Diane shook his head. Much like the previous joke he made, Anik's words might have been quite funny if he hadn't said them so emotionlessly. I only wanted to say that I'm sorry, Diane said seriously. Sorry? For what exactly? Diane sighed. If that's your response, then never mind. I'm sure you'll find a life partner much better than Chrysanthemum in the future. You're thinking too much. Chrysanthemum from the very beginning was a wife my father arranged for me. Back then, our Emperor Giant clan was ranked 11th while they were ranked 9th. It only done in hopes of rising our ranks. Though such things seem quite meaningless considering what's happened since then. Hearing Anik explain himself with so many words, Diane only felt more guilty. He understood human emotions too well to simply take Anik's word for it all. All right. With a nod, Anik entered Diane's inner world, leaving behind Diane and his 4 wives. Okay. Diane turned toward them and nodded seriously. From now on, Don't leave a 5-meter radius of me. By now, it wasn't only Madeline who found Diane's actions weird, but even Amphrey, who thought nothing of battle and music all day, began to feel skeptical. However, this was a sort of insight only privy to those who could claim to be the closest to him. Maybe to an outside observer, there would be nothing wrong at all. This point in the river is a weak point. However, it's not on the shore, but rather about a kilometer in from here. The trouble is that flying over the water is even more difficult than flying over land. It's not just a matter of the beasts overhead, but the atmosphere becomes heavier. You'll waste too much of your chi unless I support you, so stay focused. Seeing the 4 of them nod, Diane launched himself into the skies, his wives following closely in behind. Though it wasn't true, no one would be surprised if one said this prison gained its battlefield moniker from its raging rivers, lakes, seas, and oceans. There was no such thing as a calm lake or a serene river in this place. There were no blue waters or rivers so clear one could see to their bottom from the surface. Here, the waters were so dark that they almost looked like beds of oil. The only calm was in the pause raging waves took once they reached their peak before crashing down and causing tsunamis that could obliterate planets. These were the dark ocean waters of the ancient battlefield, a place no human or beast dared to tread upon lightly. However, even facing this hellish scape, Diane's aura surged. In that moment, the tides below his feet were crushed into obedience. The water became a shining, smooth black surface, completely unable to move. Madeline, Clara, and Amphrey couldn't help but look toward Diane's back. It felt in recent days that the shadow he cast over everything was becoming larger and larger. Maybe if they were a lesser type of woman, they would begin to feel the distance between them and their husband growing. But the reality was that they felt that this Diane was more like the man they loved than the previous Diane was. It was a truly inexplicable feeling. They had always loved Diane. This was undeniable. There were many points in time where they didn't think they could love him anymore. But with each passing day, he was suddenly becoming more and more perfect to them. However, this came with a contradictory feeling. It felt like in order for Diane to become this perfect man to them, he was distancing himself more and more from the mundane, as though he was slowly rising into the skies, looking down at the world from a higher and higher vantage point. It felt like just now he had released his aura. But the reality was that he had only taken a step forward. The ocean's waters took it upon themselves to calm on their own. However, it was for this exact reason they subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief when Diane spoke those words to Anik. Maybe he wasn't as detached as they believed. Here, Diane suddenly spoke. His right eye trembled slightly, an imperceptible barrier of space wrapping around them. It was only when it touched the surface of the water that its form became faintly discernible. This still black surface deformed around the sphere, but only Diane knew how difficult this seemingly nonchalant action was. It felt like he was moving aside thousands of gene with every push forward. This weight was negligible to his current strength. But this was only the surface. The world below was both exactly as one might expect and completely unlike it at the same time. At first glance, it was an endless black. Without an ounce of light, it was impossible to see with one's own eyes. If you had ordinary eyes, that is. Diane's eyes, however, were highly sensitive to distortions in space. Such heavy water moving around, or any entity strong enough to push said water, would definitely be easily readable to him. On the other hand, it was completely unlike what one might expect as well. Beneath a body of water's surface, currents shouldn't be easily noticed. However, the ancient battlefield was completely different. Torrents of water spun like tornadoes, piercing in every direction. They would sometimes bundle together, forming spherical death traps of churning water, and at other times, they would suddenly burst with highly concentrated chi, obliterating beasts that swam too closely to these phenomena into meat paste. The world below the surface was even more hellish than the surface itself. Diane's senses grasped all of these violent changes. He might have truly been the only one on the mortal plane, aside from maybe his own daughter, that could do so. But even then, Aluna was only a first-grade world seer, while Diane had already progressed to the third. Even on the immortal plane, he would be respected, especially since the highest grade world seer currently was only of the 9th grade. Water can behave like this? Ri's gaze suddenly became absent as though she was comprehending something. Dian, who was about to take a step forward, paused when he noticed this. In the past several decades, he had comprehended many wills unintentionally. Among them, there was of course one of the most common, water will. However, despite it being one of the more simply wills to comprehend, Dian rarely came across martial warriors that utilized it. That wasn't to say that there weren't powerful martial warriors that tapped into the will, but even those powerful individuals never will used water will. Instead, they used the far more powerful ice will. The trouble with water will is that it was simply too lacking in strength. Other elemental wills had useful auxiliary functions. For example, wind will was excellent for speed, earth will was excellent for defense. Both could evolve to become something greater than their original foundations as well. Wind will could not only be applied to speed but also agility. At the same time, there were countless minerals earth will users could comprehend to strengthen themselves. Earth encompassed too many things. However, what about water will? Sure, if applied at high projectile speeds, one could injure others with water. However, wasn't that the case for wind and earth as well? Wind could be made to be incredibly sharp, but it would always be lacking in sharpness to blade wills. Earth could be made to be potent in attack, but it would always be best at defense. On top of this, of elemental wills, there wasn't even a need to mention fire, which stood above the rest along with lightning. There just seemed to be nothing functionally unique about water. There was nothing useful about it aside from the fact it could become ice. But was this really true? In the mortal world, there was nothing more important than water. Aside from oxygen, it was probably the one substance one couldn't live for very long without. Dian found it hard to believe that it suddenly became so useless in the martial world. However, he never cared to put his mind to comprehending it because he already had so many other things on his plate. It was on the day Dian comprehended water will to the first will level that he suddenly understood something. Dian smiled lightly. Seems it was worth it if for nothing else than this alone. Dian had come to realize that he had gravely underestimated elemental wills thanks to the ancient battlefield. Dian still remembered that day long ago when his wind will, when used in the place, actually tinged green. He didn't understand what it meant then, but he definitely did now. There were so many cultures that treated the elementals as the fundamental basis of all things. This was not a coincidence. Ri's body began to glow fiercely. In the next instant, her clothes sheared apart much like Madeline's had. A gorgeous petite frame without imperfection greeted their eyes, but it was then Dian suddenly moved. Amphory and Clara were shocked to the point of feeling frozen in time. Dian was attacking Ri? There seemed to be no other explanation for what was going on. Why else would he attempt to disrupt her breakthrough like this? Dian's palms slammed heavily in Ri's forward, a roar that could quake stars and sunder planets escaping his lips as a burning white flame appeared around him. But maybe it was only Madeline who understood instantly this white flame wasn't Dian's purity flame. He was burning his soul. Madeline covered her soft lips with a small hand, a gasp of grief escaping her. She remembered what happened last time Dian burned his soul. 2 years he fell into a coma. If it wasn't for Clara and the body kernel, he may have never awoken again. Yet here he was doing it again without the slightest hesitation. The seal was suddenly released in its full glory. The dark river was illuminated, revealing an impossibly deep depth hidden below and ghastly creatures with the strength to swallow galaxies. The last time Dian burned his soul, it was within the saint stage. He used it to gain the ability to fight against peak celestials and even eventually a Tao expert. Just imagine the kind of strength that had to be produced from that event to allow the weak soul path to match up against experts of the chi path. But now, his soul was already at the peak of the mortal plane. In fact, on one certain path, his soul was already deep within the standards of the immortal plane. In those moments, Dian felt he could see through everything. Even the barrier covering the core region of the ancient battlefield could be shattered and seen through by him. However, Dian didn't have the luxury of paying attention. His entire focus was on his wife and a void that separated worlds. I swear this on my life. Dian's voice sounded no different from an enraged demon god, bearing his will down upon another plane of existence. There will be a day I cross this barrier and rip your roots out from the ground. To dare place your hands on my wife, I'll burn you to ashes. In another world across space and time, there was a place inexplicable beauty. Every inch was covered in lush grace that glowed with a gentle green aura. The trees were tall and full, swaying softly in the wind with rustling leaves that sounded like a sooth whistle. Even the air was filled with a heavenly fragrance, one that could make the soul feel incomparably comfortable. In the skies, fairies, pixies, and dragons of legends soared. Gnomes and giants graced the ground, but even they who were normally ugly creatures actually walked around with happy smiles on their faces. At the center of it all, there stood a tree with a canopy that loomed over all. Its trunk wrapped around for thousands of kilometers. It stretched into the skies and even above the clouds and stars above, and it wafted a soft green light as its leaves gently fell to the ground from time to time, blessing the worlds below. However, at that moment the scenery suddenly changed. The white clouds above began to quake, turning gray, then black. Below, the earth began to tremble. The happy lifeforms who had just been frolicking without a care in the world suddenly began to scream out in horror as fissures coursed through their land. The sparkling waters overturned, massive waves shooting into the skies and flooding the once lush areas. Crackling lightning began to form as booming thunder loomed overhead. The sounds were so fierce that many eardrums burst, causing the first injuries this world had seen in countless epochs. To dare place your hands on my wife, I'll burn you to ashes. A streak of lightning tore through the skies. Its length was over thousands of miles, its thickness several tens of miles. It crashed into the trunk of the looming tree, a rage the likes of which wanted to tear the heavens themselves apart, descending upon the world. However, that was all. The skies slowly cleared, the earth slowly healed, the waters slowly rescinded. All that was left of the enraged roar was a small black mark on the bark on an otherwise blemishless existence. And after a few more moments, there was a sigh. Pent-up rage within Dian's body billowed outward. His aura became incomparably dark, the depths of his eye flickering with a familiar dark flame. Except this time it was far darker than it had been in the past. He wouldn't do something as foolish as waste this short burst of strength for an attack he knew would be ineffective. The only reason his will even leaked a tiny portion of itself into the world was because he had to sever the connection to the world by necessity. Regardless, he was already connected to it. If not for this, the world tree wouldn't have hurt him at all. It was then Dian did something he had refused to do all those years ago. With a second palm strike, he forced a fate-breaking pill into Ri's mouth. She had still not reacted by the time it was lodged in her throat. Back then, Dian refused to feed the fate-breaking pill to Ri because doing so would essentially reset her bloodline, wiping out her elven lineage. Dian had always felt that this wouldn't be worth it. One had to remember that relying of faith seeds cut off one's path. To make matters worse, if Ri ignored both her elven lineage and her faith seed, just the talent of her Snow Clan Kitsune body likely wasn't enough to follow Dian to the immortal plane. This sort of reality was unacceptable to Dian. Plus, back then, he hadn't seen anything wrong with the existence of the world tree at all. However, the Dian of now wasn't the Dian of back then. Before, Dian could only refine to fate-breaking pill to 70% purity. But now, refining it to several times strengthened levels was as easy as breathing. On top of that, Dian had comprehensions of his master's unique path. Before, he could only use a drop of blood and allow the base formula to do the work for him. He had no ability to cleverly and efficient incorporate the blood himself, much like other alchemists had no ability to. However, now things were far different. Dian didn't have to first forge a barrier-breaking pill, then use a drop of blood to evolve it into a fate-breaking pill any longer. Instead, he could directly refine the fate-breaking pill using the blood of a celestial fox in the base formula. This would cause a qualitative change in the pill that would make it levels above a normal fate-breaking pill in efficacy. However, Dian didn't just stop at this alone. He would make it clear to that world tree that his wife had no need for its assistance. Dian Sicharo, could bring up his wife to an untouchable level without the help of anyone else. This why Dian not only brought out several of the purest drops of celestial fox blood, but he also ripped Kukin's faith seed out from Ri's mind's eye. Dian's arms began to move as his body shifted around Ri at blinding speed. Every time he made it back to Ri's front face, he would slam another drop of blood into her mouth. His palm strikes rained downward with a heavenly momentum, the rhythm causing the waters around them to sing a lovely hymn. However, the hearts of Madeline, Clara and Amphrey were thumping wildly. If any alchemist, even of the lowest levels, saw this scene, they would directly faint from shock. He was using Ri's body as a furnace. He was directly refining the pill and dispersing it throughout her body at the same time. The most shocking part was that Ri seemed to be a suspended state, still stuck in her state of enlightenment. She didn't even seem to realize that her husband, who never raised a hand against her, was actually so savagely beating her. But, if one looked closely, let alone harming her, there wasn't even the slightest bruise of Ri's delicate skin. The white flame around Dian's body burned fiercer and fiercer as he poured more and more of his soul strength into his wife's body. Suddenly a roar of pain escaped Dian's lips as a bloody hole appeared at his lower abdomen. Two primordial eens barreled their way out, one wrapped in a sinister dark fog, and the other lit with lush greenery and a delicate fragrance. It was obvious that the former was Kukin's, while the latter was Ri's own. Yet, Dian directly crushed the lush green primordial een, enveloping its energy with all his and slamming it into Ri's mouth. In the next moment, the dark black faith seed he ripped from Ri's mind's eye and the foggy black primordial een were slammed together by him and lit afire with his chaos flames. Dian's manifestation appeared to his back, its aura so fierce that the waters around them were forcefully pushed away. In fact, the only water that remained winded in an odd path, seemingly suspended in the air with a special energy holding them together. If Dian had the mind to split his focus, he would have definitely realized that this floating water was none other than the hidden array hidden beneath these black waters. It was then that something mystical began to happen. Dian's manifestation began to follow his movements, spinning around Ri's body just as quickly he did. Their palm strikes, their breathing, even their surges of chi synced. In that moment, for the first time since its creation, the red clouds above the ancient battlefield split apart, raining down droplets of golden energy like morning dew. Heaven's chime, for the first time since this prison's creation, rang out, clanging fiercer and fiercer. Their rhythm was unbridled and powerful, more fervent than Dian had ever heard it before. But, to the current Dian, there was no noise at all. There was only his wife before him now. Dian's body glowed, his gaze glazing over to reveal two opaque white eyes. He seemed to have gone completely blind. An instant later, a golden scale appeared in the skies. As though blessed by the droplets of golden dew, it began to shimmer. 1%, 67%, 34%, 98%. Dian mumbled to himself. Every time he said a percentage above 97, his palm would strike outwards once more. 9,000 parts celestial fox, 500 parts celestial Kuan Peng, 300 parts celestial deer, 100 parts celestial lion, 80 parts celestial peacock, 20 parts celestial hamster. Dian's movements became faster and faster. The seal above their heads churned madly. One couldn't fathom the amount of soul strength needed to keep it working at full capacity for so many days. Finally, the glowing ball of fused black fog was compressed in Dian's right hand. In his left hand, a coat of white flames slammed into Ri's body repeatedly. It was then Dian's right palm slammed forward with a final strike. The ball of primordial een and faith seed careening forward and entering Ri's body with a fierce momentum. A delicate cry escaped Ri's lips, but there was already nothing more Dian could do. The rumbling in the skies said it all. A tribulation was coming. Dian's expression was haggard, his right eye bleeding in an endless rain. He felt as though his heart was about to explode out of his chest, thumping so quickly that it just might give out at any moment. His muscles ached, his eyelids felt heavy, He even faintly felt his life slipping away. But his eyes remained glued upon his wife as the skies above sent down its first strike. Another cry left Diane's lips. Every time she called out, Diane felt as though the wound was his own, that his own heart was being repeatedly stabbed, dripping with blood that singed the earth below. Ree's delicate skin was being torn apart. Every strike seemed to blast another part of her body into meat paste. Though the medicinal efficacy regrew these lost body parts soon afterward, the damage done was undeniable. There couldn't have possibly been a worse torture for both husband and wife alike. Madeline, Clara, and Amphrey felt their eyes water uncontrollably. Though the latter two didn't understand why Diane had done this, they knew Diane would never do something so harmful to them without reason. By the time the 81st lightning strike fell, Ree's body disappeared completely. All that was left was a pile of ashes. Diane clenched his jaw so tightly that blood began to seep from his gums and out from his lips. His mind was only filled with thoughts of ripping the World Tree's realm apart. Diane's bloodshot eyes stared at the pile of ashes. A faint pearly light was nested within. This was the one part of Ree's body that he went all out to protect. Her soul. Diane had really had no choice in this matter. He couldn't continue allowing Ree to carry around a looming danger. He didn't know exactly what the World Tree was planning with Ree, but its presence was absolutely unacceptable to him. The matter he learned from the dwarves had been grating on his mind for too long. It had already been 6 years since that day, yet it was a constant shadow over his heart from start to finish. When he realized that his theory about the ancient battlefield was correct, he knew that this was his chance to free Ree's shackles. The problem was that he couldn't underestimate the World Tree. An entity that could rule a world and even send so much power through a world barrier wasn't an opponent he could face right now. Even the weakest immortal could threaten his life, let alone an existence who stood at the pinnacle of immortals. This was why Diane acted the way he had. He didn't have the luxury of telling his wives what was happening. The fact he even told Madeline was something he saw as a mistake even now. He was lucky that it hadn't impacted the end result, though he was unsure if his gamble had worked. For the ancient battlefield's oceans to be capable of blocking Diane's immortal sense, it was impossible to claim them to be normal. There was most definitely a secret hidden below, but this wasn't the foremost reason Diane came here for. What he wanted was to aim for the most opportune time to make his move. He needed 3 things. He needed the optimal environment, he needed his wife to be in an optimal state, and he needed the World Tree to lower its guard. These waters were the optimal environment for 2 reasons. First, within the ancient battlefield, the barrier to the outside world was already extremely thick. This made the already difficult connection between Ree and World Tree fainter. However, the second reason was the more poignant point. These waters had the ability to shrink Diane's sense range from covering universes to a mere 10,000 kilometers. One had to remember that Diane immortal sense wasn't normal by any stretch. When Diane only had divine sense, he could see hundreds, even thousands of times further than those of his soul cultivation. How could this not also be the case for his immortal sense? The only reason he seemed to be only on par with others now is because crossing universe barriers is simply too difficult. Any advantage Diane had would be snuffed in an attempt to cross a 4th barrier. Maybe his advantages wouldn't become clear once more until his soul continued to evolve further. However, what was clear was that these advantages should have been more obvious in a place like this ocean. By Diane's estimates, a normal 3rd-grade world seer wouldn't even be capable of seeing 100 kilometers outward from their center if they were in his same position. If even a 3rd-grade world seer could be suppressed like this, Diane had the confidence that even the World Tree would be stifled. Diane didn't care what level of entity you were. When it came to matters of the soul path, even if an alchemy god descended from the skies right now, he would not lower his head. This optimal environment dulled the senses of the World Tree to the point it couldn't react as fast as it usually could. And this was where the second facet, Ree's optimal state, came into being. Using Ree's body as a refinement cauldron was incredibly dangerous. Any resistance Ree had would lead to an unmitigated disaster. No matter how much Ree trusted Diane, it was impossible for her to dull all of her senses completely. The best opportunity was for her to be frozen into a moment of enlightenment. Dian trusted in his wife's talent. He knew that simply showing her this environment would be enough for her to break into a new realm. If it hadn't been for Dian's actions, she would already be an overlord right now. However, this was only one of the reasons Ri had to enter this state. The more important reason was that at the instant of enlightenment, one was the most connected to the heavens they could be. The concocting of immortal-grade pills was a process of snatching heavenly Daos from the heavens themselves. This was how endowments came to be. Refining Ri in this way while she was in a state of enlightenment allowed her body to swallow up heavenly Daos even better than a high-grade cauldron could. If the immortals of the immortal plane knew such a thing was possible, they would fall over one another in an attempt to be next in line. Dian simply didn't realize the gravity of the path he just forged. What he didn't know was that even his former pinnacle self had not managed to create such a thing. Without even knowing, he had surpassed a version of himself he didn't even know existed yet. These two factors together was what helped facilitate the last. The world tree lowering its guard. Its senses were dull. Its host was separating more from it and becoming closer to the heavens. In that instant of time, its resistance was as low as it could get. As an alien to this world, how could it dare show too much of itself before the heavens, lest it be fiercely rejected and suffer backlash? This was the opportunity Dian grasped to rip this pest from his wife's body. It was then that the ashes began to latch on to Ri's soul. From their grayed exteriors, they began to glow so fiercely that they became less like ashes and more like motes of light. Dian released a breath he hadn't even known he was holding. Though he would never play with the life of his wife without 100% certainty, seeing his goal come to fruition was better than simply calculating it to be so. The ashes of Ri's body and soul shot up into the skies. The golden dew rained downward, gracing her incorporeal form as though welcoming a goddess. The refinement process had truly been far too complex. Dian took the entirety of 6 years just to write this one pill formula. Maybe for others this was a short time. But to Dian, pills within the mortal barrier were as easy as breathing to concoct. There was almost no pill he could create. However, since Dian took up the task, he would forge the most perfect body for his wife imaginable. 9,000 parts celestial fox didn't need to be explained. This had to be Ri's foundation. As a kitsune, this was her lineage. The strong control of the elements celestial foxes had would be the core of her building her strength again. 500 parts celestial Kuan-Peng was where Dian's true genius began to shine through. He wasn't using Kuan-Peng blood to give Ri fish-like features, but rather using it to modify celestial fox blood and make it stronger. The legends of Kitsune and their devilish deeds and illusions weren't completely false. However, it was Kuan-Peng who were both exceptionally strong in illusions and water will. Using these facets of their ability to bolster the celestial fox bloodline all while strengthening Ri's elemental affinities was akin to killing 2 birds with a single stone. 300 parts celestial deer was precisely chosen for the sake of Ri's soul. Dian couldn't allow Ri to become a full beast because that would impact her soul too much. But he didn't have human blood that was compatible with Ri either. The only solution was to use a beast that was an exception to the rule and had incredibly strong soul prowess. In this regard, there were only 2 Dian knew of, the celestial deer and the dream panther. Since Ri's foundation was built by a celestial beast, the choice was obvious. 100 parts celestial lion was purely for the sake of Ri's bodily strength. Celestial lions were known for both their sovereign path and their overwhelming body cultivation, especially their sturdy bones. Kitsune were a supreme grade beast, but they ultimately became weak because their bodies were too weak. Unlike beasts who grew larger with their cultivation, Kitsune were basically the side of a few palms from the start of their life to the end. Celestial foxes were obviously much better in this regard, but they were only average among beasts. Their true strength was in their elemental will control. Since Dian wanted to make up for Ri's loss of a god-grade constitution, he would most definitely go all out for her. This blood would increase her bone and muscle fiber density by several times over, as well as helping her regain the sovereign path she would lose in giving up Elven Queen's reign. 80 parts celestial peacock, Unlike in the mortal world where only the male peacock was known for its beauty, celestial peacocks were ruled by its females. Their feathers were known to hold the eye of the heavens. Gorgeous patterns of swirling colors would form an eye on their proud feathers. These feathers would be able to gather atmospheric chi for their own personal use as well as cast ocular techniques. Dian didn't have the ability to pass these ocular techniques to Ri. In the end, he wasn't a god without limits. He could only pass all the abilities of the celestial fox to Ri. Taking two from the other bloodlines would adversely affect her foundation and cause the refinement to fail. However, what he could do would fuse this ability to wield atmospheric chi with the celestial fox's ability to control the elements. When put together, the effects would be devastating. Finally, there was the 20 parts celestial hamster. Dian entirely homed in on their spatial will. He wanted to use to fuel and catalyze Ri's void kitsune abilities. While he wanted Ri to become a celestial fox, they were ultimately masters of none. Celestial foxes were incredibly adept with the elements, but they could only be considered to be a few notches above good in each category. They would never be considered unmatched in any one of them. It was for this reason the kitsune were considered evolved from them. While their bodies were weaker, the best geniuses among them were far better the celestial foxes at controlling their individual elements. So Dian decided to purge everything from the celestial fox bloodline except for two, their affinity for the void and their affinity for the water elements. It was at this moment that a massive silhouette appeared in the skies and a roar shook the ancient battlefield. Its shadowy figure stood on 4 legs, 2 tails causing hurricane-like winds to whip about in every direction. Qi seemed to surge toward the figure as though bowing to the arrival of an empress. On that day, the ancient battlefield seemed to go silent. Soon, the clouds separated, revealing Ri's bestial form. A long, slender fox of over 100 meters was revealed. Every one of her 4 limbs was brimming with strength and power. The fine filaments of her muscle fibers twitched with every slight movement. Her fur was a deep black that radiated out with a dark blue glow. The air itself seemed to breathe with its slight, soft breath. Her pupils were absolutely gorgeous. Two orbs of blue sapphires that twinkled like stars captivated those below. Still, her most odd feature were her 2 tails. One radiated a deep, dark black fog, while the other exuded a frosty blue aura. Every shift sent a tornado of energy careening toward her. It was so exaggerated that the chi density in the general area plummeted by half in just a few seconds. Seems I may have went a bit too far. Dian rubbed his nose slightly. There was being talented, and then there was whatever his wife was now. He almost felt bad for her future opponents. He might only be able to create such an exaggerated chi absorption phenomena if he circulated Devour to its utmost limits. Yet she had done it with a casual flick of her tail. Dian suddenly felt 3 piercing gazes boring into his back. He could only cough awkwardly, knowing immediately that it was Clara, Madeline, and Amphory who were responsible. He felt too guilty to meet their aggrieved expressions, so he tried to change the subject. "Look at that. Isn't your sister-wife amazing? Look at her go." His only response was Clara wrapping around to face him and kick his shin. "Ah, TSSS. Dian winced in pain. "I'm injured, you know." Clara's expression flickered when she saw the hole in Dian's abdomen was still there. But remembering what he had done, her only response was another kick. Wife murdering a husband. Why didn't I know my life was a romance murder mystery? He really didn't have to fake it this time. His body was incredibly weak in his current state. A slight gust of wind could blow him over, let alone his wife who was a supreme. He involuntarily coughed up a mouthful of blood. Damn it. Is it really so hard to speak to people before you do things? Do we look like ornaments to you? Go die. Clara kicked him again. Wife. Dian bitterly smiled. Please don't kick me again. I really am dying. At this moment, Ri rushed down from the skies like a beam of light, crashing into Dian's chest and making his vision swim. Seeing his Ri safe and sound, the last bit of resistance Dian had completely faded. He only managed to register her face and didn't even notice all of the other changes in her features before his world turned to black. to forcefully burn his soul for so many days. It was already a miracle he had lasted even this long. What happened? Why is it that I don't sense the Elven Queen anymore? In a familiar world of fairies and dragons, a voice sounded through. However, unlike with Diane's, this voice was exceptionally targeted. Except for a very small radius at the very top of the large looming world tree, its sound waves didn't penetrate anywhere else. What else do you think? The connection was severed. If Ree had been here, she would have known this voice like the back of her hand. This was none other than the voice that had been guiding her for so many decades already. The voice of the world tree. What? How could this be? I told you all those centuries ago that I was done provoking that man. The only reason I agreed with your plan this time is because you swore to me he was dead. Now I've provoked his reverse scale. It isn't you who should be asking questions. It's I who deserves an explanation. The voice froze. The world tree never lost its temper. In fact, it was hard to say it had emotions at all. It was simply a spiritual herb that had evolved beyond the limits of its species. Emotions weren't an innate feeling to it. Yet, it had actually raised its voice just now. But this wasn't what truly shocked the voice. That man. This is impossible. He's definitely dead. If he wasn't, you think he'd allow the things that have been happening here to continue? He would have killed us all already. He's alive. There's only one man with that presence. It's just that he's reincarnated and he's lost his memories. If he had even 1% of his former strength, I would be finished. The voice paused and suddenly began to laugh. You're saying that man is nothing more than a child now? Doesn't that mean I can just kill him with a casual thought when he transcends? What exactly are you worrying about then? Fool! The world tree finally truly snapped. Do you think he allowed himself to reincarnate without any plans? And even if he was without a plan, do you think the likes of you could kill him even if he was a newborn child? Even now you still don't dare to say his name out loud, yet you want to put on airs before this seat. Let me tell you this right now. Hear me clearly. I will never fight against that man. If you want to seek death, do it yourself. Diane's consciousness was swarmed by black. He had no concept of time or space. He only felt like reality was fleeting and without form. Oddly, though, he felt everything was clearer in this state. It felt completely unlike what one should have felt after burning their soul. According to convention, there should have been an itching pain in his chest and his head. It should have felt like millions of tiny corpse beetles were tearing through his soul, devouring it for their own consumption. In the end, his soul would shatter and fall, leading to his death. However, Diane suddenly remembered that the last time he burnt his soul, he hadn't felt like that either. In fact, just like this time around, he was able to walk around for several hours before he finally collapsed into a coma. On top of that, he was actually able to wait around for several days this time. If Diane truly thought about it, soul burning should have had a much shorter duration than blood essence burning. Though the power the former provided was greater, the time it could be used was proportionally smaller. Before, Diane dismissed this. After all, he was used to the abnormalities of his soul. After all, he had the only fourth-grade innate soul to ever exist. He just assumed this was another product of that. In fact, he wasn't entirely wrong. Truly was related to this. But the mistake he made was in not exploring this further. That said, how could he be blamed? Last time he burned his soul, he caused his wives to worry for 2 years. If it wasn't for Clara, maybe he would have never awoken. And if it wasn't for Ree's life being in danger this time, he wouldn't have dared casually take this risk, especially considering the precarious situation the mortal plane was in now. But now, he was faintly aware of something special. Of course, his soul still felt weak. No, his body itself felt weak. And yes, he felt weaker than maybe he ever had before, even including his battle against Oshire. However, he also felt like he was grasping at something. Hold on. Didn't Eternity's balance activate? Ever since he gained this constitution, this was only the second time Diane had ever activated it in its true form. How could Diane make a constitution that never seemed to respond to him part of his original plan? He originally had confidence in succeeding without it. It could only be considered to be a pleasant surprise that it happened to activate in those moments, raising his success rate. But why had it activated? Come to think of it, he had never actively concocted pills with his Vajra body before either. Yet, if he thought about it, hadn't his Vajra body appeared and even began to mimic his movements? Wait a moment, wasn't his original plan to refine a top-grade pill and not a refined pill? He hadn't wanted Ri to suffer through a tribulation. Even though that would vastly increase her potential and strength, it also gave her a greater risk of death. Diane's original confidence toward success didn't include a pill tribulation at all. He had planned to restrict the level of his pill on purpose. When did I get so muddle-headed? Just as Diane was lost in his thoughts, he suddenly felt an incomparably comfortable feeling. A rush of energy charged into his body, filling him with warmth. His blackened vision began to clear even as the vague feeling he was grasping at began clearer and clearer. At that moment, a passionate, soul-stirring moan caused Diane's heart to tremble. A giggle like a sonorous bell gently floated to his ears. What was I thinking? Giving such a bad guy my virginity for a second time. Diane's vision was still only slowly recovering. He could only sense vague shadows. However, he was certain that this voice was Ri's. You learn to live with your decision. The voice sounded a bit cold, but it was still pleasant to listen to. Diane was certain that this was Amphrey. He couldn't help but smile. His Amphrey knew how to tease him now. What was so wrong with choosing him twice? He was a great guy. Look at him, grinning like a fool in his sleep, Clara said with disdain. Madeline's light giggle made the atmosphere feel harmonious. It was then that Diane's gaze cleared enough to see the beautiful scene before him. There was his Ri, just as beautiful as ever. Though her slightly pointed ears were gone, her adorable canines were even more pronounced than they had been in the past. Her hair was no longer a light silver blue, but was rather a deep navy that shimmered beneath the sunlight. Along with it, her two pupils were like blue pearls, contrasting her dark hair with a gentle light. Her face was filled with ecstasy as she rode on top of him. The image of her being repeatedly penetrated filled Diane with a sense of accomplishment and overflowing lust. His eyes traveled up her toned torso, losing themselves in a trance when they made their way to her undulating breasts. They hadn't grown in size, but their flawless proportions and hand-melting elasticity left Diane at a loss for words. When Diane's gaze finally met his wife's, he couldn't help but smile. In that moment, the warmth in his heart completely overwhelmed whatever was going on down below. Many hours later, Ri wasn't the only one with a blissful smile on her face. Seeing his wives in a peaceful sleep by his sides, Diane only now realized he was in the master bedroom of his mortal empire's ancient battlefield capital city. With the soul tome sitting in his lap, constantly nourishing his soul, Diane willed himself to move his gaze away from the naked bodies of his women to enter a state of meditation. There were many things he still didn't quite understand. Aside from the oddities of his soul after being burned, there were other mysteries as well. For example, instead of regressing back to the foundation stage as she should have, Ri actually progressed to the Overlord realm. If that was all, maybe Diane would still be able to accept it easily. However, Ri actually entered the three-facet Overlord realm in a single bound. On top of that, since Diane purposely cut off her soul from the refinement process, due to her dual cultivation with Diane, she was not so far from the fourth facet either. Of course, the main reason Diane protected Ri's soul was to namely guard against a potential failure. In that case, he would at least be able to reform a body for her. In addition, by protecting Ri's soul, he was also able to preserve all the beast contracts she had, including her fairies. The simple explanation for all of this was the power of the 9 times reinforced pill. Diane believed that this, along with the fact tribulations were many times stronger on the ancient battlefield, led to this. Upping a pill's refinement above the top grade didn't only increase its potency, but sometimes gave it new abilities. For example, when Diane refined the cultivation cleansing pill, it gained the ability to not only wash away cultivation, but also convert one's chi cultivation into bodily strength. It was possible that after reaching this state of refinement, The fate-breaking pill was able to do away with its main drawback of losing one's cultivation and even became capable of improving one's cultivation as well. Due to this, Ri's body and chi broke into the Overlord realm simultaneously. In addition, since Dian protected his wife's soul, the comprehension breakthrough she had that caused her to enter the state of enlightenment that catalyzed all of this to begin with was preserved and likely even strengthened. However, even though these explanations sounded plausible, Dian couldn't say with any sort of guarantee that his reasoning was flawless. Reason being his refinement method. Dian had gotten the idea to use the human body as a cauldron because of an issue he faced with Ri's particular problem. If he refined the pill first, and then tried to feed it to Ri, the explosive medicinal properties would have likely killed her before the refinement was finished. At the same time, Dian didn't have the luxury of slowly feeding this medicinal essence to her because the world tree would be able to step in and intervene unless he was quick enough about it. Dian's method of cutting off the connection to the world tree was precisely related to purging Ri's elven bloodline. If he couldn't withhold the world tree from intervening until Ri's elven blood was purged, he would fail. But this novel refinement method added countless new variables Dian wasn't quite certain of how to process just yet. How much of the result was due to the refinement method and how much was due to the quality of the pill? And just what kind of potential did this refinement method have? What Dian did know, however, was that it was impossible for him to use this refinement method again unless he burned his soul once more. Even his soul talent and deep reserves wasn't enough to accomplish this feat under normal conditions. And just like that, this long list of problems led him right back to square one. Just what was going on with his soul? Just why did burning it not seem to be as big of a deal as it should be? Of course, this was a bit of an exaggeration. Dian still needed Ri's virginity to recover so fast. And currently, her talent could only be matched by his other wives on the mortal plane. It wasn't like he had an endless supply of virginities to take, and even if he did, he would never do such a thing. But that was where another problem creeped up. Had he really needed to take Ri's virginity this time around? If he really thought about it, the last time he burned his soul, the reason his situation got so bad was because of how long it took to do what it needed to be done to heal him. In addition, the soul tome was much too slow at healing him back then because his cultivation was still too low. However, two things had changed this time. First, the solution was applied almost instantly. Secondly, the soul tome was much more powerful than it had been in the past. It seemed for every incremental increase in strength his soul had, the soul tome followed it up with an exponential increase in its own. So this was where the real crux of the matter lay. Just how much of a problem was burning his soul really? And more importantly, did he dare to test it out? Dian's lips curled. He suddenly felt an overwhelming arrogance boil up from the depths of his heart. There was nothing in this world or any other he didn't dare to do. Burn. Dian's body was immediately engulfed by an illusory white flame. The sudden change startled his wives awake. Dian, what are you doing? Ri's mind went blank. They thought they were out of the woods. Why was he suddenly doing something so ridiculous again? Dian waved a hand, indicating he was fine. Inwardly, though, he couldn't help but chuckle. Weren't these four just mad at him for hiding things from them? Now look at how they react when he puts it out in the open. Was there much a difference anyway? My soul is burning, but it isn't tearing apart like it should. Is it that my soul is sturdy enough to withstand the shearing force? Or is there another reason? Don't worry, I'm just testing something, Dian said slowly. I have a feeling that my soul is different. I've spent almost 200 years trying to understand what's different between my soul and the soul of others. Why is it something that's a certain death for other people isn't like this to me? This is the first clue I've managed to grasp in all this time. Dian's wives suddenly understood. They were intelligent in their own right. If a virgin's primordial een was enough to save someone who burned their soul, there's no way that Dian would be the only one to use this method. The fact no one knew about it might really mean that it only worked for Dian. There's nothing to worry about, actually, Dian said faintly through his meditation. I had already concocted pills that could supercharge the healing of my soul in conjunction with the soul tome. It's just that I was so focused on you that I didn't take them. Then, someone started kicking me. and someone else rammed into me with the full speed of a three-facet overlord. So I couldn't hold on anymore. Clara and Ree looked at each other. In the next instant, Diane felt a powerful punch land on his right side and a blazing kick hit him from the left. Diane choked on air. Wasn't this too much? No matter what, he was still in a dangerous state right now. And a normal Supreme would have erupted into a cloud of meat paste by now. All right. I'm sorry. Seeing that Diane had the state of mind to joke around, Ree, Clara, Madeline and Amphrey calmed down, looking on in curiosity. The pressure Diane was giving off would be suffocating to others, but for some reason, they felt even more comfortable now than they had before. Diane's hand stretched out. Azura, a black hole of dark flames, was slowly etched into existence. As his heart curved around in a circular pattern, more and more of it was drawn until eventually, a complex system of black flaming gears and runes manifested itself. In those moments, it felt like the world was collapsing. The final judgment wasn't worth much to Diane anymore. Though it could treat the lives of peak Dao experts, and even fallen like blades of grass, so could Diane's normal fists. However, there seemed to be something fundamentally different about this Azura array. It was far more powerful than it had been in the past. Back when Diane first burned his soul, he noticed that his arrays were more powerful as well. However, back then, he naively dismissed it. The Diane of now realized how foolish this was. What decided the strength of an array wasn't the soul strength behind it, but rather the profundity of the runes it was drawn with. In this regard, it was different than battle techniques. For a battle technique, strength was decided both by the quality of chi and the profundity of the technique. However, for an array, it was only decided by the strength of the runes that made it up. As long as you could draw it, it would always have the same strength. Of course, there were ways to very narrowly increase the strength of an array. For example, array manipulation techniques like adding spin. Diane often added quick rotations to his weapons master arrays to give them more penetrative power, but this increase in strength was limited. One might want to mention Soul Aid, but it had to be remembered that Soul Aid actually used calculations to modify the array, thus resulting in the changes in strength. So, any array Soul Aid was applied to would no longer fundamentally be the same. In Diane's youth, his soul talent was so overwhelming that he completely skipped over little minor rules like this. So he didn't understand just how amazing it was that his arrays were stronger without changing their runes at all. Just what is going on? Diane mumbled to himself. He crushed Azura, dissipating it into the wind as he popped a pill into his mouth. Oh, I can control the speed of burning. Is this possible for others? Diane had never heard that the rate of soul burning could be controlled, so he had always gone all out from the very beginning. Just now, he had faintly thought it would be better if he could stay in this state for longer, and as though subconsciously, his rate of soul burning slowed to a crawl. Suddenly, all the uncomfortable effects of burning the soul completely vanished. The moment Diane stopped going all out, he even felt comfortable. Diane felt like he had suddenly opened his eyes to an all-new world. Diane was shocked. He realized in this instant that his soul was actually recovering faster than it was being burned. It was like this was the state his soul was meant to be in. For a moment, Diane was lost in thought. All his life, his soul cultivation had been beyond even his own understanding. Even if he didn't actively cultivate it, it grew wildly almost to the point of being out of control. In fact, there were many times Diane had to actively suppress his soul so that his own body didn't shatter under the pressure. In recent times, this had become less and less of a problem in part due to his Titan diamond constitution in addition to his alchemy. Currently, Diane faintly believed that maybe the reason his soul refused to enter the Overlord realms in true force was because of a self-protection mechanism. Maybe his body really wouldn't be able to withstand the change. Of course, even without entering that realm, Diane's soul was far more powerful than even an Overlord's despite still being within the Dao realms. "You're really fine?" Ree muttered, looking at Diane with a weird expression. "My soul is still growing stronger." Diane responded softly, checking himself. The more he observed, the more shocked he became. The burning of his soul was actually purifying it of lingering impurities. The gold soul chi of innate aurora wielders was already naturally purer than those who had normal white soul chi, but Diane's soul seemed keen on pushing even past that. There's nothing else this could be. It has to be a constitution. That's the only explanation. Diane felt that he had suddenly been missing out on something his whole life. Just how many constitutions with abstruse awakening conditions had he run across in his lifetime? There was Amphory's constitution, which required falling in love with the same man through 2 reincarnations in order to manifest its true strength. There was Ri's constitution oddity, where her elven queen's reign didn't manifest until she resolved its conflict with her void kitsune faith seed. There was Madeline's constitution, which before awakening made her feel an uncontrollable lust during the full moon. Just how many constitutions were there that had odd conditions, often unknown to even its wielder? Diane himself had had no idea that his Titan diamond body had the ancient battlefield itself as its world until years into having it. Who was to say that there wasn't some obscure soul constitution which had the ridiculous condition of burning one's soul to activate? There was no learner's manual for cultivation. It may seem like there is due to how many techniques existed, but weren't these just written by those who originally had no idea what they were doing as well? Just how many new techniques were created every day? Every week? Month? Year? Millennium? In the same vein, how could constitutions be so easily understood? Constitutions were incredibly rare to begin with. 2 of the same constitution might not even appear in the same generation. Let alone the fact that the mortal plane's population has taken a steep trend downward. Diane suddenly felt a wave of enlightenment. His body all but froze. I always believed the greatest weakness of the soul was that it couldn't be used to attack directly. But is that really the case? How many people use chi to attack directly? You might be able to kill someone far weaker than you with a surge of chi, but when facing an opponent at near or the same level, it's always best to choose to use a technique. The path your chi takes in your meridians, the way it's expelled, how it's used, this is what makes the energy path gain its strength. Before that, the body cultivation path was the most crude. Aren't the muscles chi and soul chi in this context? No one uses their muscles to attack directly. That would be ridiculous. We use our muscles as levers to generate torque and explosive power in our limbs. This is how the strength of the body path comes into play. But what about the soul? We use arrays to implement our strength, but the problem is that scaling this strength is too difficult. The more powerful the array, the longer it takes to deploy. The more complex the runes of the array, the stronger it is, but once again it takes longer to draw. But this isn't a flaw of the soul, it's the flaw of the techniques used to converge soul strength. The problem is that it's simply too difficult to fix this issue. Techniques like Soul Aid have tried, but they mandate a high threshold of both talent and stamina. This isn't my problem to fix, though. I have no need to do so, nor the time to do so. But what if my constitution fixes this problem for me? Arrays use runes to communicate with the heavens. That archaic language is able to connect with the heavens in such a way that it becomes capable of commanding it to perform certain tasks. This is why I always equated drawing arrays to writing code. The true theory behind it is akin to a gate. Every rune is able to open a gate toward heaven's power. The more complex the rune, the larger the gate, and the more powerful the array. But what if my soul was able to forcibly make this gate larger with the use of weaker, more simply runes? Diane's eyes flashed open, the illusory white flames around him vanishing completely. Everyone can only use their soul to form a bridge with the heavens. But what if I can do much more than just form a bridge? To forcibly open heaven's gates, to snatch fate from its jaws as you please. This is the essence of my constitution. But is it really a constitution? Or it is my Tao heart? Diane faintly felt the bottleneck on his Titan diamond body loosen, but he knew there was no point in trying to break through once again. He understood now that the reason he hadn't been able to break through before was because he was lacking in comprehension. Now, however, he was lacking in energy. What a joke this was. In order to perfect Titan diamond body, only immortal chi would work. But Diane's body couldn't withstand such a thing right now. In fact, it wouldn't be able to unless he broke through the mortal plane. But if he broke through the mortal plane, he would lose the chance to perfect his mortal body. How could this be anything other than a cruel joke? Still, Dian was not a normal man. He had already though of two possible solutions. One was concocting a true immortal-grade pill. The trouble was that he didn't have any immortal-grade herbs. This wasn't a gap he could fill by grafting mortal-grade herbs together. The second solution lied in something that had been playing at the back of his mind for a long time already, the Overlord realm. When Dian was dual cultivating with Ri just now, he realized the progress of her soul's strength had slowed to a grinding halt. It was as though now that she had entered the third facet, entering the fourth would be impossible. There was definitely a secret laying silently here, and Dian wanted to know what it was. Dian threw these thoughts to the back of his mind, grinning evilly. Ri blinked innocently, pretending not to notice. On his other side, Clara rolled her eyes and fell to her pillow, pretending to be asleep. Madeline took an "I can't hear or see anything" approach, while the distance between him and Amphory, despite not actually changing, seemed hundreds of times wider. "You four actually want to bully me like this?" Ri tilted her head. "Did you all hear anything?" "Nope. Not a thing. Nothing here." Too bad. Dian's evil grin only deepened. "Oh, it seems I've been too magnanimous as a husband." He dove toward Ri. Laughter erupted in the room before fading to moans of passion. Days later, the group of 5 found themselves in very familiar surroundings. Every so often, a new expert would fly overhead, looking down at the river of black with curious gazes. But, not sensing anything different, they could only leave. "It seems you caused quite the commotion," Dian said with a grin. With his soul strength and immortal sense, if he didn't want to be sensed, it was impossible for these buzzing flies to do so. So, he and his wives didn't have to hide under any cover. They stood directly by the river's edge, getting ready to step forward. Ri pouted. "I still feel a bit uncomfortable about being a full beast now." Her words were soft, but Dian could tell that this really bothered her. His gaze suddenly fell with some guilt. "I'm sorry. I really didn't think about it because I'll love you no matter what you are." Seeing Dian look at her so seriously and say such cheesy words, Ri's heart couldn't help but feel warm. Her smile bloomed, all of her worries seemingly flying away. Clara, Madeline, and Amphory smiled lightly. Of course they had already said these words to Ri as well, but it seemed she really placed Dian's opinion above theirs. It was both jealousy-inducing and adorable. Was the world tree really so bad, though? Ri asked curiously. "He was never anything but good to me," Dian sighed. "I don't doubt that, but I am certain that he had an ulterior motive. Considering the beauty of his world, he seems like a good ruler. However, he crossed a line trying to use you in his schemes. Maybe from his point of view he wasn't wrong. What he was doing was for the benefit of his own world. Objectively, there's nothing wrong with that. But he should have used someone else." Seeing Dian's stubborn attitude, his wives giggled. He really was too overprotective. He always spoke about Aluna finding a good husband in recent years as well. But didn't he know that no one dared to approach her because of him? Who were they kidding? Dian definitely knew this. However, in his eyes, if you didn't have the courage to stand up to him, what right did you have to marry his daughter? "All right, let's go." Dian's gaze turned serious. "I really want to see what it is the Mist clan is hiding under there." Dian brought his wives over a familiar scene. The waters beneath his feet directly became calm, looking no different from the surface of a black mirror. Soon he dove downward. But his wives weren't surprised to see that this location was far different than his last attempt. It seemed he entered the wrong region on purpose back then. In fact, Dian had purposely chosen the most volatile region for the sake of helping re-comprehend her water will to a new stage. Like this, they entered the familiar underwater world, devastation lying in every direction. "It really does look much more beautiful than it did the last time," Ri said faintly. Ri's connection with water was much deeper than it had been in the past. Not only was her Snow Kitsune bloodline much stronger, but her Celestial Fox as well as Celestial Kuin Peng blood strengthened this even further. However, if others heard her words, they would think her to be crazy. This environment was anything but beautiful. Though this segment of the river was much calmer, for those with sharp enough eyes or senses to see through the dark waters, there was still a violent storm in every direction. There were tornadoes of water to the right, creating underwater tunnels of air. However, if one casually entered one, there would only be death. The drastic change in water to air pressure would cause one to burst from the inside out. And this was if you could make it into the air pocket in the first place. For most, the blades of turning water would turn you into minced meat fist. To the left, there were sections where these tornadoes of water met together at their ends, forming massive spheres of churning water that had cyclones jetting out from their surface like tentacles. These formations were even more dangerous than the tornadoes of water because they were so unstable that they could burst at any time, resulting in an explosion so large that even this deep below the surface, a mountain of water would form into the skies. None of this even touched upon the beasts. They had the same ugly, deformed visages the very first beasts Diane met on the ancient battlefield had. However, the difference was that this environment was so much more savage that any that grew to adulthood had strength beyond reason. Even the weakest were fallen in strength. Many of these beasts seemed completely out of place. Some of them had mammalian faces on fish-like bodies. Some more pitiful beasts were the exact opposite, having bodies that should have been found on land. However, Diane's presence was so off-putting that they didn't dare approach. "What did you come to understand about water?" Diane asked curiously. Others might be worried about ruining their Tao by listening to the thoughts of others, but Diane was extremely confident in his current Tao heart. Plus, there was that technique about swallowing Taos to strengthen your own. The Dragon King told him about that he had still yet to use. Right now, that technique was pretty useless to him. But who said it would continue to be in the future? "I just came to realize that water is the ultimate vessel. Not only can it take any shape, but its ability to contain and control is beyond compare. Believing that ice is the best form of water isn't the proper path. Ice is only so powerful precisely because of the properties of water." Clara giggled. "This is why I told you to seriously study science, Ree. If you had, you would have had this breakthrough a long time ago." Ree blinked, feeling slightly aggrieved. She didn't want to touch that science stuff with a 10-foot pole. "Really?" she said doubtfully. "Really?" Clara nodded, trying to convince her. "In terms of materials, water is among the best in terms of specific heat. Well, best is subjective, but the short of it is that compared to other materials, water has a very high threshold for both accepting and retaining heat. In terms of the scientific theory, for every joule of energy you spend, water will, on average, raise less in temperature than another material. At the same time, more energy has to be extracted from water, on average, for it to drop in temperature." Ree's eyes glowed. Though she hated science, she was still intelligent. This explanation alone was enough for her to understand. "So you mean that water of the martial world can exaggerate this property to its limits?" Diane nodded. "This is why ice will is so powerful. It's very difficult to melt ice in the first place, especially when it comes in large blocks. For every output of fire will, it takes less ice will to counter it. Water will always suppress fire, no matter what form it's in. Even water vapor stifles fire by starving it of oxygen it needs. In fact, ice's specific heat is actually much smaller than water's in the first place. So in a lot of ways, water will is the superior form. It's just that it's difficult to understand and apply its uses." Ree became more and more engrossed in their words. But, suddenly realizing she was falling for their trap, she shook her head and snapped out of it. "You two won't trick me like this. Science is the devil's literature." Seeing her being so defiant, the four of them couldn't help but laugh. "Their knowledge isn't so bad, little sister Ree. Their music theory was very eye-opening to me and big sister Amphrey." "Humph. No matter what you say, I refuse." Diane smiled. He remembered trying to get Ree to read a textbook, but she said it gave her PTSD about her days learning royal etiquette. She always liked the dresses, but stuff like curtsy technique and dining etiquette made her head spin. Diane's smile froze, his progression down suddenly grinding to a halt. Seeing this, his wives immediately put up their guard. but Diane said nothing for a long time as though trying to sense something. "It seems this is more serious than I thought," he said lightly. "It's extremely faint, but my immortal sense just felt an even stronger suppression down below. And I think it's rapidly approaching suppression similar to what I faced in the realm." Diane didn't want to think one of his guesses was actually correct, but it seemed that below these waters, there was a world no different from the immortal plane below. "Is it really the immortal plane?" Madeline asked. Diane's eyes narrowed. "No, I don't think so. But I think it's very possible that this environment cultivated a place that's maybe no different from the immortal plane in action, but is lacking in substance." Diane found even his own words to be hard to understand. But what he was trying to say was that something created an environment below that seemingly gave off similar pressure to the immortal plane below, but it was lacking in several factors. For example, it was lacking in the most important laws. The reason Diane could only cultivate one above all in his realm wasn't because of Qi, but rather because of the special laws that created it. The mortal plane's highest wills were only of the 9th Tao realm. Anyone who comprehended something beyond this could only rely on their own extrapolations or their special bloodlines and abilities. In fact, Diane's realm didn't even have immortal Qi within it. In his own ignorance, he had misjudged there to be Qi. But this wasn't the case. What caused his injuries hadn't been immortal Qi, but rather the suppressive effects of the realm's laws when fused with mortal Qi. The combination of the two was too much for a normal mortal body to withstand. It was only recently that Diane began to have the ability to withstand this pressure better than most others. However, this also meant that the suppressive effects of these laws in combination with immortal Qi would be even more devastating. Whatever is below is lacking in laws and even in immortal Qi. However, it's suppressed and concentrated mortal Qi to such a level that it's becoming infinitesimally similar to immortal Qi, as though it's become a new category of Qi entirely. At the same time, some extremely weak laws exist. They can't compare to the full laws of the immortal plane, but I suspect that some comprehension facet overlords pass down their knowledge here. Diane's visage was incomparably stern. He could already sense the barrier to this place and wasn't entirely certain what to expect once he crossed over. Though he described this place as a knockoff of the immortal plane, his deeper thoughts realized that things weren't so simple as this. If this was only a knockoff of the immortal plane, why was his immortal sense so restricted? World seers were specifically classified by their ability to see entire realms within the immortal plane. Essentially, even the immortal plane shouldn't restrict him so much. So why was this place doing so? Diane looked toward his wives and bitterly smiled. He obviously wanted to tell them to enter his inner world, but they were purposely ignoring him before he had even said anything. In that case, let's go. Into seemingly empty space, Diane stretched out his hand through the blackened waters. A moment later, his hand met resistance. It was as though a glass plate was hidden well beneath the ocean currents. However, Diane didn't seem very surprised. Diane had long since devoured Valen's memories. With his added control of devour after reaching the one with self-realm, he could even pick and choose which memories he snatched, allowing the latter to keep his life. Of course, this was only a recent ability he gained after he had refined his soul Qi control through decades of pill concocting. Valen's life may still be useful to him, so he kept him alive for now. Unfortunately, Valen's memories didn't have anything useful in them. Apparently, his only mission was to enter this place and find his ancestors. Other than that, he was meant to inform them of the situation outside. Beyond that, there was nothing. Diane didn't believe that things could be so simple, but what he did believe was that Valen didn't have the right to know the truth. A drop of blood appeared in Diane's hand. Of course, it wasn't his own, but rather Valen's. Protecting it from the waters with a sphere of Qi, he pressed it into the sheet of glass. The water rippled outward, creating a portal beneath the waters. Though it appeared no differently from the countless whirlpools above them, it was decidedly calmer. With another glance back, Diane shook his head and gave up, taking a step forward with 4 beauties in tow. In that moment, the world completely faded. The pressure grew with each passing moment as though they were quickly descending the ocean waters below. Dian's senses remained locked on to his wives. No matter what, he refused to let anything happen to them. Since they wanted to be by his side, that was fine. As long as he was here, he wouldn't allow a single hair to be harmed. A bright light washed over their visions. By the time they cleared, the situation before them was very much like what Dian expected. How could the only entry into their world not be constantly guarded at all times? Above their heads, there was a massive transparent dome. It reminded Dian of the concealment array his master cast over the ruins of the celestial deer sect, except this one was far larger. So large in fact that a normal person wouldn't recognize it to be a dome, but would rather think a flat sheet of transparent glass was above their heads. However, this was only a minor detail, because dressed in gorgeous blue armor and brandishing tridents, there was a squadron of warriors that seemed to have expected their arrival. Upon closer inspection, Dian realized that there were actually 3 domes. The largest one, which was currently over their heads, was the most outward dome of glass. Further forward, there was another medium-sized dome with yet another much smaller one beneath it, separating this underground world into 3 regions. The current region Dian and his wives were in was very close to the outer wall of the dome. In fact, if it wasn't for the sharp vision of Dian's right eye, he wouldn't be able to see out of their current situation at all. Dian was effectively observing all of this from within an extremely confined space. The details he could see through made it seem as though he was standing in the open air, but the reality was that he was in what amounted to a cage without a door. He and his wives stood at the mouth of an underground cave, the entrance of which was not only blocked by the several blue armored warriors, but also diverging tunnels. Dian's gaze had followed along these diverging tunnels to witness what was outside, but to anyone else, there was nothing but the pale light of an underground space before them. In fact, even the so-called entrance that was being blocked was hundreds of meters away from their current location. It was just that with Dian's eyesight, it might as well have been right before him. If Dian set all of these things aside, though, his immediate surroundings felt as though he had just stepped foot into a bizarre sci-fi movie. The portal he and his wives had just walked out from was surrounded by all sorts of metallic machines and black wires as thick as a human's forearm. The pale lights he thought of before were eerily reminiscent of light bulbs Dian had once read about in a textbook long ago. For a second, Dian thought that instead of stepping into a world of cultivation, he had returned to his mortal world by some sort of odd means. Of all the things he could have expected, this was the very last. Sending his gaze out through the diverging tunnels once more, Dian's suspicions were confirmed. Below the 3 domes, there were countless futuristic structures. Of course, there weren't things as ridiculous as flying cars, but there were numerous transportation vehicles that screamed of technological advancement, one of which was a silver pod with tracks that winded around the city as though it was a roller coaster rather than a means of getting from point A to point B. Seeing Dian's skeptical expression, it was clear the warriors before him completely misunderstood what he was thinking about. "Pay up!" One of the warriors jabbed their fellow soldier with an elbow. "Buzz off! Does that look like a shocked expression to you? If you want to renege on your debts, just say so. Who asked you to bet on country bumpkins? You're ridiculous. At the end of the day, they're cultivators. How many ridiculous things have they seen in their lifetimes? Descendants of our bloodline wouldn't be so uncultured. Members of our bloodline? Do you think anyone important would be sent out for so long? Plus, with so many generations separating us and how much their blood has mixed by now, how could they still be considered one of us? They don't even have their adult patterns." As the warriors were jeering, one of them stepped forward. There was no doubt that he was the undisputed leader because the moment he took action, no one dared to speak anymore. Dian, though, hardly paid attention to such things. Instead, he was lost in his own train of thought. Who said that the mortals were the only ones who could make advancements in science? He had always neglected the possibility because of the special circumstances his ancestors were under. In a world of cultivation, what was the point of science? Though Dian didn't prescribe to such thoughts, this was a reality he saw being played out every day. There was no point in delving into this unconventional path, especially since the rewards were so little in the beginning, if one could progress through cultivation. However, There was something else he hadn't thought of until now. What if you could progress in cultivation any longer? What if you knew you had reached the absolute extremities of what cultivation could provide to you? What if you lived in a place where you knew it was impossible to transcend or take another step forward in cultivation? A place where the absolute limit was the overlord realm? Would you start caring about science then? How interesting. Diane's lips curled into a smile. State your name and purpose. The commander of the squadron of blue armored warriors finally spoke. His steely blue eyes seemed to try and bore into Diane's soul. On his cheeks, just below his eyes, there were scales that shimmered a beautiful bluish green. In fact, now that Diane looked, all of the warriors had this feature. Maybe this was the adult patterns that Guy referred to. My name and purpose? Diane tilted his head slightly. Who are you exactly? Is your clearance high enough to know of my purpose? The commander's gaze narrowed. His eyes shifted from Diane to his four wives behind him, then back to Diane. They truly didn't look nervous about being here. Did something go wrong? Their branch clan on the surface shouldn't dare to betray them. On top of that, they should even have a bit of fear toward them. After all, they were their ticket to rising up in the world. After trillions of years, what level of deterioration had they faced? Or rather, should they have faced? The fact they could survive now could only be due to measures provided by the main clan. On top of that, how could there not be contingency plans put in place just in case they decided to rebel? Any fool would be able to understand that no plan taking over so long would be without such a thing. Yet he still dared to act so brazenly? If the commander was stunned, much less needed to be said about his subordinates. Their formerly playful demeanors turned to frowns. It was only then they realized something that had made their own commander apprehensive. Why was it that four supreme beauties had been standing right there? Yet they seemed to only be able to see Diane, as though their instincts were screaming at them to not focus on anything else but him? Diane's gaze swept around the general area once more. Seeing that there was nothing left to analyze, he took a step forward. Let's go, we may see something interesting. Diane smiled, the gentle curve of his lips seemingly dissipating all of the pressure that had been building up in the room. The only problem was that this smile wasn't for them, but rather, for his wives behind him. The commander was startled awake by Diane's sudden movement. Please wait. The appropriate authorities have been contacted already. They should be on their way now. A pity, Diane said blandly. I don't feel like waiting. I believe that they should have known that I would be arriving long ago, yet they still haven't. If I continue to wait for them, doesn't that mean that I've accepted that they look down on me? The commander suddenly felt uncomfortable. He had been supremely confident just moments ago, but this boy seemed to have taken control of the situation in an instant. Diane continued to walk forward, passing by the commander without much thought and directly out toward the city beyond. It wasn't long before his eyes landed upon exactly what he had seen before. However, the great city was obstructed by a high city wall, cutting the barren wasteland they stood in from their civilization. Clara sighed. Why do you insist on angering everyone you come across? Diane laughed. Who asked them to look down on me? They weren't looking down on you. They were looking down on Valen. Clara rolled her eyes. Diane only grinned, pretending not to know the difference. Since he was here in Valen's place, he might as well fight for some of their dignity back. Weren't they a clan of his kingdom? Infringing on the dignity of his mortal empire was a big no. Until he personally kicked them out, they couldn't leave even if they wanted to. For now, their face was his face as well. Diane lifted up into the air, completely oblivious to the shocked gazes of the warriors who had rushed after him. The warriors suddenly felt a cold sweat pour down from their backs. Flying on the mortal plane required the strength of an essence gatherer. On the ancient battlefield, the requirements were so stringent that only higher existences had the stamina necessary to sustain it. But in this place, only overlords could barely lift an inch off the ground. Yet Diane was already several dozen meters in the air. Suddenly Diane paused. He looked back, a sweeping wind chi surging from his body as he brought his wives along. To be able to lift so high into the air, Only 3 facet overlords could do so. This is impossible. Impossible. He was definitely only a Dao expert. When he saw how easily Dian raised his wives into the air, the commander almost passed out. What he didn't know was that the ancient battlefield was Dian's constitution world. They were all essentially tenants in his abode. How could it be as difficult for him to fly as it was for them? Not only was Dian stronger within the ancient battlefield than he was on the mortal plane, he was especially strong in his wills. Just as Dian was about to soar over and enter the city walls, the very entourage he had been expecting this whole time finally appeared. At the helm, there was a middle-aged woman with a mature beauty to her. Her hair was a delicate light red, almost to the point of being pink but not quite. Her gown fluttered like wings to her back and her pupils shimmered with an intelligent and soft amber. Much like the others, she had dragon-like scales just below her eyes and upon her cheeks. However, they were far thicker and brighter than that of the commander below. In addition, hers were the same gentle red color as her hair. There was a small shock in her eyes when she saw just how high Dian had flown, but it was covered by a thick veil of calmness. If it wasn't for Dian's right eye, he would have completely missed this subtle difference. Dian gazed upon the middle-aged beauty with an indifferent expression. In truth, for her to look even the slightest bit aged with her level of strength, she had to have lived for several million years. To maintain such allure after so many years was truly a feat if Dian was an unmarried man. The idea of being with such a mature beauty would be quite a temptation. Unfortunately, the current him didn't allow oxygen to such thoughts. It seems, I've grown old. Eleonora gazed upon Dian's strength and indifference with a curious eye. She truly meant these words. She had never seen a youth on this level. As a resident of the ancient battlefield, she could immediately tell that Dian had the aura of an invader. This meant that he was at most 1,000 years old. Yet, he actually had the strength to stand with her in the skies, not to mention carry 4 beauties with him, without the slightest issue. I presume you are the higher-ups he referred to? Dian asked. One of the elders behind Eleonora frowned. Boy, even if you have some strength, haven't you understood the benefit of respecting your elders yet? In addition, our city has rules. Only those who can raise into the skies under their own strength are allowed to fly through the air. A single hair on the heads of my wives is worth more than anyone below. If you're asking them to lower themselves, I advise that you rethink your words. Dian's sharp eyes caused the elder's soul to tremble. Eleonora watched on with the curious light in her eye growing fiercer. It seemed she had no intention of interfering. Isn't it just flying through the air? Madeline said lightly, before the elder could sneer, feeling that he had been let off. There was a sudden change that caught them all off guard. Madeline's body was suddenly wrapped by a violet flame. The call of a phoenix shook the skies, elegant wings of purple adorning her delicate back. As her body strengthened, so did the phoenix blood coursing through her veins. After all, the basis of normal body cultivation was found within the blood. On top of this, though only 3 facet overlords could soar through the skies with ease, was Madeline not already no weaker than a 2-facet overlord? Coupling that with the legacy of an emperor of skies, and the result was easy to guess. Rhys smiled lightly, seemingly finding this change to be interesting. Without hesitation, she stepped out from Dian's gentle whirlpool of wind chi, flying through the air with absolute ease. While Madeline was a 2-facet overlord, Rhys had already stepped into the 3rd. From the very beginning, this wasn't a massive issue to her. Damn, I was having a leisurely ride to now. Why do I have to start putting in some effort because some dogs can't shut their mouths? Clara mumbled this under her breath, but who here wasn't a high-level cultivator? Her words made the elder's face no different from a liver. A raging wind erupted from her body. Suddenly, she weighed no heavier than a feather. She swayed in the air as though she commanded it as she pleased. Clara had an even easier time standing in the air than even Rhys did. Amphrey indifferently watched this scene and hadn't planned on taking action at all. But watching on as these elders immediately turned their stunned gazes toward her, she could only sigh. In that moment, a sharp aura of slaughter enveloped the outer city. A state of panic immediately ensued. It was as though purgatory had descended upon them. A blood-red light swept through the surrounded, completely enveloping Amphory in a cocoon of crimson. Slowly, this cocoon unfurled, revealing 6 pairs of blood-red wings. A single gentle slap sent baleful winds in every direction, stifling the air with a bloody scent and oppression. The more the elder watched on, the paler he became. Of all the things he thought would happen after he said those words, let alone this being the last thing he thought of, he hadn't thought of this possibility at all. One young man capable of flying through the air on his own was devastating enough. But for there to be 4 others just as young, capable to this level, it was too much. Suddenly, Diane's words of his wives being worth far more than those who were below echoed in their ears once more. In the martial world, strength ruled above all. Even when they learned of science here, strength still prevailed above everything. The elder gulped, unable to meet Diane's gaze. It can't be that our Mist clan produced 5 such geniuses even after so many years. Can it? Eleonora's gaze flashed, her eyes sparking with a far more intense light. It simply didn't make any sense. By all rights, their current Mist clan could sweep through the whole ancient battlefield barring that singular clan. Though that clan seemed even with the others on the surface, even they didn't dare to underestimate them. However, even they didn't have a single genius on the level of these 5. How was that possible? Her first instinct was to think that these were spies. But any clan these 5 came from should be far more powerful than them, right? How could they care about them? She could have never guessed that Diane built his own clan from the ground up. Why not? Diane asked. I think you know the answer to that question even better than I do, Eleonora said with a smile. Then I guess the real question is whether or not you really care about the answer to that question. Oh? And why wouldn't I care exactly? Simple, really. Our Mist clan has waited so long for this exact opportunity, yet we know so little about it. Do you really expect me to believe that my ancestors waited trillions of years just so that I could give you a progress report of the outside world? Of course Diane wouldn't say this, but the true reason he was so skeptical about all of this was because he knew what happened in the future. Not only did Jade not mention this underground world even once, she didn't even have the faintest mention of the Mist clan either. Both fizzled out as if their goal never had anything to do with the mortal plane in the first place. The problem was that anyone on the ancient battlefield, especially ones as powerful as this Mist clan, would never miss out on this opportunity. Just for a casual meeting with Diane, they had brought out not only a 3-facet overlord, but 3 2-facet overlords. Who used such an entourage for an escort party? Yet, Diane was supposed to believe that such a powerful clan simply gave up on the idea of ever returning to the mortal plane? That was ridiculous. Is information not the most important factor in who wins and who loses a war? Why wouldn't we invest so much into it? If you understand it's so important, then why are you keeping it from me exactly? Isn't it exactly because it's important that I would keep it from you? Maybe if I was an outsider. Diane's gaze flashed with a faint sinister light. Could it be that you're treating our branch clan as an outsider clan? Eleonora's playful appearance turned serious toward Diane's accusation. Maybe in the past, the Mist clan didn't have the right to say such words before her. But considering the strength these 5 had, she didn't have the confidence in saying so anymore. Let's speak on such things in the future. For now, welcome to our underwater city. We've never given it a name because we don't want you to think of this as a home. This is nothing more than a stepping stone. Eleonora's forceful tone caught Diane off guard by a bit, but he still followed her. The sight of a group flying over the city was a rare occurrence for even the people of this underwater city, so it wasn't a surprise many pointed and stared. Though, the bloodthirsty aura given off by Amphory caused many to do so while shivering. Soon, Eleonora had led them to a grand palace, albeit one of only 2 stories. Still, what it lacked in height was more than made up for in grandeur and width. It had a grand soft-edged structure that was both pleasing to the eye and architecturally sound. Not long later, Diane and his wives were placed into a luxurious room. The square footage along was much larger than even 6 homes spliced together. It was bathed in warm colors of blue, violet and green, giving one a comfortable feeling. Is it really supposed to be so easy? Reese flopped onto the massive bed and asked curiously. Maybe they just don't care. Diane said thoughtfully, looking out of the window. If they really didn't care, why invest so much over trillions of years? If it was only about having someone from the outside, they could have snatched up any one of the invaders that entered this time. Ree responded. Maybe, unless they already expected this era to be exceptionally weak. You mean they expected our era to be weak and wanted to raise up their own representative to use as a result? How could they be so sure of such a thing? And even if they were, is Valen really so powerful? Diane's gaze flashed with a murderous light. After learning about the possible deeds of the World Tree, he had begun to take in everything with a skeptical eye. The dwarves had said that only the foremost race of an era was able to know of this secret, but was this really the case? How could such a secret be perfectly kept? On top of this, even if lower-level clans wouldn't know just how powerful was the Mist clan, they were capable of guaranteeing the survival of a branch clan of theirs throughout who knows how many generations. Even if they weren't a pinnacle race, were they far from it? Who's to say in that case that they weren't the next most likely to know such a secret? If they were aware, they could most definitely plan for such a future. And in that case, if they knew what was happening to the mortal plane, why would they be interested in returning to it? Why would they ever care to step foot upon a dying plane? If Diane were them and knew of such a secret, wouldn't he do everything he could to bring him and his people as far away as possible? As for your first question, I'm not really sure, Diane said honestly before giving his wife a teasing grin. Looks like my little wife has gotten incredibly spoiled. Valen may be weak to us, but in regards to the normal standards of the mortal plane, was he. Days later, Diane and his wives were finally called by the elders of this underwater city. Maybe they thought they were putting pressure on Diane by taking so long, but the reality was that Diane had leisurely spending his time without a care in the world. He found that in this incredibly suppressive environment, Madeline body strength improved by leaps and bounds alongside the use of his concocted pills, so it was very much worth it. If Madeline could break through with her body, she'd be nearly undefeatable within the three-facet Overlord realm. This was truly an excellent place for cultivation. Even Clara and Amphrey's chi cultivation rapidly increased far more than it did in the outside world. There was something this suppression provided that Diane's chi accumulation arrays could not. I'll have to see if I can modify my arrays to imitate this atmosphere. In the end, wouldn't it just take a deep understanding of water chi? As Diane was lost in his thoughts, he and his wives made it to a grand hall. There were numerous seats all around, but there were only 3 that were filled. One was occupied by Eleonora. She sat on the right. On the left, there was a middle-aged man who had bright gold-patterned scales beneath his eyes and on his cheeks, coupled by a head of white hair and piercing gold eyes. Finally, in the middle, there was a very old woman whose size seemed to have shriveled up in her age. Her feet couldn't reach the floor and her back was hunched over to the point of causing discomfort even in those who simply watched on, let alone to her herself. Maybe in the past, the scales beneath her eyes had been bright and vibrant, but now, they were just as gray as her head of hair and just as lacking luster as her seemingly blinded gaze. Still, seeing her, Diane's eyes narrowed. He felt that of all the experts he had ever met, she was the most powerful. In fact, she had to be infinitesimally close to the 4-facet realm. Diane had a feeling that the 4-facet realm was a massive watershed into something completely unseen before, but he had never been more certain of this reality until today. To be capable of growing so powerful, yet still failing to break through, just what was the 4-facet Overlord realm? So young, yet so powerful, how rare. How rare indeed. The voice was ancient beyond comparison. Diane felt that maybe even his grand teacher didn't have such a wizened voice. But then again, that old guy was never serious about anything. Diane inexplicably found himself missing that old man. It was a weird feeling he hadn't felt before. He had a lot of debts to collect from that old man once he ascended. But first, he had to enter the top floor of the epistemic tower. Unfortunately, It wouldn't allow him to do so unless he became a higher existence, and Diane still lacked the power to force his way in. Either way, he'd see that old man eventually. Diane smiled. The ancestor of our Mist clan is quite exceptional. Please take this as a gift. Consider it an act of filial piety from this junior. A medicinal pill appeared in Diane's hand and slowly shuttled through the air to hover before the wizened Mist clan ancestor. In that moment, the hunched-over granny inexplicably straightened her back. The sound of bones that hadn't been used in ages cracking resounded through the quiet hall. Eleonora and the golden-scaled elder simply didn't dare to make a sound while their ancestor was thinking. This pill? Which ancient ruin did you get it from? Ancient ruin? Ancestor, you're mistaken. This junior refined this pill himself. Hearing these words, Ancestor Mist trembled, her deep wrinkles vibrating along with her emotions. She plucked the pill out from the air, observing it carefully. You wouldn't poison this old lady, now would you? How could I do such a thing to my respected senior? Maybe the old woman didn't truly care about Diane's words, because before he had even finished his words, she had already eaten it. There were no fireworks, no pomp and circumstance, simply the light gulp of an elderly lady. However, though the ceremony beforehand was ironically unceremonious, what followed afterward had the two elders to either of her sides grip their seats tightly. Before their eyes, their ancestor began to change. First, it was a single cough, sending black blood flying out of her body. At first, they thought Diane really had poisoned her. But the next change froze them right in their seats. Their ancestor began to slowly grow taller. No, it wasn't taller, but rather that her brittle bones began to regain their original strength. Her spine straightened, her hips loosened, her wrinkles stretched out once more into soft, elastic skin. Before their eyes, an old woman with one foot in the grave became a delicate, petite beauty with the features of a heavenly goddess. Even her graying scales regained their pure white luster, radiating a faint light that was nothing less than holy. The old, or rather once-old lady began to laugh jovially. However, her voice wasn't as ancient as it once was. Instead, it became a sonorous bell that was nothing more than soothing to the ear. In a flash, she had re-entered the prime of her youth. No, even the prime of her strength. For this alone, I do not care about your true identity. These were the first words the ancestor spoke after she stopped laughing to herself. Her now long legs crossed over each other, their softness sinking into one another in a nose-bleeding scene. Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, because of her shrinkage in height, her dress was now about a few feet too short, now stopping about mid-thigh. A normal man would find it hard to control himself before such a scene. I will get right to the point. Trillions of years ago, our Mist clan realized that relying on the mortal plane was no longer an option. Back then, due to a series of events, we entered the ancient battlefield. The short of it is that within our territory, there is a hidden rule of the first phase of the ancient battlefield. This hidden rule is our key to leaving the dying world behind. Diane's eyes flashed with a blinding light. It seemed that the uniqueness of this ancient game was finally shining through. Diane's eyes narrowed. As you know, since the ancient battlefield is the third and final ancient game, there's not much about this hidden rule that I can tell you. In the past, the restrictions were so strong that I couldn't even mention the fact there was a hidden rule at all. But Diane could see the helplessness in the Mist ancestor's gaze. Maybe she had hoped that the predictions of her predecessors would be wrong. But the mere fact she could mention this rule at all spoke volumes about the weakening of their mortal plane. The first time Diane came across an ancient game was in the Elven Kingdom. They had fused the concept of one into the array that protected their tombs. Back then, after Diane managed to figure it out, he tried to explain the rules to Ree, who had been by his side at the time. But Ree had heard nothing but silence during his entire explanation. Now, the situation was much different. Diane's strength, as well as the ancestors, were both approaching the extreme limits of what the mortal plane allowed. So, already by definition, the restrictions the mortal plane could place on them was decidedly limited already. However, in a situation like this, the heavens should theoretically be able to suppress them regardless. After all, the heavens of the mortal plane and the heavens of the immortal plane weren't separate entities. They should be one in the same. If this wasn't the case, how could it be that the entity wasn't able to use its full strength here? This all led to one obvious conclusion. The mortal plane was far weaker than it had been in the past, almost to the point where Diane and this ancestor could ignore its rules entirely. Ancestor Mist shook her head. Maybe she still wasn't used to the lack of stiffness in her body, because the movement was far more exaggerated than it should have been. Yet, instead of feeling awkward, she forgot her complicated feelings and smiled brightly again. Let's not speak of such useless things. I believe by the fact your first instinct wasn't to question why we'd like to leave this plane. You yourself understand the kind of precarious situation we are in. Diane sighed. The question is your goal to seek a path to the immortal plane? Or are you entering a separate world? Ancestor Mist's pale golden eyes flashed. We are looking to enter a separate world. The path toward the immortal plane is too dangerous for even me to take alone. At these words, filled with hidden meaning, Diane's heart trembled as waves were sent through it. First, this ancestor had admitted that such a path did exist on this ancient battlefield itself. Secondly, by noting just how dangerous it was, it left Diane with an obvious answer as to where this path was. Interesting, Diane said slowly. The first phase is far more complex than any one person knows. Ancestor Mist continued as though the previous topic had never been mentioned. However, the fundamental truth is the same. It is to fast-track the progress of the youths who enter. Diane nodded seriously. I understand, he said. The ancient battlefield was created after the war between the angels and the titans. It's well documented that the titans lost because they lost their will to improve. They became complacent. They lost the edge that brought them victory over the beasts. However, this stagnation in evolution isn't something the heavens can accept. Is that correct? It seems you understand far more than I thought you did. That's exactly right. The purpose of the ancient battlefield, of the so-called pinnacle races of this ancient game, is precisely to ensure that we continue to progress. However, our Mist clan ancestors predicted that this model would soon collapse, that by this third descent of the ancient battlefield, the heavens would be forced to try and reset everything and try again. This is why this descent is so much earlier than the others have been. So what you're essentially saying is that the opportunities that the heavens provide for youths to evolve are far more than what it seems on the surface. Diane suddenly smiled a knowing grin. It's just that maybe powerful clans like yourselves which have existed in this prison for so long have purposely kept them hidden. Ancestor Mist smiled in response. Half of the point of an ancient game was figuring out the rules. Who said there was anything wrong with purposely keeping the rules hidden from your opponents? After all, this was a battle of failed clans versus the mortal plane. The failed clans couldn't use these hidden rules for themselves, so their best option was to play keep away. Diane finally understood everything. So you needed to groom a powerful descendant you could trust, one that would be minimally affected by the deteriorating standards of the mortal plane and could pass through this hidden rule for you and open a pathway toward escape. I'd even go so far as to believe that since this hidden rule you speak of is tucked away beneath these deep waters, a place you could say is the most dangerous in this mortal section of the ancient battlefield, it likely happens to be the best opportunity available in the first phase. Ancestor Mist's pupils constricted toward Diane's astute analysis, especially when he emphasized the word mortal. However, she maintained her smile. So what do you say? Do you accept? Will you challenge this hidden rule? Diane's lips curled. There's nothing I don't dare to do. Hours later, Diane and the three-facet overlords of the Mist clan had entered a deep segment of the dark ocean waters that maybe only a handful of cultivators in all of history had ever stepped foot into. The water pressure at this level was so fierce that even Diane didn't dare to take it lightly. If it was just the weight of the water itself, maybe it wouldn't have been a big deal. But the reality was that these black waters of the ancient battlefield had the capacity to absorb and store chi, causing their overall weight to skyrocket exponentially. To make matters worse, the deeper one entered these waters, the denser the chi-to-water ratio became. The reality was that the domes that protected the Mist clan's underwater city were constructed to diffuse this pressure. Yet, even in such a state, only three facet overlords could fly freely. If one extrapolated this reality to the situation outside their domes, the devastation could be imagined. Using this as an excuse, Dian faced the glares of his wives as he shuttled them into his inner world. This sight caused the three Mist Clan ancestors to narrow their eyes, but they didn't ask much. Everyone had their own secrets. It took an entire day of trudging through the bottom soil of these harsh waters to finally make it to their destination. Almost depressingly, their goal had only been a kilometer away from the underwater city, something that should have been a blink of an eye with their strength. On the bright side, due to the outrageous pressure of the oceans, its seafloor was as hard as diamonds. If they had to trudge through mud, who knows how long it would have taken them. Here it is. Ancestor Mist spoke solemnly. Her happy demeanor had completely vanished. These next few months would decide whether her efforts and that of her ancestors bore fruit. What was odd, though, was that this stretch of ocean was completely bland. The waters were still, completely devoid of the savage currents Dian had come to know. There wasn't a single beast in sight, and it almost seemed peaceful. However, it was exactly this that made Dian's hair stand on end. Looking toward the seemingly unmoving plot of black diamond just a few meters before him, his senses screamed at him. His soul almost inadvertently began to burn once more. Unlike the fear the three elders expected, though, Dian sneered. It's been a long time since I felt so threatened. I was beginning to get bored. Seeing Dian overflowing with confidence, Ancestor Mist's expression flickered continuously. Why weren't there any youths like this when I was young? Maybe then I wouldn't be unmarried and childless even after having a single foot in the grave. It sounded especially weird hearing such a young, beautiful woman say such words. However, Ancestor Mist seemed to mean them. Dian looked over and laughed. Well, now you're young. You have plenty of time to find yourself a husband. Ancestor Mist pouted. Does that mean you don't want me? Eleonora and her golden-scaled counterpart nearly fainted at the sight of this interaction. This was their esteemed ancestor. How had she become no different from a little girl? Dian smiled at these words. You may be beautiful, but you're still lacking in comparison to my wives. Without an ounce of hesitation, Dian exploded forward, diving toward the seemingly empty space and vanishing. The three Mist Clan elders fell into silence for a long while, staring toward the blank space with cool expressions. Are we really going to allow this, esteemed ancestor? The middle-aged man with golden scales beneath his eyes spoke for the first time. We don't have much of a choice, Jesper. How can that be so? Ancestor already knows that he is not one of us. Isn't trusting him like this as good as ruining trillions of years of planning? You understand nothing, Ancestor Mist said coldly. Do you think that this trial is a joke? He has the strength of a three-facet overlord even while within the Tao formation realm, a feat that should be next to impossible. Yet, his likelihood of success is not even 1%. If even he is so likely to fail, what do you think of the fools we've nurtured who didn't even manage to make it here? What? Eleonora and Jesper were taken aback. Why? Eleonora whispered. Why would the heavens place such an impossible trial here? Look at where this place is. Do you think a normal invader could make it here? But even so, Ancestor, even if by some miracle he passes, why would he help us? Ancestor Mist's gaze flashed with a resolute light. I have my ways. Silence fell over the ocean floor once more. Eleonora and Jesper didn't dare to press onward and ask more questions about their ancestor's thoughts. They had already pushed her far more than they would have dared to do so in the past. The outside world saw an amiable old woman, but they knew well how savage this old lady could be. Then, Ancestor, what is it that makes this trial so difficult to pass? After several moments, Jesper couldn't help but curiously ask. If this trial was really for mortals, what made it so difficult that even someone with the strength of a three-facet overlord couldn't overcome it? There's only one answer, Ancestor Mist said slowly. World suppression. Maybe it was ironically the very moment Ancestor Mist said those words that Dian felt as though a boulder had fallen from the skies to crush him. The moment he exited that weird, warped space, he felt like he had traveled back in time to the very first moment he entered his Constitution world for the first time. The only differences between then and now was that Diane's weight wasn't currently the problem, and, this time, he managed to stay on his feet. Still, stay on his feet was kind of a poor qualifier because his knees were bent to nearly 90 degrees and his back was rounded much like Ancestor Mist's had been in her old age. All Diane could see were the black tiles etched in ancient silver runes beneath his feet. Well, that was all he could see until he made full use of his vision. Though he couldn't see anything to his left, he had a full more than 200-degree field of view with his right. With it, he gained a general understanding of where he was. And it led him to one conclusion. He had neither ever been in a place so ancient, nor so awe-inspiring. The black tiles etched in runes were only a small part of the 50-meter radius he stood at the center of. At the edge of this radius, there were 4 sets of equally spaced golden double doors, each of which were inscribed with what must have been epic battles of the past. The workmanship made Diane's heart open up with awe. He had never seen such exquisite craftsmanship outside of the creations of the dwarves. But this seemed to be even a level above. Every warrior, beast, and clash chiseled out from these massive golden doors seemed so lifelike. It was almost as though they could leap out from their static impressions and continue their battle in this very room. Beside each of these 4 double doors, there was a thick pillar of over 3 meters in width. A mythical beast Diane didn't immediately recognize wrapped around them all, leaving the top to be occupied by a menacing set of bestial pupils that seemed to bore into Diane's soul. Another one has come? Why do you say this like it happens every day? It's been thousands of years since the last. Diane's brows furrowed. Thousands? It's been trillions of years since the last descent of the ancient battlefield. How could it be thousands of years since one last appeared to them? Does that matter? Who cares if it's been thousands of years? If they only come here to waste out time, then I'll be annoyed even if there are trillions of years between their appearances. He's right. This old ceremony is tiring. That place is no longer as powerful as they once were. Who are they to treat us like lapdogs they can sell away at their whim? Just look at this. They're even allowing Tao formation experts to come now. They can't even raise their own youths. How can they protect us? Don't you hear how foolish you sound? You yourself are only of the Tao formation realm. If it wasn't the suppression of this world, do you think I'd still be? If I was born with a golden spoon in my mouth like they were, do you think I'd spend so much time in this realm? We're far more advanced than they are in every facet. We were only unlucky in being born in a world with such a cultivation cap. Yet, they take advantage of their background to bully us. Let's just kill this one like we did the last. I don't have time for this bullshit. Absolute not. You two only got away with that because I wasn't here last time. I will not allow such a thing to happen again. You should have just stayed gone. What do you think you get out of killing them, exactly? Do you think this will end well for you? For us? You didn't dare even breathe too hard while he was around. The more they spoke, the deeper Diane's frown began. In the end, this was fundamentally an ancient game. No one would tell him the rules, he had to figure them out for himself. However, there were already several things he understood before he even stepped into this place. For one, he already knew that this would be a separate world. This was the point of the question he asked the Mist Ancestor. This was only further confirmed by the fierce suppression he was under. Diane had long since begun to ignore the suppression of planets, universes, and even quadrants. His inner world had grown more than powerful enough to do so, but this sudden spike in an eerily familiar, yet far more powerful feeling that he felt now pointed toward a single end. Secondly, he knew that this was the main crux of this trial. It was taken under world suppression for a purpose. The heavens meant for it to be this difficult. What did this mean in the end? If the first phase's main goal with the growth of the invaders, then didn't that mean that the heavens wanted to groom youths capable of battling underworld suppression? If this trial had always been here, didn't that mean that the heavens had always been aware of the lingering dangers worlds like the world trees possessed? Diane looked toward his wives who were sweating profusely within his inner world. He had learned long ago that no matter where he was, his inner world would take on the characteristics of said plane. This was why Chunglei and the beast babies had cried out in pain when he entered the black cabin's realm. Seeing his women like this, Dian felt his heart ache. Dian clenched his fists, a roar escaping his lips as he straightened his body. The seal pulsed over his inner world, an illusory white flame coating everything from his hair to his feet. The three talking voices completely froze. Hurry up and get this trial underway. Dian stood with his back as straight a javelin, his gaze both figuratively and actively burning. There wasn't a challenge that existed that left Dian with a helpless feeling. Still, he wasn't expecting the leap from quadrant suppression to world suppression to be so drastic. Then again, when he thought about it, it all made sense. In the past, the strongest quadrant suppression that could exist would be in star-grade empires. However, with the severe lack of quadrants left in the mortal plane, one might barely be able to form a single star-grade empire if all quadrants were conquered at once. This was the main reason there was such a disparity. Dian had yet to experience what star, or more importantly, peak star-grade suppression felt like. How could there not be a massive difference? What was more shocking, though, were the words of those three men. Didn't they say something about not being able to cultivate past the Tao formation realm? Why would something like that be? Could it be that this world had some sort of artificial cap? Dian's thoughts ran at lightning speed. Is it like the mortal plane? It has a cultivation cap as well, the higher existence realm. But it isn't as though there is a hard cap. If one surpasses it, they move on to the immortal plane. But what would happen if no immortal plane existed? The more Dian thought, the more serious he became. If he was correct, then that meant that this world he was in currently was even lower in level than the mortal plane he was born on. Yet, its suppression was actually so severe. What Dian didn't know was that these small worlds all had this sort of protection. Immortals couldn't enter this place even if they wanted to. Unless you were an immortal powerful enough to ignore these rules. At the very least, the lowest essence immortals had no ability to enter this place. Only immortal saints might be able to forcefully tear through this world's protection. The stronger a world, the exponentially stronger a person needed to be to tear through its protections. Dian pulled out the Dragon King. Its body was just as beautiful as ever, crackling with blackened flames and etched in the scales of a dragon. Looking at its broad body, Dian couldn't help but sigh, remembering another broad sword that had been resting in his inner world for over a century already. That broad sword happened to be Little Rain's chosen vessel. But, for whatever reason, the little guy hadn't woken up ever since he absorbed the newborn flame sprite. Though it was a bit unconscious, Dian found that he was leaning more and more toward the sword. He had never felt one weapon was superior to another before, but he somehow instinctually picked out the sword more and more often. Why is that? He wondered silently to himself. The three voices had stood frozen before Dian's words. It had already been several seconds since Dian spoke. But, for whatever reason, they had yet to act. Tell me I'm seeing things. I said tell me I'm seeing things. The voice that seemed hell-bent on killing Dian was the first one to speak. He sounded like a man who had lost his mind completely, unable to formulate sentences that made sense. It can't be. Who else can burn their souls as they please? How could you possibly say something like that? There are trillions upon trillions of worlds alone in the cosmos. Only a fool would say something like that with such certainty. Dian's brow furrowed. Stop wasting my time. His voice was so cold that it even shocked himself partially. He had been enraged before, but this seemed different from that. It really seemed as though he was pissed not because of their words, but rather because he truly felt they were unworthy of wasting even a second of his life. The voice choked on his words. A violent cough soon ensued. He has to die. He must die. No matter what. Release them. Release them now. The loud sounds of an ancient gear mechanism sounded as one of the 4 massive gold double doors began to slowly open. Clanking armor and footsteps filled the spherical hall. A singular black armored warrior riding upon a magnificent, armored horse strode into sight from the deep, dark abyss hidden behind the door. It was only then Dian registered that what he had heard weren't footsteps, but rather the clopping hooves of a steed. Dian's frown deepened. He had never seen a beast so powerful that also managed to retain such a small size. Only the celestial babies were capable of freely changing their size, as this was an ability of the celestial beast bloodline. But they did so as a hit to their overall strength in exchange for convenience. However, this horse radiated celestial realm strength, but was only the size of any other normal horse. What was more damning was that despite the fact it and its rider were only of the celestial realm, Dian felt a keen pressure coming from them. This could only mean one thing. This world suppression had actually lowered his strength by more than a full cultivation realm. Ha! A sigh escaped Dian's lips. Come! The words had hardly left Dian's lips when the horse and its knight charged. The sight of Dian being sent flying was a peculiar one, especially to Dian himself. This wasn't because there was anything odd about the action itself, per se. Rather, the problem was that Dian couldn't remember the last time he lost a clash against an opponent. To make matters worse, not only was he sent flying, but a chi even more corrosive than the red chi he found within the wyvern cave invaded his body, killing off his cells one after another. No, it wasn't corrosive. That wasn't an accurate depiction of what was happening. Rather, this chi was sapping the energy of his cells, killing them off by suffocating and starving them. This is ridiculous. Even if my cultivation is weakened, I still weigh 99,999,999,999 gene. Since when could a celestial hit with enough force to send this amount of weight flying? Damn it. The only saving grace was that Dian didn't feel that this strike severely injured him. At the very least, he didn't spit up any blood. However, the chi that was invading his body was truly a problem. Dian quickly swapped his conventional chi for holy-type chi. But he quickly noticed that celestial-grade holy-type chi was only barely able to slow this black chi down. Dian frowned. Heal was the third blessing Dian had learned all those years ago. He was exceptionally confident in it. Yet, even after employing its aid, the black chi only lost out by a small measure. What the hell? Unfortunately, Dian didn't get much time to think as the man-steed duo made it to his side in a flash. The black armored man suddenly took out a balance. It juggled balls of white energy on one side and balls of black energy on the other. Instead of brandishing a weapon, it allowed the black scale to hover before him. His palms pressed together in prayer as chi surged all around him. The chi split into black and white before merging as one into an eerie gray. That's the chi that entered my body. Dian attempted to dodge this chi, but it continuously bombarded him from all sides. This space was simply too small. Who decided to hold this trial in a space with a mere 50-meter radius? 100 meters from end to end? That was a blink of an eye even to a saint. Damn it, black horse, black armor. That odd scale weapon. For doors filled with etchings of war. Don't tell me I have to battle the 4 horsemen. Dian had already realized what he was up against. The moment he realized his cells were being starved of energy, he was facing famine. The apocalypse, huh? Don't you think you're a little too on the nose? Heavens? Every legend of his mortal world was rooted in truth. Was this the warning the heavens set aside? The 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. This was the final message of the heavens. Dian deployed his immortal sense in full force. Before, he had been conservative, hiding a bit of his strength. But since he already had no choice but to burn his soul just to be able to stand upright, he obviously didn't have the luxury of doing so. His steps felt incomparably heavy. He wasn't failing to dodge these orbs of energy because he couldn't perceive their trajectories. It was because he couldn't keep up with their speed. 3 orbs smashed into Dian's body. This time, no matter how proud he had been of the last time he tanked famine's precious strike, blood flew from lips. This chi. This world is far more advanced in chi than our world is. Someone else might have breathed a sigh of relief if they entered a world with such a low cultivation cap. But for Dian, especially after visiting the Nameless underwater city, he felt a keen sense of trepidation. The adaptation ability of humans was far too potent. If there was a roadblock in one direction, they would evolve in another. The Nameless City and Diane's mortal clan were two examples of this already. And it seemed that this world was a third. Boom! Diane slammed against one of the room's 8 pillars, sliding down it in a sorry state. He didn't even have the mind to notice that the blood that slid down with him was being absorbed by these very pillars. Diane tried activating Titan Emperor's will, but the world suppression suddenly multiplied several times over before he even finished circulating the technique. His efforts were thanks by yet another mixture of blood and inner organs flying from his lips. But unfortunately, this time, instead of carrying a healthy crimson color, they had dimmed considerably, exuding a decidedly grayer color. Diane never thought he'd see the day where he missed the redness of his blood. Fantastic! Diane thought to himself as he met an orb of gray with his sword, only for another to smash into his side. I can't even use Titan Emperor's will without this world registering it as an increase in my cultivation. Diane had been used to skating by on technicalities. Technically, he was a Tao formation expert, but he had the strength of an overlord. In response, this world had forcibly lowered his overall strength to the celestial realm. Before, he had been complaining about famine moving almost 100 trillion gene of his weight, only to realize his weight wasn't anywhere near that number any longer. Technically, his soul was in the immortal realm. In response, this world forcibly lowered his immortal sense back to the divine sense realm. Technically, Titan Emperor's will wasn't an increase in his cultivation, but this world reacted to him fighting against its suppression by adding more. He could really die. I could really kill him. I can watch his death. I can be the one who kills him. The voice became more and more distorted. In the end, his words devolved into a conniving laughter. The other two voices remained completely silent. Their deranged companion of so many years rarely hit such severe lows. To them, this child couldn't be that man. He was simply a youth who happened to inherit the same abilities. Yet, this alone was enough to set their companion off to this degree. Diane slowly rose from the ground. Despite his bloodied appearance, his visage kept an indifferent look even through the curtains of blood that drenched his forehead, cheeks, and chin. So annoying. What a lunatic. The voice wasn't coming from famine. In fact, Diane had no idea where it was coming from. It just seemed to project from everywhere, but there were no obvious arrays anywhere. Diane wasn't one to feel despair, so he didn't have any fierce reactions to what was happening. In fact, he was still inexplicably confident in his victory. He was only calmly analyzing the information he did have. This world didn't allow Titan Emperor's will, but it did allow the burning of my soul. The pressure didn't increase after I began to burn it, but rather lessened. This chi seems to be perfectly fused with a form of faith. No, a will? Maybe something in between? Diane was slowly coming to understand why this chi was so powerful. In his world, chi started with having many branches, each with their own special uses. However, as time went on, it became streamlined, becoming known as conventional chi. It seemed that this world went in the complete opposite direction. Instead of fusing their chi as one to create a jack of all trades, they became more and more specialized, eventually creating this higher-level chi that threatened even Diane despite only being of the lower celestial grade. When Diane connected the existence of this horseman to famine, he suddenly understood something else. This chi was tied to the faith of hunger and starvation. This was the best way Diane could put it. It was as though it had gathered up all negative emotions of famine and concentrated it into the form of this chi. This was why Diane felt it felt like a will at the same time. Chi like this can be created too? Faith had always been an enigmatic concept. It could decide everything from the strength of a constitution based on the feats of its previous owners, to even the strength of a nation. But what if one tapped into the essence of famine, or the essence of war, of death, of conquest? How many people across time had experienced these four things? The pain of famine, the fury of war, the fear of death, the horror of conquest? Thinking about the countless iterations, the countless thoughts, the countless feelings combined into one, Diane almost broke out into a cold sweat. If one could tap into such power, just how strong would they come to be? Endless possibilities spun in Diane's mind, but unfortunately, he couldn't execute any of them because he couldn't wrap his head around how this chi worked. The worst part of it all was that his immortal sense had been severely downgraded to the very first moment he awakened divine sense. He couldn't analyze this chi down to its purest form at all. This world suppression pisses me off, Diane mumbled under his breath. As though he didn't notice the charging famine, he stripped the top of his robes from his body, tearing them apart and letting them fall to the ground. Because of the odd nature of this famine chi, his clothes were completely unscathed. However, they had become nothing more than a hindrance to him. His clothes were created to withstand battle between higher existences, yet he didn't even have the strength of a powerful celestial right now. Why waste his stamina carrying them around? In a moment, he had morphed from an emperor in embroidered robes to a lax young man wearing a pair of black sweatpants. He suddenly felt incredibly comfortable, a smile playing his lips as though this was the only state he could relax in. For an instant, he couldn't even bother to care that his skin was visibly graying before his eyes. All right, famine. Diane's bare feet stretched across the marbled floors, feeling the ancient runes etched in silver glide along his soles. His sword was brandished before his demeanor incomparably calm and confident. One would think he hadn't spent the last 10 minutes being savagely beaten. In an unknown space, the three voices trembled once more. Those weird lower garments. It can't. If such a scene was shown to others, the sight of three rulers of a world trembling at the sight of what amounted to a few threads of fabric formed into a comfortable pair of pants. Maybe it would be seen as a joke. Such powerful beings, cowering at the sight of sweatpants. What else could it be if not a joke? But, for them, it felt as though time had slowed to a crawl. Even the voice constantly calling for Diane's death truly did not dare to utter a single other word. Diane, however, couldn't be bothered to care about their weird actions. His sights were set on cutting famine down. Lightning burst from Diane's body, flooding into his every pore and crevice. Thunder God! Diane flashed forward, weaving through the endless bombardment of gray orbs with nothing but a streak of golden lightning left in his wake. Carnage! Ruby-red spears etched in ancient runes appeared all around Diane. The number was so outrageously large that the room was seemingly coated in a blanket of crimson. Even if they could suppress Diane's chi, body and soul strength, what they couldn't do was eliminate his reserves. Since they wanted to suppress him, he was drown them out in quantity. 100 spears weren't enough? Have 1,000. 1,000 weren't enough? Have 1,000,000. At the same time, Diane's ability to sustain his weakened wills became near endless. Even though he could only now summon intents, the scale to which he could use them were far beyond the level of a celestial. In that instant, the 100-meter diameter became filled with nothing but Diane's attacks. An endless barrage from all sides converging upon famine with a reckless abandon. Unfortunately, this seemed to grind the progression of the battle to a halt. A stalemate of oddly epic proportions would have filled the eyes of observers had there been any aside from the obscure three voices. Diane pushed Thunder God to its max, pumping his body with endless jowls of lightning. He wasn't very surprised that it was even more effective at fighting off the famine chi than holy type chi was. After all, the fundamental basis of famine chi was snatching energy. What if Diane simply produced more energy than it could eat up? Thunder God was one of the legacy techniques left by the lightning sparrow within the lightning willow mask and happened to be of the divine grade. It was supposed to work to increase fast twitch reflexes and muscles, but who knew Diane would use it to turn himself into a battery? They can't limit my stamina, they can't limit the burning of my soul, and they can't limit the level of technique I can use because my chi will always be enigmatic chi fundamentally. These are my keys to victory. Diane continuously brandished his Dragon King sword in an attempt to break past famine's defenses. However, they seemed completely impenetrable. Even under the rain of red spears and piercing golden lightning, it silently kept its palms pressed together. The balance that hovered before it shifted ever so slightly with Diane's every strike. seemingly capable of perfectly producing the energy needed counter. Maybe the most frustrating part was that the lightning chi famine's famine chi ate away floated back into the air, becoming more gray orbs that were used to attack Dian once more. To make matters worse, though the famine knight didn't actively attack himself, his horse was a different matter entirely. Dian pupils constricted. Shit. The black horse's nostrils suddenly flared, a neigh that sounded more like a roar aiming toward Dian. In an instant, a surging pool of energy swirled at the entrance of its mouth, forming into a massive sphere of famine chi. It was then Dian realized that the famine chi wasn't only leaving his body and into the air only to attack him once more, but was actually part of a charging process that would be used as an attack by this damned horse. Dian was far too close to dodge. His divine sense was far too susceptible to distortions in energy to see through the patterns in chi movement and prevent this from happening. At the same time, his ambitious attempt to cover for lack of quality with quantity had obscured the vision of his perception. To top it all off, it was his own unbridled use of chi that powered this attack. One could say he brought this all upon himself. Dian barely covered his chest with the broad body of the Dragon King just as the beam of gray chi slammed into him. He felt as though his arms were collapsing even as he flew backward through a rain of his own red spears. Luckily, he still had the wherewithal to push them out of his way by manipulating his soul chi. But there was nothing he could do about the air that was knocked out of him the moment he slammed into the opposite wall. Dian coughed violently, what seemed like liters of blood pooling at his feet. I asked for that one. Dian still had the mind to chuckle to himself. It seemed he hadn't fought a real battle in so long that he lost all of his battle sense. What a pitiful sight he was now. He weakly stood, cracking the stiffness in his neck away. That balance is a problem. Isn't famine supposed to appear third? Why do I have to deal with him first? Dian loosened his shoulders, not even noticing the grin on his own face. He's a madman. The same madman. The voice trembled beside itself. A balance, huh? Dian slowly thought to himself. There's a fourth thing they can't restrict as well. My constitutions. Dian's pupils flickered between an opaque white and a dazzle silver blue. With every flicker, he seemed to enter the white state for longer and longer. Eventually, his smile disappeared completely, replaced by an expressionless gaze hidden behind eyes as white as pearls. A balance appeared to Dian's back as he charged forth once more. He never really thought about it before, but what were the purposes of the weapons the four horsemen wielded? Conquest wielded a crown and bow. War wielded a broad sword. Death wielded nothing, while famine wielded a balance. According to the order of legend, conquest would appear first, followed by war, then famine, then finally death. A crown and a bow. It could represent both authority and distance. Maybe not authority as in a king or emperor, but maybe so as in autonomy. Came first because it was a choice. The bow was a sign of distance. How easy it was to make a cruel choice when the problems that would result were so far away, so out of reach. However, the crown was also a reminder of responsibility, or more to the point, accountability. No matter how far you were from the situation, the onus was still on you. Then came the broadsword. It was more forward, more savage. The decision had already been made, there was no taking it back, but now one had to bear the brunt of their decision themselves. This was the very war the battle god turned his back on. He chose to run from the responsibility, the accountability his title of war came with, and as such, he died before ever stepping foot into the Tao realm. In the end of it all, there was death. He and his pale horse held nothing. There was no more choice to be made. There were paths back waiting for you. There was simply nothing at all. An empty hand stretched outward to lead you to death. This was death. But what about famine which appeared in between? He held a balance, sitting upon his black horse silently. Was this a final call to turn back? Or was it a judgment for the crimes you had already committed? Maybe the reality was that it was both. Maybe at this point, there already was no turning back. That deep feeling of regret toward your own foolishness was only there to taunt you. As they say, there was no medicine for regret, So as Dian's mind cleared and the world became nothing but black and white reflected in his ashen pupils, he wondered, why had the heavens chosen to have famine appear first? Dian didn't need to think much more to understand. Famine didn't appear to ask him to turn back, nor did it appear as judgment. It appeared as nothing more than a question. What was already committed could not be reverted. The conquest had already begun. The war was already being waged. The question was there someone there to bear the responsibility? To take the accountability? Who would balance the weight of the world? To take on this burden for themselves? Famine was a punishment. It was the plight of the people after the crown made its decision and after the broadsword executed it all. Who would take on this punishment? For the sake of common people, the innocent, the unfortunate, who would take this weight upon their shoulders? Take on the burden for the sake of this world? Absolutely not, Dian said with a sneer. Dian brandished his dragon-scaled sword once more. Instead of drawing back Thunder God after learning his lesson, he actually did the complete opposite, investing into it even more. Lightning danced across his body as he attacked the horseman once more. However, this time, his vision was completely different. With every shift of Famine's balance, Dian read through the actions before they even occurred. Countless calculations flashed in his mind all at once, causing the trajectory of his blade to change every so slightly every split second. The shifting of Famine's balance suddenly increased in an attempt to keep up. Eventually, its movements looked no different than trembling. Dian's opaque white eyes, his unbridled sneer, his body crackling with lightning. It felt as though the true god of judgment had descended from the skies, making even Famine feel inferior. Dian's sword passed through Famine's defenses, tearing across in Steed's foreleg as sending a rain of gray blood onto the floors below. He brandished his sword once more, sending forward another strike. His body glided across the marbled floors, using the pouring blood no differently than a surfer would the tides of the ocean. With another swift motion, he lopped off a hind leg. The Black Knight toppled from his pedestal, flipping through the air with his hands still pressed together in prayer. At that moment, maybe it was nothing more than one's imagination, but it no longer seemed to be as calm. It wanted Dian to change his answer. Before he died, he wanted to forcibly change Dian's mind. His palms, pressed together in prayer, looked no different from a stance of begging and pleading. Unfortunately, Dian's lightning-coated body only flashed once more. His gaze seemed both vacant and somehow savage all at the same time. The very same unbridled fury Dian had felt when he learned of the World Tree's actions bubbled up again. How dare these heavens that took everything away from him ask for his help? He didn't know where these thoughts came from, but it was his truth. His sword swung down, cutting off Famine's arm. His opposite arm reached forward, tearing off his forearm. Finally, his sword pierced his head, exploding into countless pieces of flesh as Dian roared. I'll only bear the load for my loved ones. Dian grabbed the balance out of the air, the white fading from his eyes. He found the burden of using Eternity's balance was far more difficult when he forced it to activate rather than when he entered it, similar to the way he entered a state of enlightenment. This, however, could only be expected. After all, he hadn't spent much time comprehending the concepts that built the foundation of the Constitution very much. The only reason he was able to forcefully tap into it now was thanks to one above all. He had an understanding of many more wills than he did in the past, so it logically followed that he had a deeper understanding of the balance of the world. What he was more keenly aware of, though, was the fusion of his Hell's right eye with the Eternity pupils. They seemed related in some way. Or, rather, maybe they held similar concepts. Hell's right eye, Heaven's left eye. There was definitely an emphasis placed on balance if two such opposing concepts were to coexist in a single body. Dian's gaze flickered as he stared at the balance. It looked no different from the manifestation of Eternity's balance that appeared, except instead of being gold, it was entirely black. Dian suddenly felt an inexplicable compulsion. Before he could truly think about it, his chi had already moved. Devour! The moment the chi began to surge into his body, Dian clenched his jaw tightly. He felt more uncomfortable than maybe he had in his entire life. He could tell that he hadn't had the impulse to do this due to famine chi, yet it was unquestionable that much of the balance was filled by this famine chi. That was when Diane remembered something. This famine chi he kept referring to, on famine's scale, hadn't it appeared as a white and black chi first? Diane focused on this separation. Something deep within stirred. It was hard to explain to any great extent, but it was most definitely good. For the first time, he felt his eternity's balanced constitution take a step forward. In fact, he vaguely felt that the laws that created it were simply unrefined understandings of oneness. In the end, isn't everything an unrefined understanding of oneness? Just as Diane finished absorbing the last of what was hidden within the balance, causing it to fall to ashes, the sounds of gears turning filled his ears once more. The doors famine entered through slammed shut, sending a torrent of air flying through the room that almost sent Diane flying. The most shocking part was that by the relative size of the doors, it had only been open a small sliver to allow famine through, yet it actually produced such force in slowly closing. Diane couldn't imagine just how heavy the doors truly were. Unfortunately, he didn't have much time to think about it as the gears turned once more. Except this time, a completely different set of doors slowly opened. Diane's gaze flashed, suddenly remembering his rage. He had every intention of tearing every and anything that appeared before him apart. However, when his gaze left the opening doors to look back toward Famine's corpse that should have been right beside him, he was astonished to find that it was completely gone. Not only that, but the gray blood that had just been beneath his feet was here anymore. Diane's brows furrowed, his head snapping in a particular direction. As he expected, it wasn't just Famine's blood and body that disappeared, but his own blood as well. Maybe I'm just overthinking it. Who knows, maybe the shitty heavens is actually a clean freak. Even as Diane was thinking this, the distant sound of hooves sounded as a fiery red horse and its red armored knight appeared. This time, there was no confusing these sounds for normal footsteps. Diane could clearly distinguish the metallic horseshoes slamming against the ground, the grating of the plates of armor, the violent braying of the steed. The temperature skyrocketed. Steam billowed from Diane's body, its volume only growing as war approached closer and closer. The red armored knight held a massive broadsword on its shoulder. The size was abhorrent, stretching over 5 meters in length. But in comparison, its width was quite narrow, being at only about 3/4 of a meter. At the same time, the blade was incomparably sharp. Diane could see the sharp cut it placed even in War's own red armor at the very spot he rested it on his shoulder. If it could cut into such pristine armor by simply resting on it, what could it do once it was swung? In an unknown space, even with the oppressive entrance of war, the trembling of the voices only became more pronounced. No one has ever passed the first trial. No one has ever faced war. No one. A faint sobbing could be heard. The tears of 3 aged men fell for nothing other than Diane's existence. This very play, hadn't the immortal plane seen it countless times? He was always placed against impossible to win odds. He always had that indifferent smirk on his face even while facing them, and he never lost. Time and time again, this wasn't the first time they had been the victims, but what they feared was that this may very well be there. Last time, Diane looked toward War with a flickering rage in his eye. Do you want to ask me for something too? You can die along with famine. Diane faced War, his black-scaled sword lightly dragging against the ground. Facing this embodiment of blood and death, Diane couldn't help but remember his war god martial intent. Back during his Tao tribulation, he had faced the war god commander trial and the war god army trial. It was there he grasped another piece of this martial intent. The war god avatar trial gave his weapons master will. The war god heart trial laid the foundation that birthed his current Tao heart. The war god army trial have him the first piece of the war god martial intent, allowing him to fuel his own strength the more enemies he faced at once. The war god commander trial gave him the second piece of the war god martial intent, allowing him to now not only spread this strength to himself, but the warriors he fought under his command as well. However, Dian was very much aware that these 4 trials were only 4 of the 9 trials the battle god had to face. From what Dian knew, the battle god died during his war god heart trial that appeared for his Tao tribulation. Essentially, this meant that there were a minimum of 6 other trials that had appeared aside from the war god heart, up to as much as 8 others. Either way, what was true without a doubt was the fact that Dian had most definitely not seen them all. War gave off a feeling eerily similar vibe to what Dian felt from wielding the war god martial intent, albeit just a faint similarity. Maybe the heavens borrowed from this world to create the ancient constitutions, if its purpose is always to push toward evolution. And it's clear that though ancient constitutions have always failed, they always reappear in the form of lesser constitutions. This hypothesis is plausible. Suddenly, the blistering heat skyrocketed. It was only then Dian realized that the reason was due to War's sudden accelerated charge toward him. "You'll be much easier to deal with than that famine guy." Dian dodged the massive 5-meter-long sword, his footsteps lightly and deftly flitting around the rounded room. "Your sword is too long." The moment the words left Dian's lips, he had closed the distance. As expected, the broadsword was simply too long. Attacking Dian in the short range became nearly impossible. On a large-scale battlefield, this massive weapon as terrible heat would be nothing but an advantage, truly living up to the war moniker. However, how good was War truly in a one-on-one battle? Dian brandished his sword, ready to take War's head. He swung forward fiercely, the veins of his arm bulging outward and entirely fold in size. However, it was at the moment he felt something eerily wrong. The sword strike that he had already dodged coming from above was now suddenly coming from his right. Dian reacted quickly, circulating his wind will to catch the violently churning current of the swinging sword, just barely somersaulting over War's swing. What the hell? Dian didn't get much time to think. An instant later, 9 flaming balls of chi bobbed around War's helm in a perfect semicircle. One could have taken the time to appreciate the perfect symmetry, if it wasn't for the fact they immediately began to spit out tongues of blistering hot chi in the form arrows. Dian dodged backward, separating the two by a large distance as his brows furrowed deeply. At that moment, his back was suddenly struck, sending him flying toward War's swinging sword. A singing pain blurred his senses and thoughts. He felt like his entire back had been lit ablaze, burning off several layers of skin and eating into his flesh and bone. If this was all, maybe it would have been all right. But the reality was that the piercing power was even fiercer. The only saving grace was that War seemed to have mistimed his swing, or maybe he underestimated the weight of Dian's body. It was easy for Dian to see that even with the 5-meter length of this massive broadsword, its edge would descend too quickly to meet his trajectory. Shit. Dian had hardly finished his analysis when something even more ridiculous occurred. The already obscenely long broadsword tripled in size. Even worse, instead of slowing the swinging strike as it should have, the strike accelerated. Dian roared as his body controllably soared through the air. Flying in this world seemed completely impossible, even with his strength currently being within the celestial realm. In the end, he could only swing his own sword forward, meeting the strike head-on. One could imagine the result. Dian met the downward swinging sword only for his body to be completely crushed beneath its weight. He held his scaled sword to his front, fighting with all the tenacity he had in him, even as his bloodied back crashed hard into the marbled floors that were once beneath his feet. It was impossible to tell what kind of material this trial space was made out of, because despite the shocking boom of the exchange, not even a single crack could be seen. However, this made the result even worse for Dian. Without any deformation to disperse the power, Dian took on 100% of its lethality. He felt as though every bone in his body suddenly shattered. His head spun, entering a severe concussive state as his brain rattled around. War's sword edge just barely tapped Dian's forehead, cutting a bloody line down his handsome face. Easier than famine? Huh? Dian felt like going back in time just to kick his younger by 5-minute self. Who created this perverted trial? The damned heavens were always screwing him. The sudden change in direction of his strike from above to my right, That was Battle Axe true weapon will. The homing abilities of his red arrows. That was bow and arrow true weapon will. The way his sword suddenly exploded in length. That was glaive true weapon will. The way his final strike felt so heavy. That was halberd true weapon will. The way it feels as though my body is being boiled from inside out. That staff true weapon will. God damn it. Dian didn't feel even the smallest bit of satisfaction that his hypothesis had been correct. Not only was War and the battle god connected, but it truly felt that War was a level higher in skill. Dian was certain that War god was far more powerful than War. After all, if Zeus, the sky god, was anything to go by, War didn't stand a chance against the battle god. Zeus had been capable of killing 3-facet overlords as a celestial. Even Dian couldn't compare to that. However, this didn't contradict the fact War was much more skilled. In fact, if it wasn't for the power cap of this world, Dian was certain that War would be much more powerful than Battle God. Battle God had to switch weapons to tap into a completely new kind of will, all to tap into these abilities. However, War was capable of using them all freely, interchangeably, and with the same weapon. Dian roared as a second resonating strike surged through his body. War's broadsword bore down, its weight constantly increasing even after layered strikes were sent forward in waves. The underlying pinning of all of this is the concept of momentum. Each and every one of the true weapon wills taps into this concept. It's no wonder. What could be more important in War if not momentum? Grasping the right timings, pressing your opponent to pressure them, retreating to deflate their advances. War was simply a game of momentum. If War didn't comprehend the concept of momentum, how could it be possible for his weapon to increase in size and weight while gaining speed at the same time? It was practically turning its nose up at every rule of physics Dian had ever learned. There's another problem. This red chi isn't exactly flames either. It's just like the famine chi from before. It contains the essence of War. In that case, scatter. Even as the sound of glass shattering resounded through the battle room, a blazing halo of gold appeared atop Dian's head. In that moment, not only had he shattered his comprehension of his weapon's master will, he also completely crushed his war god martial intent as well. To anyone else, such an act would have been devastating, potentially even leading to the death of the Tao heart and ultimately their own death. However, Dian's Tao heart, radiating blinding rainbow lights, didn't even waver in the slightest. A bloody grin appeared on Dian's face. He looked no different from a madman. His body was pressed against the ground. The bones in his body were bruised and fractured. Even his skull seemed to want to deform against the hard marble floors. Above him, a red blade sought to take his life, but an inexplicable disdain was etched deep within his gaze. Your abilities, I like them. I think I'll take them for myself. Dian's pupils became an opaque white once more. Everything is connected. In order to grasp momentum, one must understand balance. What advantages do you have? What advantages do your opponents have? What about the vice versa? Only by understanding these things can you tip this balance in your favor and grasp momentum. Oneness reigns above all. In that instant, Dian's comprehension of the concept of momentum skyrocketed, because equal to his comprehension of the concept of balance in the blink of an eye. This was the true strength of one above all. War's heavy spear suddenly became incomparably light. The layering strikes of his spear true weapon will disappeared with the snap of a finger. Though the length of his weapon remained the same, he no longer had the leverage he needed to apply such a great amount of force. Dian's arms pressed forward. His own momentum suddenly became so greatly that War's broadsword was nearly launched to the ceiling. Dian's movements were light and quick. One would think he couldn't feel the terrible pain running rampant through his body at all. War's sword had been parried and was currently too long to make an attack toward Dian quick enough. But his war chi reacted more than quickly enough, shooting countless arrows from their 9 levitating forms. Unfortunately, though the arrow maintained their homing ability, due to Dian hijacking the concept of momentum, they lost their constant acceleration ability. It's a shame. Dian cut the head off of War's steed before stabbing him directly in the heart. Had you fought me first, my concept of balance wouldn't be refined enough to snatch momentum from you. Blame the heavens for trying to make that bullshit request of me. Devour. Dian stood with a slight trembling posture, his breathing heavy. He grit his teeth as the wild war chi tore through his body. If his Titan diamond body hadn't had its standard forcibly lowered by this world suppression, it would have been easy for him to withstand this kind of damage. Unfortunately, not only was his body heavily injured, but his current bodily strength was barely at the bronze silk realm anymore. This was what truly awed him about world suppression. Normal planet, universe, or quadrant suppression only worked by making it harder for you to use the strength you have. However, world suppression could both cut away at that strength and make it harder to use what you had left at the same time. This sort of suppression on a complete other level. It was actually able to regress Dian's constitutions, wills, chi, body, and even soul. He had never met such a harsh trial in his life. This time, Dian watched as War's corpse disappeared. Not that there was much of it left. Dian hadn't been interested in famine chi, so he only absorbed famine's balance scale. However, for War, he had devoured not only his corpse, but his horses as well, not to mention the concepts stored within his sword. All that was left was the husk of armor the Beastman Du had brought with him. Still, the runes of the marbled floor slightly glowed, swallowing what was left until there was nothing. Slowly, the sound of gears began to ramp up again. Even as the sound of one door slamming shut almost sent Dian flying once more, the sound of another opening followed suit. The clopping of horse hooves filled Dian's ears once more. By now, Dian was convinced that there had just been something weird about famine. After thinking a moment, he understood. Famine's steed steps had sounded like feet because of its demeanor. It was slow and steadfast, meandering and patient. War's steed had sounded like hooves because of a combination of its heavy armor and sharp horseshoes. However, the clopping of this horseman wasn't due to either of these reasons. This horse moved as with exaggerated movements. Its head was held high while its legs arched elegantly into the skies, stomping down with authority that reverberated through the battleground. Understanding this, Dian wasn't surprised to find the appearance of a white horse entering his gaze. Its appearance was truly beautiful. A gorgeous white, blemishless coat, golden chainmail falling down its body like sparkling rain. A helm with fierce golden plates that revealed its prideful, disdainful eyes. One would think that this was a person and not a horse. How could an unintelligent beast have so much personality in its eyes? Dian had not a single clue. However, looking at the only person this horse allowed to ride on its back, Dian seemed to understand this was a like-owner, like-horse kind of situation. Conquest was adorned in white armor that was patterned with the scales of a dragon. A proud body was strapped across his chest. Its heads formed into two roaring celestial lions with ruby-embroidered eyes. However, his helm was maybe the most awe-inspiring part about him. The helmet of a warrior had a history of wild, boastful decorations. This much Dian knew, especially thanks to Clara, who seemed to love talking his ear off about history. But even then, Dian had never seen a helmet formed into the shape of a crown. Conquest's helm hid his face much like it had for the other horsemen. However, in his case, a large, jewel-embroidered structure extended from its top, sitting on his head to radiate outward with blinding lights. Conquest and his steed slowed to stand just 3 meters from Dian, looking down on him from above. Unlike the other horsemen, they made no attempt to attack. It was as though they wanted to make certain first that Dian understood their superiority. A faint white light emitted from their combined bodies. Or, rather, it started faint, only to grow brighter and brighter with each passing second. They seemed proud of themselves. Most of their bodies were covered, so Dian could only see their eyes. But this was enough to display the disdain they held. "Are you done?" Dian's abrupt ask seemed to have startled the horseman duo. Maybe they believed Dian hadn't been speaking before because he was oppressed by their aura. Unfortunately, this couldn't have been further from the case. "Fuck off!" Dian suddenly roared. The sound of a sovereign shook the very foundations of the rounded battle room. Conquest and his steed burst into a shower of flesh and blood. their bodies ballooning outward and exploding as though they were grenades. Dian was too disdainful to devour anything from them. What could he possibly need to learn about conquest and sovereignty? Their Tao heart hadn't even been strong enough to withstand a single shout from him. Trying to display a Tao built on arrogance and majesty before Dian was no different than asking to die. Unfortunately, despite the ease of the battle, Dian felt completely drained from the previous two. He felt as though his body might give out on him at any moment. It was truly something he hadn't felt in a long time. As Conquest's corpse slowly disappeared, the sound of gears turned. Will it be death this time? Dian leaned on his sword, trying to catch his breath. However, it was then he realized something was wrong. To now, each of the horsemen had come from a different door. So Dian had subconsciously turned to the only of the massive golden double doors to not have opened yet. But, even though the sound of an opening and shutting door was resounding through his ears once more, the door he was facing wasn't opening. Feeling a bad premonition coming along, Dian turned slowly to a door that had already opened before. In fact, it was the very first door that opened when this trial began. A familiar figure followed by the sound of what seemed like human footsteps appeared. Dian stared blankly. Famine? Not only was it famine, but it was a famine that was now a middle celestial instead of a lower. Unfortunately, Dian's own strength hadn't moved forward at all. Could it be that this is why death has appeared this entire time? Dian hadn't actually spared much thought to the voices at all. Their weird mannerisms, words, and finally, their odd silence only served to distract him from his initial goals. Of course, he wouldn't have minded teaching them a lesson if he got the chance, and even thought of slipping through the open doors from time to time to see what was lurking behind. But his better judgment corrected his course away from such an idea. At least within this space, Dian was certain that he was within the confines of a trial controlled by the heavens. However, if he attempted to leave, he couldn't be certain anymore. Until he gained enough strength to battle in this world without worry, it was inadvisable to leave such a good training ground. If anyone else was witnessing this scene, they would find it truly odd. On one side, there was a half-dead man leaning heavily on his sword. He had just one eye and there wasn't a single inch of his skin that was covered by blood, a ghastly wound, or sheared open to the point where it could no longer be classified as skin at all. This half-dead man's breath was so heated that despite the normal temperatures of the battle room, a white fog still left his lips. One could practically imagine the sight of his body boiling from the inside out. Unfortunately, this scalding breath was only in part due to Dian's overdrafting of his body. The other part of the reason was due to his crude control of war chi. On the other side, there was a man riding a mighty war horse with lush black fur and demonic armor that exuded a savage gray chi. By all metrics, he should have been emboldened and confident to cut Dian down where he stood. Yet, he was trembling in fear. Unlike the previous famines, he didn't allow his balance scale to hover before him. Instead, he gripped onto it tightly, his eyes practically leaking with tears. He clearly wanted no part of this battle, but some invisible power was forcing his hand. He had no choice. Are you going to attack? Or are you just going to stay there? Despite his appearance, Dian's voice hadn't lost its strength. It might have been a bit hoarse, but the underlying power hadn't faded at all. If you really are just going to stand there, do you mind handing over your satiation chi? I'm in quite a sorry state, as you can see. Not wanting to continue watching Famine try his best to respond, Dian threw out another line. Don't kill me. Hearing this voice, Dian immediately realized who it was. This was the only voice who had disagreed with the other two who wanted to kill Dian. It seemed that the other two were like war and conquest then, or, rather, the true war and conquest and not like those previous iterations that couldn't even speak like Famine was now. Dian raised an eyebrow. Well, it seemed like he did anyway. All anyone else would have seen was the rain of blood down his face curve and flatten. Why is it that you fear me so much? Famine trembled. I don't dare to say. Definitely don't dare to say. What a joke. If this version of himself didn't understand, that means that version of himself didn't want him to know yet. In that case, who was he to step in? Wouldn't that be asking to die? Dian couldn't be bothered to care about this answer. Or rather, he seemed to not care. It was impossible to tell whether these were his true feelings, or if something else was influencing him to react like this. Then just give me your balance scale and leave. Dian decided to say. I can't do that either. Famine had no idea where Dian got the strength. But one moment he was standing more than 10 meters away from him. But in the next, he was sitting atop his horse's head, facing him directly. Famine could only cry as his balance scale was snatched from his hands. How? Famine really sounded like he was sobbing. Dian almost felt bad for him. Dian shrugged. I just happened to realize that void will happens to be universal. Devour. Famine watched as his longtime companion was greedily swallowed by Dian. The balance scale was basically no different from his flesh and blood. Dian had no idea when he started, but he soon realized after Famine began to scream in agony. Oh! Dian stopped for a moment. But the damage was pretty severe. He had already absorbed at least 50% of the white chi within the scale, and his comprehension of the concept of balance deepened by several levels. Your weapon refinement is different as well. It's no wonder why I felt your craftsmanship is a level above even the dwarves. It isn't that you're actually more skilled, it's that the techniques you use are a level higher. How magical! Dian remembered that when he saw the golden doors etched in battles of the past, his immediate reaction was that they were far more beautiful than even the weapons forged by the dwarves. It seemed that he wasn't entirely wrong, but he wasn't entirely correct either. If the dwarves could use this technique, maybe the greatest treasures to ever grace the cosmos would be created. Sorry about that. Dian patted Famine's shoulder. What made the technique of this world so amazing was that much like its special cheese, their craftsmanship was imbued with a sort of faith as well. Famine chi encompassed the emotional trauma of hunger rather than just simulating hunger. Likewise, these treasures embodied wills of their own as well. For Famine's balance scale, its core essence was that of apocalypse famine. This made this weapon incredibly powerful. However, at the same time, the trade-off was its connection to Famine's life as well. As a result, when Dian began to devour the balance scale, Famine felt as though it was he himself being devoured. It was no wonder Dian didn't notice this earlier. The previous iterations of famine, war, and conquest were basically nothing but cheap imitations and puppets. They didn't speak, nor did they cry out in pain. Only conquest showed the slightest bit of emotion, and that was contempt. Though that contempt didn't last very long. Dian tossed the balance scale back to Famine. Since he had tried to protect Dian before he felt this fear of him, Dian didn't feel right killing him just for a bit of power. He was close to perfecting his eternity's balance even without it. You can go now. Famine was stunned. You're really letting me go? Yeah. Dian responded plainly, hopping off of Famine's steed's head. It seemed the poor horse hadn't dared to move either. But Famine was completely stunned. This wasn't a man known for his mercy. What was going on? Unfortunately, much like others in his position, Famine had too little understanding of Dian. If no one wronged him first, he had no reason to retaliate. Ag! Dian's brow furrowed, his neck snapping back toward Famine. But what he found were the etchings glowing beneath his feet even as Famine was swallowed by the ground below, just like those who came before him. It seemed that even if Dian let him go, the trial grounds had no intention of doing so. If this was going to happen anyway, I would have just absorbed it all. Dian knew that he was quite a soft-hearted individual. It was very rare for him lash out against those who were undeserving, even when not doing so was a bit detrimental to him. However, this had to be the most direct punishment being soft had gotten him. They're really trying their best to piss me off. Dian's gaze sharpened as the moving gears sounded, snapping the large golden door shut for what Dian felt would truly be the last time. War's golden doors slowly opened, but the clopping steps were decidedly weaker than they had been in the past. As expected, yet another war slowly walked out. However, just like before, this version was much more human than the previous versions. The clattering of teeth filled the quiet hall as yet another comical scene unfolded. Despite absorbing half of Famine's white qi, it wasn't a surprise that Dian was still in a terrible state. Yet, another of the four horsemen, men that supposedly embodied the apocalypse, was trembling in fear. Unlike the sympathy Dian had for famine, he had next to none for war. However, it also seemed that war wasn't intent on staying still and doing nothing like famine. Even as he trembled in fear, it was his nature to battle. Unfortunately, the special nature of his qi shone through. What would happen if Dian tried to activate his wills during a moment of cowardice? Considering all of his wills followed the sovereign path, wouldn't they severely weaken? How could one communicate with sovereignty and take control of it if you were a coward? By the same token, War feared Dian greatly. His nature was telling him to battle, but deep within, he knew that this was the last thing he wanted to do. In the end, War couldn't tap into even 10% of the strength of his qi and wills. Dian's battle with him was even easier than the last war. "You'll die along with me soon enough. I'll wait for you in hell." Dian refrained from rolling his eyes. How could he take such threats seriously when they were said through chattering teeth? "Devour!" This time, Dian didn't hold back. As he absorbed everything, he finally felt a bottleneck shatter. From the first moment Dian stepped into this trial, he hadn't been able to sense qi at all. More precisely, he had sensed famine and war qi, even conquest qi, but he hadn't sensed any atmospheric qi. It was as though this world was blocking him from touching it. However, at that moment, Dian realized that it wasn't that this trial wanted to squeeze him dry of his stamina, thus resulting in expunging this battle room of qi entirely. Rather, it was that a wool had been pulled over his senses, blocking it from noticing what was right in front of him. Not only did this room have qi, but it was just as densely packed as the qi below the ancient battlefield waters. Dian felt like a blind man that could finally see. However, the most shocking part of this change was that Dian suddenly felt that world's restrictions loosen on him. Dian took a deep breath in, feeling more relaxed than he had in a very long time. He didn't hesitate to use devour, greedily sucking up all the qi in his surroundings. His suppressed cultivation rose quickly. From the lower celestial realm, he entered the middle, then the higher, and finally the peak. When the surge slowed to a crawl, he had settled in at the lower Tao formation realm. Though this was a far cry from his true strength, it was most definitely far better than it had. The weird thing about this weakening of the suppression was that Dian's effective strength was still fundamentally the same. Hardly anything had changed. One had to remember that the reason Dian could survive to now was because he had been rapidly comprehending war qi while using the white side of famine qi to heal himself. His qi was functionally as powerful as a peak Tao expert currently, thanks to him devouring war's true form. So, a rise to the lower Tao realm didn't mean much at all. If Dian tapped back into his enigmatic qi, he would actually become weaker. However, this wasn't to say that this was meaningless. Firstly, Dian no longer had to rely on burning his soul to resist the suppression. It was now just weak enough for him to fight it on his own. Secondly, because he didn't need to rely on this masochistic technique, he could be more free in using it because he wouldn't have to worry about what would have if his soul stamina suddenly ran out. Even if it did, he would still be able to move now. A little too late though, Dian thought somewhat bitterly. With war now dead, and Dian having comprehended his will and qi, there was only the easiest conquest fight left. So, any boost in strength he received now didn't mean much to him. Dian held onto war's crimson blade. His arm casually swung it as he changed its size and shape at his whim. He had shattered his weapon's master will for the sake of this ability, yet the truly odd part was that there was no new array that appeared within his mind's eye. Dian didn't know if it was just how this world system worked, or if he was still lacking. But the important part was that he didn't believe this ability was any weaker than the will he gave up for it. In fact, it was objectively several-fold stronger. It's no wonder I kept subconsciously gravitating toward the use of just one weapon. No matter how great weapons master will is, I only have 2 arms. How could I use 9 weapons at once? Plus, the way in which War applied his Bao true weapon will is far more suited to my liking. If I added the homing and constant acceleration ability to my weapon's arrays, especially Judgment, Their strength would increase to a new level. Dian was satisfied. Whether he got a fancy Dao array out of it or not didn't really matter to him. With his current strength, he was even more confident than before. There was no need to hold back any longer. Once he returned to the ancient battlefield, he would start the war to end it all. Wars, or rather now Dian's sword shrunk to his liking. It still kept its broad width, but Dian shortened it to about 1.5 feet. As for its length, Dian settled for about 1.5 meters. It was large for a sword, but perfect in the eyes of Dian. It's lost a bit of its strength since war is now dead. But it's still as powerful as a pseudo-treasure of the 33 heavens. Though Dian knew that weapons of such caliber were actually known as half-immortal treasures on the immortal plane, it was hard to drop what had been a habit in his over-century of life. Without surprise, the creaking of the gears echoed once more as war's doors closed and conquest slowly opened. This time, before even exiting, a slew of arrows flew from the door's crack. Dian couldn't help but laugh internally. To now, Conquest hadn't managed to launch even a single attack against him. It seemed that this sentient version of himself knew this and began to use the door to its advantage. Dian tapped into Ri's comprehension of void will and dodged to an angle Conquest couldn't aim it through the door's small crack and waited patiently as the white-armored knight slowly came into view. Just die. Dian cut him off. As Conquest burst into a shower of blood, Dian finally relaxed. He hardly noticed, but he had already been in this space for over a year. His heart ached when he thought of how much his wives had suffered. If he had known something like this would happen, he wouldn't have brought them along. But, remembering their stubborn attitudes, Dian smiled bitterly. If he had tried to keep them away, would it have worked? Seeing their perseverance, Dian's heart couldn't help but bloom with pride. This entire time, not a single one of them had so much as moaned in pain. Having such strong women by his side, how could he not feel content? I should give them a treat when we get back. I also haven't seen my little girl in too long. Dian sighed. He missed his daughter very much. Hold on. Dian frowned. He had been so lost in thought that he didn't notice that this trial didn't seem to have ended. Shouldn't he be sent back by now? For the second time in this last year, Dian suddenly felt a terrible premonition coming on. The etchings beneath his feet began to glow. As though the grooves were a racing track, the lights sped across, quickly filling the silver lines with a faint crimson color. The 8 pillars began to tremble, as though the last closing of Conquest's golden doors was a sign. The beasts drawn across them began to awaken as though coming to life from a painting. Dian slowly turned toward the 4th set of doors, the only ones to not have opened this entire time. Why can't I have nice things? He huffed out a sigh. An eerie sound filled Dian's ears. There was the scrapping of old, ragged clothing against rusted armor. There were the soft steps of worn boots lazily scuffing against the ground. There was light rattling of loosely hanging objects knocking against one another in a dreary, repeated rhythm. As the figure came into sight, Dian felt his heart freeze over. It was a looming, lanky figure standing at 2.5 meters tall. Its body was draped by a dark gray cloak with numerous holes within it. There even seemed to be a brownish-red substance caked to the bottoms of the figure's frayed cloak edges and soft boots. Its head was covered by a gray helmet, matching the armor hiding its ragged cloak, only revealing 2 pale blue flames in place where its eyes should have been. Dian believed for a moment that the horse it should have had would not be appearing. But then he saw the black chain the looming figure held. Rattling along its links were skulls of all shapes and sizes. They came as small as what could only come from a premature birth, to as large as a giant's. Yet, nothing was as gruesome as what was only the other end of the long chain. The first thing Dian saw was a hoof. However, it wasn't firmly planted on the ground as it should have been. Instead, it lied weakly on its side being dragged along the etched floors. Soon, the horse came into full view. Its eyes weakly flickered as it laid on its side. The chain wrapped around its neck, pulling it across the ground as though it was already dead. However, what was the most ghastly was the long vertical slit along its rounded belly. Inner organs spilled outward, festering with a disgusting blue. yellow and green color that completely overshadowed what should have been its lush gray coat. The smell made one sick to their stomach. For the first time, Diane felt lucky that he hadn't eaten in the last year. Soon, Diane realized that he had been so distracted by the disgusting scene being dragged along by one of the looming figure's hands that he completely missed what was held in its other. However, soon Diane understood the reason why he missed it wasn't only because of his negligence, but also because it seemed to meld into the shadows as though it didn't exist at all. It had a long pole standing at just over 3 meters long. To one end of it, there was a curved blade so large that it dwarfed even the horse being dragged behind it. Diane had swung his fair share of scythes in his lifetime, but this time it felt like the first he had ever truly seen. I want it. Diane's gaze didn't have the fear one should have had when facing death. He only felt that something within him suddenly clicked, something he had been looking for his whole life. He realized in that moment that he hadn't been gravitating toward the sword because it was the weapon for him. Rather, that was only his inner self subconsciously telling him that dividing his weapon prowess over so many disciplines was foolish. The sword was only a gateway that opened his heart to the idea of using just a single weapon, a gateway that led to the scythe. How good of you, Death, bringing me exactly what I needed. Come. As though provoked, the rattling of shifting bones sounded from beneath Death's helmet. An instant later, a blood-curdling scream was projected outward. Diane felt as though his brain was being turned to mush. He had heard Jasmine's scream before, unleashing her evil chi to the utmost, but it paled in comparison to this. It was as though death tapped into every tragedy to occur from the dawn of time. All the tears shed for lost parents, children, friends, spouses. Something deep within Diane stirred. His gaze reddened, flooding with an uncontrollable stream of tears. It was an odd sight to behold. Diane's face had become emotionless, yet his eyes bawled without pause. The torrent had an outpouring fierce enough to wash part of the blood that had caked to his face over months of battle away. Diane brandished his crimson blade. Something about you really pisses me off. Diane spoke as though he couldn't feel the tears fall from his cheeks. He didn't truly understand what was happening. However, there were two individuals he could think of that were worthy of his grief. There was his loving mother, her gentle smile, her soft touch, her soothing voice. There was his loving father, his strong back, his determined gaze, his caring hand. Maybe these were the sorts of deaths you never got over. Diane only now realized that he hadn't moved on from the deaths of his parents, but had simply learned to live with them. But now this arrogant death bastard stood before him, screaming that shrill, bone-rattling scream as though intent on reminding him every moment of pain he had experienced in his lifetime. Even though Diane's body was still in a sorry state, even though half his organs were still no different from pudding and his bones had too many fractures to count, he was filled with a strength ignited by his fury. He wanted nothing more than to kill death. Diane's figure flashed forward. In his rage, he led with his foot, planting in firmly between death's flaming pupils. He felt for a moment as though he had kicked a solid steel wall, but his persistence was so unending that he forcibly broke through before using death's head as a springboard to flip backward. He had every intention of following up with his next attack immediately, but the sight his eyes landed on was simply too abnormal. Death's back had arched backward such that the top of his head practically touched the ground. Yet, his feet were firmly planted, having not moved even an inch backward. His bones crackled and flexed as he slowly stood upright, his flaming gaze meeting Diane's own as though noticing him for the first time. Death's shrill cry sounded again, its back arching backward once more as though its body was a seesaw. But in the next instant, it used its own body like a bow, tightening and releasing it to lash out with its scythe. Diane's intent blazed. He could feel that Death's scythe wasn't just a half-immortal weapon. In fact, it wasn't a normal venerable treasure either. It was actually a half-step from the Empyrean grade. How such a low-level world produced such a weapon, Diane had no idea. But all he could focus on was the whipping shadow that careened toward him, intent to take his life. Diane reacted quickly. Since his senses were failing to properly track the scythe, he relied entirely on his instinct as his perception and divine sense slowly became one. With a duck of his head, he slipped beneath whipping shadow. Countless spinning carnage, arrays appeared around him, violently tearing through the air in perfect rhythm with Dian's actions. However, Dian could have never expected that instead of pulling his scythe strike back to prepare to attack again. Death simply used the momentum of his missed strike to turn his body into a bow once more, flexing his opposing arm and sending his chain and horse flying toward Dian. No matter how much battle experience Dian had, he had never seen such an obscene and outright bizarre battle style. Death's half-dead steed took the brunt force of Dian's flying red spears. Their homing ability interrupted mid-flight. Death continued to walk forward. It was as though Dian's attack had woken him up from his half-drunk state. His movements became more exaggerated, his legs kicking up into the air to perform vertical splits with every step. It would have been a comical sight had it not been for the ridiculous flexible of Death's body. Every time he kicked upward to move forward, his body bent tightly like a bow. Every time his lifted foot hit the ground once more, he would send another attack flying forward. At first, it was obvious which, the flying chain horse or scythe, was coming. But after a while, it became completely unpredictable, with Death somehow switching his weapon as he pleased. Dian initially believed that somehow Death had gained Axe true weapon will, allowing him to switch which hand his weapon was wielded in. However, after observing the truth, Dian almost coughed up blood in anger. The answer was simply too ridiculous. Every time Death took a step forward, his back would arch so much that his head would nearly touch the ground. However, at the same time, he stretched his arms backward as well, causing them to meet as though he was clapping his hands behind his head. Taking that opportunity, he would swap his chain and scythe as he pleased, making it almost impossible for Dian to tell which was coming. The sight was completely comedic, but it only infuriated Dian further. This was Death. This was an entity all feared, a presence that even the most powerful couldn't escape. It had taken his parents from him, and who knows how much it would take from him in the future. Yet, this very Death, the very thing so many put their hearts and souls into defeating, walked like a fool. He battled like a clown. He screamed like a madman. Dian couldn't find anything to laugh about. For every comical action Death took, the fire in his gaze, his limbs, his heart, they grew fiercer. Dian's war chi billowed uncontrollably. The air and atmospheric chi around him boiled, giving off a heat far fiercer than even the true war himself. War's weapon responded in kind. The mysterious chi of this world may have relied on faith comprehended over countless years, but ultimately, its foundation still lied within its host. War had simply never felt the level of rage Dian was feeling right now. He hadn't ever reached the point of wanting to destroy everything. Dian's crimson sword flashed forward, both of his hands tightening around its hilt as it exploded to over 10 meters in size. Death's steed was sliced in half completely, its rotting flesh flying through the air only to be incinerated by Dian's raging war chi. Death quickly reacted, sweeping its scythe upward and screaming outward with its shrill cry once more, a fog of death chi whipping about it. Sword and scythe met. Dian's gaze seemed to want to pierce through Death's flaming pupils and out his skull, his own roar drowning Death's. The fourth horseman could no longer remain firmly planted. His lanky body was sent flying, crashing into a bestial pillar only to produce the very first crack this battlefield had seen since its creation. Dian saw red. The whole world became tinting in crimson, flickering from shades of deep magenta to almost fluorescent pink. He didn't have the mind to think about it as he furiously lashed out against Death. But this was the true strength of this world's chi, the ability to feed off emotion. Whenever Dian met a challenge he couldn't surmount, he had always used his mind to achieve victory. Against Loki, he tricked him into grabbing the Dragon King. In his second trial, he relied on King Viserion double-crossing the Moon Clan to clinch victory. Within the Golden Flame mystical world, he used Orcus' weakness to his wife's life flame. Against the numbered warriors and Aritzia's plot, he diligently planned each step of the way, ensnaring his enemies into a deeper and deeper trap with every passing moment. There were countless more examples of Diane doing exactly this. However, in his current state, Diane wasn't doing any of these things. More accurately, he didn't need to. Diane savagely assaulted Death, not allowing his back to leave the pillar he landed on. At some point, Diane even discarded his crimson sword entirely, focusing all of his strength into his fists. Diane could feel Death's armor denting against his strikes, but he didn't let up. His gaze became so red that it almost dripped blood of its own. With a flash of his hand, he grabbed Death's scrawny neck, lifting him into the air and crashing him into the ground below. He picked him up and threw him to the ceiling, leaping the air as he came down only to kick him across the room to crack yet another pillar. Under the immense heat, Diane's skin cracked and blistered, his wounds searing closed from the inside out. However, he was completely unrelenting. How dare Death make such a joke of itself? Was it trying to look down on his pain? Did the deaths of his loved ones mean nothing to it? Were his parents' heads just another set of skulls on his long chain? Death's helmet was knocked away, revealing a white skeleton with bobbing blue flames behind its empty sockets. Its jaw rattled as it screamed toward Diane, trying to take a bite out of his head. Diane stuffed his fist into Death's mouth, grabbing his spine and pulling with all his strength. Death's body was whipped about viciously, slamming against the ground, the walls, the pillars, and even the doors he exited from. Maybe if Death had concrete thoughts, he would wonder why his death chi wasn't working against Diane. Didn't his chi work on everyone? He reaped lives as he pleased and no one, not even his own companion steed, could escape it. However, Death wasn't a being with true sentience. Maybe this was part of the reason Diane was so enraged. There was no real face to this disaster everyone faced, just looming, flickering balls of blue flame, screaming into the ether and waiting for its next life to reap. This death Diane was facing shouldn't be mistaken. This horseman could only represent the people of this world. This was the same for famine, war, and conquest. They only embodied the faiths of this world alone. However, this clownish, beast-like death still pushed Diane over the edge. He couldn't help but think that this was all death ever was. There was nothing to beat. It wasn't an enemy he could simply find and defeat. It wasn't one he could trick with his mind. There was nothing he could do about it. With a roar, Diane sheared Death's arm from its socket, whipping it across his skeleton face and sending him across the room. His rampaging had shattered Death's bones in many places. Let alone fight back. Death couldn't even continue to scream as it had been doing so. This was all Death ever was. Infuriated, Diane slapped his palms against Death's skull, shattering it to pieces. He thought back to many years ago, the words of researcher Imoy. Isn't it curious? Why do the heavens place arbitrary caps on life? Why is it that a ninth-order celestial and the weakest celestial will still only live 10,000 years? Shouldn't there be a difference between them? If life could be grasped through cultivation, why were things like this? Diane's mind landed on an answer that made him want to destroy everything. An answer he had come to for the second time already despite his not knowing. If the expressed goal of the heavens was to push for the evolution of the people born under its charge, wouldn't allowing these people to live forever hinder this goal? Wouldn't these lab rats it created run harder on their hamster wheels if they knew there was an expiration date attached to their pitiful lives? Damn it! Diane's foot descended upon Death's chest, shattering it completely. He bent over and ripped Death's scythe from his armor-covered hands. His entire body seemed to have a shadow cast over it, his enraged gaze clouding over as his black flames flickered. Diane's body disappeared, reappearing to see three familiar figures with colored scales beneath their eyes. Seeing their hesitation, Diane spoke in a deep voice that forced the calm, deep underwater currents to surge. I'm only giving you one chance. You can either choose to act on your initial plans and die, or you can make the smarter choice. Choose quickly. I'm not in a very good mood. Diane's presence seemed to have completely changed. Before, though it was difficult to see through him, Ancestor Mist still felt that she had a grasp on Diane's bottom line. He didn't seem like a person who would act recklessly, nor did he seem like a dangerous X-factor. It was hard to explain her feelings, but if she were to put them into simple terms, she felt inexplicably safe around Diane. If others heard her thoughts, they'd find it to be laughable. She had just been planning to subdue Diane and all but imprison him for a lifetime just moments ago. By all rights, this person should have been an enemy to her. How such a situation suddenly birthed such feelings was beyond even her years of experience's capability to explain. However, the Diane before her now was like a wild beast, setting aside the ghastly wounds that left not a single part of his body untouched. His expressionless, dark gaze sent shivers down her spine. It really seemed that if she took even a single step out of line, he would slaughter her where she stood. No, not just her, but everything even remotely connected to her, as though he would uproot her existence from the world and make her suffer a true death. The Diane of before still possessed strength she felt she could fight against. But this Diane, this cold, sinister, emotionless Diane, it felt as though even if it was the world itself against him, he could shatter it with a single palm strike. Ancestor Mist involuntarily gulped, her slender neck constricting almost against her will. She should have been able to go almost a lifetime without oxygen to breathe, yet she suddenly felt as though she was being suffocated. The pressure beneath the dark ocean waters suddenly meant nothing in comparison to the presence of the young man before her. Her heart constricted when she noticed that Diane's hand was holding something. What filled her with fear was the fact, even having focused on it, she could only barely make out what it was. It wasn't for the fact Diane's hand was curled into a half-closed fist. She wouldn't have seen it at all. What shook her even more was the fact that there was a deep cut in the ocean floor. Diane didn't seem to be applying any pressure, yet the black diamond ground beneath their feet was sliced through like butter. It didn't even impede Diane's ability to slowly walk forward. Ancestor Mist's trembling grew fiercer. This ocean floor was the product of suppression beyond one's wildest imaginations. Their underwater city had reached the utmost limit of cultivation and science. Their only regret was their inability to dig beneath this ocean's floor. If Ancestor Mist went all out and put everything she had into a single attack, she might be able to dig half a foot downward into it. However, though she couldn't see the weapon's true form, she could faintly tell that its polearm was at least 3 meters long, while the cut it created was at least 2 meters deep, yet it was all done casually. No, this wasn't even the proper way to characterize it. Such words almost implied that Diane was trying to achieve this result, when the reality was that he was just too lazy to lift the blade any higher. Eleonora and Jesper immediately noticed their ancestor's odd actions. In fact, considering the way her chest was heaving, she seemed to almost be hyperventilating. Ancestor Mist completely forgot that she was underwater. Torrent of chi-dense liquid jetted into her nose and mouth as she tried to find air to breathe. As one might expect, this only made her situation worse as the drowning feeling increased exponentially. Her vision blurred as her mind went blank. Her slender fingers trembled, reaching up to her chest as though she was trying to grasp onto her own heart. Ancestor? Ancestor! Eleonora and Jesper panicked. Stop! Stop it! Eleonora implored Diane. It seemed the two elders were mistaken. They truly believed that Diane had taken action against Ancestor Mist already. How could they possibly guess that Diane had yet to move even a single finger? His words weren't a lie. He wasn't in a good mood. But he was in even less of a mood to battle after doing so endlessly for an entire year. He wouldn't mind cutting these three down where they stood. But 3 threefold overlord subordinates were more useful to him than 3 dead threefold overlords. Please! You said you'd give us a chance. Diane's dull gaze met Eleonora's. It became clear very quickly that he simply didn't care about what was happening. This game of the mortal plane, it seemed ever so small to him all of a sudden. If it wasn't for his responsibilities as an emperor, he wouldn't have the drive to finish this first phase at all. Playing the games of the heavens was the last thing he wanted to do right now. At this moment, even Ancestor Mist couldn't grasp what was happening. She, as maybe the closest person to the fourth facet on this plane, was having a panic attack? All caused by a boy who simply glared at her? No. He hadn't glared at her. His gaze had simply met her own. He simply didn't care enough about her existence to do something like glare. As her vision blurred to near darkness, Ancestor Mist suddenly felt a hard force punch against her chest. The water she swallowed violently pushed back upward, spewing into her surroundings. When she came to, she found that Dian was no longer standing before her. Instead, he had long since walked by her and toward the underwater city. "Let's go." His voice held a magnetism she couldn't disobey. Dian sat alone, looking out into blank space. The calm waters of the oil basin-like river moved so slowly that they reflected like the surface of a mirror. It had been a long time since Dian felt the pressing need to grow stronger. Though the entity was always lurking in the back of his mind, Dian somehow didn't feel very worried about it despite his supposed failure in the previous timeline. If others heard his thoughts, maybe they would laugh. Not worried about facing an immortal god as a mere Tao formation realm expert. How could this be anything other than the world's greatest joke? However, this was the reality of Dian's feelings. Maybe deep within, he always felt that his true enemy was something far larger, far greater. At the same time, he felt that this enemy didn't even truly exist. It had no form, no consciousness, no real thoughts of its own. It worked entirely on instinct and arbitrary laws drawn from a place Dian had no understanding of. That was the most fear-inducing part. No matter how far away it was from him, Dian still had a vague understanding of what an immortal god was. He knew how many realms separated it and him. He knew that there wasn't just one immortal god but several that ruled the immortal plane. He had even spoken to this so-called immortal god on several occasions before. But what was this enemy that filled him with so much rage? This faceless, cold enemy? To reach its level, Dian needed to surpass everything. If his targets were mere compilations of flesh and blood that suffered the same fate he would under its hands, how could he ever hope to defeat whatever it was? But how would he do it? Dian's scythe lay across his lap as he absent-mindedly stroked its body. Its surface felt smooth with a hint of a biting cold. Even Dian himself didn't dare to casually touch its blade. It cut even his unsuppressed body-life tofu. Such a weapon appearing on the immortal plane would likely cause a bloodbath. As good as the Dragon King was, his blade was only formed by his mortal body before transcending. How could it be as good as an immortal weapon? This didn't even mention the trade-offs caused by the fact it could change its form as it pleased. It wasn't a surprise that the Dragon King himself felt complicated about the shifting dynamic between him and Dian. He had always been the silent helping hand for so many years already. Though his main body would tear Dian apart at the first opportunity, there would still be an underlying respect there. However, now, Dian clearly didn't need him anymore. Dian had never been one to rely on weapons, mostly because of living with his master's band for so long. But he felt particularly attached to Death's scythe. He had never felt that a particular weapon explosively increased his strength before. Maybe by small increments, but never by a large margin. Of course, the treasures of the 33 heavens were the only exception. And now the scythe could be added to that list. However, even the treasures of the 33 heavens were completely useless in another world. If not for this, Dian wouldn't have had such a hard time in that world. Likewise, this scythe had lost much of its power. Aside from its sharpness, it had lost pretty much all of its abilities. At that moment, Dian felt that he and the scythe were of one mind, both wanting to transcend the rules that bound them but being completely unable to do so. Without even a road to do so. Do you know how the treasures of the 33 heavens were created? Dian whispered as though he was speaking to the scythe. They were forged just like every other peak god-grade treasure. However, they were blessed with a legendary ability due to the heavens recognizing them as one of the 11 strongest treasures in their class. The scythe vibrated slightly, a ghastly fog emitting from its body. "Yeah, I agree," Dian said softly. "You want strength that surpasses that, to reap lives as you please in every world and not just a few. What's the point of having power granted in just a single place? This shitty world can't even protect itself, yet it wants to grant gifts as though it's being magnanimous." This time, not only did the scythe react violently, but so did Diane's right eye. Even the seal followed suit, sending force waves rocketing throughout Diane's inner world. Plan, huh? A plan to break away from everything, to rise above all, to exist beyond existence. Diane's rage slowly subsided. He felt tired of it, tired of being angry all the time. It was once again a feeling he had no understanding of. He didn't know where it originated from, or why he was feeling this way. But it was once again his truth. He didn't want to feel angry anymore. He didn't want to feel sadness or helplessness. He didn't want to feel that he was climbing a mountain without a peak. I'll just undo it all. Within Diane's mind's eye, his Tao heart shone brightly. No, it was so blinding that it seemed to burn everything around him. This inner world? It's someone else's path. I'll create my own system of cultivation that lives at heights even the heavens cannot reach. Unknowingly, Diane completely leaped over the selfless Tao realm, firmly entering Tao vanity, a state less than 10 individuals of the immortal plane had touched. He had no idea that this someone else's path he just rejected was actually his own. Weeks later, Diane could be seen gliding across green grass, his feet bare as he felt every drop of moisture and soft patch of soil. His scythe seemed to glide with him, spinning through the air and leaving a tornado of black in its wake. After shattering his weapons master array, Diane almost felt as though his entire understanding of weapons had collapsed. It was a reality that filled him with disgust. If it wasn't for the fact it would cause his strength to drop too much in such a sensitive time, he would have shattered his comprehension of everything. Only now did he realize just how much he relied on the heavens. If it was really his own comprehension, then wouldn't it still remain after he shattered an array that should have been a mere representation of his understanding? So why did he feel like a child picking up a weapon for the first time? Within that other world, this feeling hadn't been so prominent. After all, he could still rely on War's comprehension. However, here War's will was obviously cut off. In fact, since Diane's world was far stronger than War's world, the barrier was even thicker. Still, if others knew that Diane felt like a child, they would feel shocked. Diane's scythe-wielding had reached an unconscious level in just a few weeks. His movements captured the eye like a swan's dance. It was beautiful in a way that seemed impossible for a scythe. In the distance, Diane's wives watched as Diane's naked torso rippled under his controlled movements. The air slit apart seamlessly, concentric circles of cut blades of grass being left in his wake. Among them, Luna had actually returned. Actually, she had been back for a long time already. It was just that Diane had spent a year in his trial, so he missed her return. What exactly happened? Why is it that I can't sense Diane using any wills? Luna asked. He said he shattered his weapon's master will. Ree responded. What? Luna's eyes widened. Even if she was technically immortal, she knew the danger of doing such a thing. Reckless, as always, Clara muttered. Well, if everything went wrong, it wouldn't be the first time he had shattered his Tao heart. He's like a cockroach, he'd probably survive again. Ree said between giggles. To the side, Madeline and Amphory played a lovely melody. One on a golden flute and the other on a silver lyre. Their music was no longer strong enough to provide great buffing effects to Diane, but it was nice to listen to, nonetheless. He still seems freer for some reason. Ree continued with a light smile. As the only true three-facet overlord among them, her sensitivity was much higher. She felt that the shadow over Diane's heart had receded. He somehow seemed both further away and closer to them. But why'd he have to pick the scythe, though? Clara's little nose wrinkled. He was much more handsome with a sword. I would have settled with my second favorite spear as well. Are you sure the spear is your second favorite? Luna's opal pupils blinked innocently, looking toward Clara like a predator stalking prey. You stay away from me, you carpet muncher. Ree burst into a fit of laughter. Her bell-like giggles swayed in the winds, riding the falling green leaves with a delicate ring. You may be the first Sundara to reserve such an attitude for not only her husband, but one of her husband's wives too. Ree wheezed, grasping her toned tummy. Clara might have had a witty comeback for that, had it not been for Luna's evil fingers pinching into her soft chest. Her body uncontrollably went soft. She definitely didn't trust her voice in the least at the moment. I didn't just marry him, I married you for two. Luna's roguish declaration reached Diane's ears, causing him to smile lightly. His movements became more fluid, a rhythmic dance coursing throughout his body. He could vaguely feel that the heavens were opening a new will for him, a scythe will he had never comprehended before. Maybe if he grasped onto it, he would be like Amphory had been in the past, being blessed by the heavens for creating a new will. Maybe it was because the scythe was a rare weapon, or maybe because it was synonymous with death, it had never received its own will. However, this didn't matter to Diane as he ignored the feeling completely. He didn't want heaven's rewards nor its strength. For now, he would keep a portion of the strength it granted him, only so that he could continue to protect his family. But somewhere deep within his heart, a passion lit a fire. He wanted to break free, to shatter these shackles around his soul, to soar above the heavens themselves. Whipped blades surged around Diane, cutting around and just missing the looming trees around him. They sliced through the air for hundreds of kilometers before dissipating into nothing, leaving the world completely unblemished. So, how is it? Madeline lightly asked, her fingers still delicately plucking the strings of her lyre. She seemed to effortlessly spin tales of worlds with her layered notes. Luna stopped fooling around, removing her hands from Clara's chest. As we speculated, Nora and Amel haven't entered the ancient battlefield despite being of appropriate age to do so. The internal strife of the Sapientia clan seems to be holding them back. The situation is still better than expected, though. Likely because of Aritzia's death, the opposing faction lost an important center of their power. Was that Aritzia really so important? Ree's lip curled unwittingly with unhidden disdain. It wasn't very surprising that she had the strongest feelings of disgust toward Aritzia. After all, she was there when Diane put it all on the line to defeat the numbered warriors. I feel that it's weird too, Luna said with a frown. Though she was extremely intelligent, her value would only be of pinnacle importance for an up-and-coming family. Though an established family would still see her as important, it definitely would be so exaggerated. But the Sapientia seemed to treat Aritzia like a goddess, even completely disregarding the fact she was essentially the catalyst that led to the complete collapse of their branch networks in the Tower Quadrants. In any other context, a promising youth making such a terrible mistake with such a devastating ending shouldn't still be looked so highly upon, especially since her strength of cultivation wasn't elite either. Madeline's countenance remained calm. She seemed to be thinking of something. So Aritzia had a secret, or maybe even a secret backer we don't know about. But why didn't that backer act to protect her? Or at least retaliate in revenge? There are too many unknowns. Luna responded. The only worthwhile conclusion is that the Sapientia have a plot waiting for the ancient battlefield. Their gazes drifted toward Diane, but he seemed completely carefree, as though these matters had nothing to do with him. When one has a goal reaching far beyond even imagination, would they continue to care about trifling enemies? The answer was evidently not. Never mind. Since he wants to be mysterious, let him be mysterious. Clara clicked her tongue. Let's talk about something more interesting, like what does the bottleneck to the four-facet realm feel like? Clara was very much interested in this. It wasn't because she was a cultivation fanatic. In fact, if it was up to her, maybe she wouldn't cultivate at all. Instead, what caught her interest was the fact that the underwater city and his cheek-scaled people had reached both the pinnacle of science in culmination with cultivation, yet they hadn't produced a single four-facet overlord either. Seeing that there was something science seemed unable to do, her curiosity was piqued. She wanted to know just why this barrier existed. Ree, who had become a three-facet overlord in body, chi, and comprehension, was a prime test subject. After thinking for a bit, Ree suddenly found that it was difficult to put her response into words. I'm not sure. It just feels that it's both very close and far at the same time. But I also get the feeling that if it wasn't for Diane, this feeling of closeness wouldn't exist at all. I think our best chance at reaching that realm is holding off breaking through in the soul for last. Ree's words both opened up a lot of questions, but also shed some important light. To them, it was technically the easiest to break into the soul facet thanks to Diane. But if they left the easiest for last, wouldn't that give them the best chance? I also feel that Ancestor Mist isn't so powerful because she's gotten very close to the fourth facet. Instead, I believe she's so much more powerful than even I am right now because she's progressed in her 3 facets. Beyond their lowest levels, it's just like Madeline. She's only of the 2-facet overlord realm, yet because she's comprehended both life and rebirth laws, she's no weaker than a 3-facet overlord. So maybe reaching the 4th facet is inherently impossible. Diane continued to swing his scythe, but his movements had slowed to a crawl. He seemed to only shift over a single centimeter a minute, his tanned muscles soaking through with sweat with each passing second. He had his own thoughts on the matter as well, but they could all be boiled down to a single thought. If the heavens granted you your power, and the heavens didn't want you to reach the 4th facet, then how could you possibly succeed? Diane wasn't absolutely certain that this was the case, but it was food for thought nonetheless. At the same time, though, he had another thought as well. What if the heavens swapping your mortal body for an immortal body after transcending wasn't just what it seemed on the surface? What if it was a necessity to circumvent the impossible? What if the heavens already provided a solution to this problem? Wasn't it true that Diane had known long ago that the only way to not lose your mortal body after transcending was to perfect it by use of a constitution? Didn't that mean the key to touching upon perfection, that ever-elusive 4th facet, were the very constitutions within his body? But this answer left Diane feeling empty. Weren't constitutions granted by the heavens too? The current scene was quite heartwarming, albeit bizarre. The sight of a young girl and her father eating together was definitely enough to cause the former feeling. However, the latter was caused by the sheer volume of food. "What's the score?" Clara asked Saru, who sat with a smile on her face. Diane at 131 kilograms of food. Aliuna is at 130. Diane and Aliuna ate furiously side by side. Sometimes, their elbows would collide, causing a booming force that could destroy moons to spread outward. Seemingly used to such a scene, the women would take turns dispelling the force, leaving the palace dining room surroundings intact. One could imagine the kind of material that forged the table they sat on, considering it had managed to survive to now. The father-daughter duo tore through stacks of meat and gulped down gallons of soup. Those watching on had no idea how they managed to keep their lips and clothes clean. Suddenly, there was only a single piece of seafood left. It was the massive, shelled body of a red mercury king lobster, a delicacy that cost thousands of Dao stones per gram. Diane's neck sharply turned toward his daughter, their gazes sending sparks over the air as they dove forward simultaneously. Aliuna grabbed the right claw, only for Diane to grab the left. Their simultaneous pull caused the hard shell to split in half in perfect coordination, leaving glistening, buttery meat behind. The two all but submarined in, devouring the delicacy before them as though they couldn't feel the surging chi it caused to course through their bodies. Victory! Diane laughed madly, standing on the marbled table with a triumphant grin. "No way! I definitely won!" Little Alana's lovely voice was in stark contrast to the piles of food she had just devoured. Diane continued to laugh as though he couldn't hear her words, happily belching and patting his stomach. "You've really outdone yourself this time, Saru," Diane said with a smile. "Don't listen to his nonsense, Auntie Saru. Tell me, who won?" Aliuna kicked her father away, sending him flying. She rushed forward, grasping Saru's hands with keen anticipation. However, she was bitterly disappointed when she saw the same face she had already seen thousands of times before. "Sorry," Saru said with an appeasing tone. Diane flipped through the air, landing on the beautifully tiled palace grounds with his bare feet, his laughter ringing outward. "What does that make the record? 11,365-0. Diane asked as though he didn't know he was exactly right. "Maybe next time, Mama Madeline. He's purposely bullying me," Aliuna said, completely aggrieved. Their battles had been close ever since Diane hit his first 100 wins. She thought she was getting closer, but after some time, She was too smart to realize that Diane was toying with her. Like a carrot dangling from a stick, he would keep the battle close until the very end, only for him to pull away every time. It was completely infuriating. Weren't fathers supposed to let their daughters win? What was this nonsense? Diane appeared by his daughter's side, rubbing her platinum reddish-bronze hair. His expression was usually doting when he met her gaze, but it was anything but after their little competitions. He rubbed it in her face without remorse. Maybe one day, young one. Who are we kidding? You'll never beat me. You! Diane flashed away, barely dodging his daughter's small but violent fist. His laughter and the booms of Alana's attacks rang through the palace halls. One would think this was a war scene, but only Diane's wives and his closest friends knew that this was just another normal day. I'll definitely beat you one day, Aluna said through gritted teeth, breathing hard. She never understood it. By all rights, her talent should be far beyond her father's. But she had never beaten him in anything. Even when she was a toddler, Diane never let her have any advantages. Over the years, Diane had slowly helped his daughter build a resilient mind. As such, she slowly felt like she was getting closer and closer to him. But suddenly, today, she felt that that gap between them had widened by a margin she couldn't fathom. It left her with an incomprehensible mix of pride and unwillingness. You done chasing already, little girl? Diane appeared with a smiling face, lifting his daughter up and letting her sit on one side of his shoulder. Aluna was stunned for a moment. Diane hadn't done this since she was a child, so she was surprised by his sudden action now. She had been chasing him for a while now. They had even long since left the palace they built on the ancient battlefield. Currently, they were at a forest edge by the violent raging waters they had come to know during their stay in this prison. Aluna couldn't help but smile. No matter how old she got, this was still her father. She didn't mind him treating her like a little girl. Dad's going to take you to another world, Diane said lightly. Hold on tight. Do you feel it? Alana's face constricted, her jaw tightening and her brows furrowing. Diane had brought her to the trial grounds and allowed her to experience the world's suppression on her own. His question was more so his way of expressing worry than anything else. It may have been easy for him to defeat his daughter in meaningless competitions, but he knew firsthand how oppressive this world's suppression was. Still, maybe due to being the offspring of a heaven's child, Alana's reaction was as severe as even Diane's own. Though her cultivation was also suppressed, it was only to the lower Tao realm while Diane's had been suppressed all the way to the lower celestial realm. That said, Aluna was a true supreme while Diane had yet to break through and become a higher existence for fear of being repelled by the heavens. This really is another world? Yes, this place has a hard block on anyone above the Tao formation realm. But I have some minor control over its suppression, so it's enough to let you in. Alana's brows raised. Doesn't that mean that a traitor to a world could easily backstab their people? Diane smiled somewhat bitterly. It seems you understand even without me telling you directly. Should we be worried? Aluna knew of the kind of enemy her father had to face hidden within the inner shell of Earth. But she could have never expected that even before stepping forward to defeat the entity, another challenge would appear. With me here, there's never anything to worry about. Diane rubbed his daughter's head. In that moment, all the pain and suppression she felt entirely vanished. She felt endlessly comfortable. I didn't bring you here so that you could share this burden. It doesn't matter what enemy lies in wait, you can trust me to handle it. I brought you here only to broaden your horizons. Alana's eyes uncontrollably watered for a minute, unable to hold back the sweetness in her heart. But in the end, she managed to nod. I want to do something unprecedented, but I don't have enough knowledge to do it. This world may be a first step toward that. Diane said slowly, removing his hand from his daughter's head. What is it? Can you feel it? Diane asked again. If you wanted to concoct a pill here, what would you do? For a moment, Aluna didn't understand the question. Wasn't concocting a pill easy? With her proficiency, she didn't even strictly need a cauldron either. However, the moment she acted on those impulses, she suddenly realized that something was wrong. I can't. Her words seemed to question herself. She couldn't understand just what was happening. The laws of this world are completely different. The heavenly herbs are different, the evolutionary pathways are different. There aren't even carbon-based life forms in this world. Our techniques of separation, of grafting, of extracting and expelling. None of it works here. Aluna could hear the frustration in her father's voice. But at the same time, there was an underlying unyielding command that almost sneered. His intentions were clear. Her father had every intention of subduing this world completely. The theory of array alchemy we've learned, that I've taught you, are supposed to a flawless foundation. It's supposed to allow us to comprehend herbs we've never seen before and concoct pills that we've never conceptualized. But the reality is that it's flawed, it's much too flawed. When I first saw the Tao of array alchemy, my first thought was of how arrogant such a title was. It's only now I knew how ridiculous it really was to do such a thing. Dad! Aluna interrupted. Wasn't array alchemy created in our world? Other worlds likely don't have it. Diane nodded. He knew that the aurora was created by the old man's first disciple. Following with array alchemy was also created by him. You mean to say that it's fair for it to be called the Tao of array alchemy since it was only meant to encompass our own world to begin with, right? But I don't see it that way. Array alchemy is an attempt to snatch victory from the jaws of fate. Its core is creation itself. At its highest levels, it can not only concoct pills, but create the heavenly herbs the pills are concocted from. Such a lofty ideal couldn't possibly be limited to one world. Yet, even now, the limit of array alchemy is the creation of Grandmaster-grade herbs. I have no ability to create even comet-grade herbs, let alone immortal-grade herbs. The distance from the peak of this world alone is too far away. Forget about the peak of everything. Aluna giggled. Dad, most people can't even create common-grade herbs. You're the only one who can create even master-grade herbs. But you're still complaining. Diane shook his head, pinching his daughter's nose lightly. After slaving away for 80 years, the Grandmaster grade is still my limit. That's too pathetic. Before that, I was even worse, only able to create common-grade herbs. Aluna pouted. Then what does that say about me? Diane grinned. That just means you're still worse than your old man, no? Aluna slapped Diane's hand away from her nose, huffing with indignance. This is the key. Diane suddenly became serious, an imposing might spreading from his limbs. You're my daughter. I want you to see this first step. I want you to see what it means to disdain everything. Alana's gaze glowed, looking toward her father with a near reverential expression. Tell me, what do you know about soul nature? Diane's own gaze softened as he met his daughter's. A soul nature is something soul path cultivators can gain when crossing the mortal barrier and creating their nascent soul. Seems pretty important. But Dad, I've never seen you try to gain a soul nature for yourself. Honestly, Aluna was a bit confused. Her father had been stuck at the peak of the mortal realms of the soul for a long time now. By right, Diane should already know what he was missing was a soul nature. However, Diane pretended like he didn't think of this and continued to try and break through. It didn't make much sense. Diane learned about soul natures back when he battled Orcus. In fact, it was due to the fact that Orcus was cultivating a death soul nature that Diane was able to defeat him with Madeline's life flames. If not for this, he may very well have died that day. On top of this, considering Diane was now asking this question of his daughter, it was clear he hadn't forgotten. So what exactly was the problem? The truth is that I never tried to gain a soul nature because nothing spoke to me. I have my innate flames and lightning to choose from. Those would be my best options. But I could never settle out anything. So, I simply decided to not choose anything at all. As of now, I'm happy I made such a choice. If I had decided on a soul nature, it would be even more difficult to accomplish what I want to do now. Alana's lovely head tilted to the side, a curious expression furrowing her delicate features. Too cute. Diane grinned, pinching his daughter's soft cheeks. Aluna puffed up her cheeks, using the momentum of them ballooning to push Diane's fingers away. Cute? I'm a great beauty, Aluna said proudly. Diane blinked. His daughter wasn't wrong. She hadn't settled on any man simply because there wasn't one worthy of her on the mortal plane. Not only were her looks unmatched, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that she was the second most powerful on the plane behind only Dian. Whether this remained true if the experts of the ancient battlefield were included, Dian wasn't sure. But this didn't matter much to him. But he still shook his head, his smile blooming toward his daughter's pouting expression. Definitely the most adorable. Seeing her father set on teasing her, Aluna tried to veer them back to the main topic. What is it that you want to do? I want to find a way to break free of the heavens. But if I modified my soul to conform to one of its laws, doing so would be nearly impossible. So you want to forego creating a soul nature entirely? If others saw Alana's nonchalant response to what should have been a bombshell, they would most definitely check to see whether she had a fever or not. Since when could breaking free of the heavens be spoken of so casually? Yet, Aluna simply expected her father to accomplish the impossible. There wasn't much of anything he could say to shock her. It's a bit more complicated than that, Dian said thoughtfully. I want something beyond a soul nature. The concept of a soul nature is too simple. Why does one's soul nature have to be an element? Why fire or lightning or death? I want to build my soul nature upon something greater. Alana's gaze burned. A concept? Maybe. Even Dian seemed to not know the answer to this question. A concept may be heading in the right direction. I feel like the true answer is something even more enigmatic. Concepts are already so difficult to grasp. They have no rankings and partitions among them, yet everything seems to know their names subconsciously. What could be more enigmatic? Well, if I knew the answer, maybe I'd already rule over everything. Dian smiled somewhat cheekily. But there's a start here. This is why I brought you, if possible. I'd like you to follow my footsteps. It's rare to be able to travel to another world. This is a rare opportunity. We can grasp something here that we can't grasp anywhere else. Aluna looked around the rune-etched room. Would never know that her father had battled here endlessly for an entire year. There wasn't the faintest drop of blood, nor were there residual marks. Dian walked to its center. Calming his breath, he sat at the very center. In a moment, it felt as though he had completely disappeared, his breath completely in tune with the ways of this world. Dian stayed in this state for hours. Aluna silently watched. Though she wanted to meet her father's expectations and follow in his footsteps, she truly had no idea where to start. Her cultivation was above her father's, yet her mind didn't seem to be as flexible as his. The concepts and theories he managed to connect were often beyond reason. She couldn't fathom his conclusions sometimes. This sort of inferiority was something she had been forced to live with for a long time. She knew well that her father purposely didn't hide this from her specifically to toughen her resolve. Alana's life had been very easy, so Dian had to provide her another sort of battlefield to sharpen herself upon. On the third day, the winds of the battle room began to shift. The atmosphere began to change rapidly. Sometimes the pressure would drop. At other times, it would be so high that it felt that the sky was falling down upon them. A streak of blood leaked from Dian's corner lip, but his face remained expressionless. It was as though he couldn't tell what was happening. In that moment, a familiar illusory white flame burned around his body. Numerous golden runes whipped around him ridiculous speeds. Aluna could tell what they were immediately. These were the fundamental runes that created the foundation of arrays. Each was capable of tapping into a fundamental law of the world. Grasping these fundamental laws would theoretically allow one to create an array capable of performing any task. One could liken them to the base 10 numbers 0 to 9. With those 10 variables alone, one could build any number in existence. By manipulating these numbers into variables and formulas, one could extrapolate toward the forces that controlled everything: gravity, electromagnetism, strong force, weak force, the unknown, undefined forces that have yet to be labeled. However, despite knowing this, Alana's heart trembled fiercely because these fundamental runes, she had never seen them before. There was only one possible explanation for this. These runes weren't from her and her father's realm. The truth was that Dian had used 3 days to rip these fundamental constants from the jaws of this world's laws. Do you really have no limits? Aluna thought bitterly. To understand how shocking this was, one only need to look back toward the analogy drawn to the number 0 to 9. Only one thing needed to be said. These numbers had to be invented. It's hard to wrap one's head around, but the number 0 didn't always exist. Its concept itself had to be created by the minds of the past. In fact, its creation could be noted as maybe one of the greatest discoveries in all of human history. This was something too difficult to understand. What was life like without a concept of 0? As difficult as it was to grasp the answer to something like this, imagine how much more difficult it would be to create a concept of 0 without ever having had one before. This was exactly what Dian had just done. Even more shocking, he hadn't just grasped this world's 0. He grasped its 1 to 9 as well. Aluna thought back to the words her father had said just 3 days ago. I want you to see what it means to disdain everything. The fundamental runes Dian wrested away from this world continuously tried to break free, crumbling under his control only to be forcefully solidified once more. Again and again, the process repeated in a violent exchange, riddling Dian's body with injuries. Yet, he remained completely expressionless. In their world, there were thousands of fundamental runes. Unfortunately, no one could claim to know the exact number, nor could one claim to have a perfect understanding of each of them. This was exactly what Dian realized, a reality that made him look down on the Tao of array alchemy, all the more. He was tired of relying on the heavens to sustain his comprehension. He had no doubt that there were some fundamental runes the heavens purposely hid or made near impossible to sense and comprehend. If one truly grasped them all, not only grasped but comprehended to the core, only then would only truly be above the control of the heavens. However, Dian knew his limits. For a world on the level of his own, something that forcefully snatching its fundamental runes was beyond his ability. Even attempting it would be asking for death. But this world that actually dared to place a jumping clown like death before him, he would do as he pleased here. If he couldn't subdue this small, weak world, he didn't deserve to take even the first step on this long journey. Yield! Dian's sudden roar blasted the unblemished 8-beast pillar apart, caving in the 4 golden double doors and sending them flying down their black corridors. His Vajra body appeared above him, shattering the ceiling above their heads and revealing a blue sun hanging in the skies. The entire world shivered and trembling, the low whine of what sounded almost like a failing engine filling the ears of its population. In that moment, every citizen of this odd world suddenly felt an emptiness in their hearts, as though something had suddenly been forcefully snatched. Dian's seated body began to fly into the air, runes of gold, silver and bronze whipping around his body as though still struggling to break free. There was something Dian had come to understand during his meditation. Why was it that his alchemy didn't work, but his judgment weapons arrays had? At first, he dismissed it, thinking it was because judgment only had similar enough laws to work. After all, judgment held a lot of the same pain and suffering war, famine, death, and conquest wills had. It was later he realized that he was right, but more importantly that this conclusion was even more important than even he thought. It was exactly this realization that allowed him to grasp the first of the fundamental runes of this world, allowing him to open the path toward comprehending the others. Come! The dozens of runes stopped spinning in place. In the end, they zipped toward Dian and entered his forehead. Blue rays of sun descended upon Dian's body, a light smile coating his blood-dripping lips. He took a deep breath as the skies opened up, pouring down rays of gold that healed his body near instantaneously. In those moments, he felt no different from a god. Not one of those fake gods like Zeus or Odin who built their reputations among mortals, but a true god that reigned above all. One that created with a breath and destroyed with a thought. Of course, it wasn't exactly like this. Dian had forced this world's heavens to give him its fundamental runes, but he had yet to truly master them. Much like the previous analogy, he could now count from 0 to 9, but he still had a ways to go before he could reach 10 and 11, let alone reconstructing the fundamental laws of this universe from its fundamental runes. However, Dian hadn't done this for the sake of merely grasping the laws of this world. His goal was much grander than that. Luckily, Dian didn't have to worry about the shocked gazes of everyone around him. This trial ground was most definitely secluded and extremely well hidden. War, conquest, death and famine would most definitely not want normal day-to-day people knowing that their world was just a battleground for a much stronger world. They likely had no idea that the 4 most powerful experts of their world had been killed at Dian's hands. He simply descended from the skies, landing by his daughter's side. "You can fly now," Aluna said. "Of course," Dian smiled. "If taken to the absolute extreme, I can likely diligently study to the point that I can live for as long as this world exists." Dian said these words softly, but he didn't care much for this realization. This would be no different from tying himself to this weak world. After all, this weak world had no influence on stronger worlds, which meant that if he wanted to take advantage of this, he would not only need to waste what might be millions of years perfectly comprehending its fundamental runes, but in order to enjoy the fruits of his labor, he wouldn't be able to leave this world either. Plus, this wasn't the sort of conclusion he wanted. After all, even a world's lifespan was limited. It was just longer than a person's, and it might not necessarily even be longer than immortals of the immortal plane either. Dian remembered something incredibly important the 4 horsemen had said when he first entered. The last trial taker only appeared thousands of years ago. But this didn't make any sense considering the last trial taker should have appeared trillions of years ago. This meant that time and lifespans worked differently in this world. Living here until this world collapsed may not even be worth much when compared to other worlds. Maybe the reason the time had been exactly 1-to-1 within the trial grounds was because of the special building surroundings. In the end, Dian had gotten what he needed from this world. There was no need to stay here for long, or who knew how long passed in his world. Since he had destroyed a good portion of the trial grounds, the effects likely wouldn't last much longer. "Let's go." Dian touched his daughter's shoulder and disappeared. Maybe in the future, someone would eventually stumble upon this ruin. But it had nothing to do with Dian anymore. "Where've you been? You disappeared for months." Ri all but bit his ears off, her adorable canines shining as she ranted. Dian scratched the back of his head, accepting his scolding obediently. Technically, he came out quite lucky. If thousands of years to that world was trillions to them, that meant a single second was worth at least 1 billion. 1 billion seconds in exchange for 30 years in the blink of an eye. Such a thought made Dian shudder. It seemed he had been a bit too reckless this time around. Luckily, the trial grounds held one just enough for those seconds to only transfer over as a few months, or else who knew what could have happened in such a time span. "I didn't expect the time dilation to be so severe," Dian said apologetically. "Did I miss anything important?" Ri huffed. Then, her expression took a complete 180 as she smiled sweetly toward Aluna, intertwining their arms as she all but ignored Dian. "There's been a battle going on for 2 months already. We've been taking turns waiting for you to come back, so you'd understand the situation as quickly as possible." Dian's brows raised in curiosity. He knew the kind of talents he had under him. A battle raging for 2 months meant the enemy couldn't be taken lightly. "What's going on?" "Another attack was launched against the dwarves in the east. But when we split our armies to help them since you hadn't been back yet, there was a sudden attack to the south as well." "Oh!" Dian's gaze turned a bit dull. It wasn't that he was uninterested, but rather that his thoughts were churning. "Did someone expose a connection between us as my elven persona?" Dian hadn't appeared before the dwarves in a while, mostly because he no longer had access to his elven form after rebuilding Ri's body. "We thought so as well. It's too much of a coincidence. But who would possibly know?" "It's not that mysterious," Dian said calmly. "There's only one, Kaori. It wouldn't be impossible for him to find out that I have the ability to change my race. After all, that's what I relied on to defeat Oshire. We broadcasted that battle for the mortal empire to see. Finding someone who would divulge this information is easy. With his intelligence, he could easily deduce that it was me. Maybe they even know the truth behind all of my identities by now. Is that a bad thing? Not necessarily. I didn't expect to keep it hidden forever. I only used those identities to feed the insecurities of the failed clans. Whether or not this is exposed doesn't matter. It's already bought us enough time. On top of this, simply saying that one man was responsible wouldn't calm them either. In fact, the idea that I did all of this alone might strike even more fear in them. Kaori knows this, but what he likely didn't expect was that I'd take so long to appear even with this much pressure. This is definitely only the surface of his plans. The real show starts now. Dian grinned, the skies trembling with every slight change in his emotions. I happen to have a few things to test that require some lab rats. I don't mind crushing another genius in the process. The southern region battlefield was chaotic. Seemingly to avoid revealing all of their cards, Dian's wives had decided against using the world serpents. Back when they were used to eradicate the deity clan, their use obviously wasn't divulged since anyone who could have this information was either killed or shipped off to the mortal plane by Dian. Instead, this battle was much less systematic. This wasn't due to Dian's people being unorganized without him, but rather because the tactics of the enemy simply wasn't conducive to such a result. The warriors of the failed clans were wild and unhinged. They charged into organized formations as though to take a page from suicide bombers. With neglect for even their own lives, their first and foremost goal seemed to disrupt and stoke chaos. Dian stood above the battlefield with a cold expression. With his immortal sense no longer suppressed, he grasped all of the important aspects of the battlefield in a near instant. It was just that he now had a choice to make. Should he stay here, or should he head to help the dwarves? He wasn't entirely certain how the dwarves would react to his true identity. In addition, he wasn't sure how he felt maintaining an alliance with them now that he knew the reality behind the World Tree and its existence. For now, the dwarves were disconnected from the World Tree. But, once they re-entered the mortal plane, would the reality continue to be like this? Even if no one in this generation dared to re-establish this connection, who was to say that they wouldn't do so after Dian transcended? It would be impossible for Dian to monitor their actions from an entirely new plane. Of course, Dian had no idea that the World Tree no longer dared to be involved in these matters. How could he know something so ridiculous? Throwing these things to the back of his mind, Dian focused on exactly who the enemies he was facing was. Who could force his people into a battle for over 2 months? He didn't believe a normal force was capable of such a thing. Griffin Clan, Phoenix Clan, Orc Clan. Dian had expected this. These 3 clans were none other than the true overlord clans of the southern region. Still, he couldn't help but be silently impressed. Even though these clans were obviously not attacking in full force, he was still curious about how a mere Kaori goaded them into attacking. Between these 3 clans, Dian knew that there were 6 three-facet overlords. If they had been attacking in full force, this situation wouldn't be as good as it was currently. His mortal empire currently only had 4 experts capable of holding their own. Himself, his daughter, Madeline, and Ree. However, both he and Aluna had been gone, so one could imagine the potential devastation that could have occurred here. Of course, Dian could have added his father-in-law, Sargeras, to this count. But he was currently holding down the fort on the mortal plane. And Dian didn't include the recently acquired underwater city overlords to this count either. Obviously, they were the true reason he wasn't worried about his absence. The strongest person here is a 2-facet overlord. Madeline is handling that phoenix easily. But she doesn't seem to be in a hurry to defeat him. Dian rode upon the back of a gorgeous ice phoenix. It was none other than the overlord beast Dian had caught for her a few years prior. By now, the poor man was completely docile, syncing with Madeline's commands. At the very least, this ending was better than having its chest cavity perpetually open for the sake of being a blood farm. Madeline's opponent was a proud griffin with glistening bronze fur and sharp, protruding front claws. Amphrey was currently fighting an overlord as well. However, unlike Madeline, she had to rely on her treasure of the 33 heavens, the golden dragon lyre, in order to reach such battle prowess. Still, with it by her side, she was a force to be reckoned with. Of course, the failed clans went mad when they realized their opponent had such a treasure on her. They fiendishly attacked in hopes of snatching it for themselves. Or rather, that was what it seemed like. They know Amphory has such a weapon, yet a three-facet overlord still hasn't appeared. It seems they're very much worried about me. Huh? Dian sneered, a mighty scythe appearing in his hand. Its body was almost completely obscured by the faggot itself emitted. Its sinister, curving blade curled menacing for almost 2 meters while its long, slender polearm was over 3 meters long. Dian's body began to flicker with a transparent white, his soul burning. You go to the dwarf battlefield. I'll be there in a bit. Ree's delicate brows arched. She could feel Dian's soul resonating with something. No, was it resonating? It was as though it was reverberating with a commanding tone, barking out orders that were only to be followed and not questioned. The skies trembled. It felt for a moment that the ancient battlefield really might collapse. It was only now that the warriors below suddenly realized that someone had quietly appeared above their heads without them even knowing. Just how could something like this happen? Emperor! The roar of the mortal empire warriors shook the battlefield. Their morale skyrocketed, an unknown strength filling their limbs. Dian grinned. For a moment, he looked no different from an awakened demon. Obey. Under Dian's words, the skies stilled. The winds ceased to move, the leaves ceased to rustle. Even the armies below seemed to stop completely. Dian slowly brandished his scythe, its black fog billowing from its body. Every so often, its blade edge would peek out under Dian's movement, catching a glint of the red sun and shimmering with a light that could blind one's gaze. Die! Dian's movement finished. His arm arched in an elegant half-moon, a bridge of black following his actions to perfection. For a moment, nothing seemed to happen. The weighted rock on the chests of the opposing armies were almost lowered completely. But that was when the devastation began. A scream that chilled the bones and curdled the blood sounded. A frontline soldier looked down at his body in horror. He was a member of the Orc clan. His skin was as black as the night and his body was riddled by scars. Even his teeth dripped with the blood of his enemies. He was the kind of creature that wouldn't blink even if his own bones poked through his skin. Yet he was screaming and shedding tears like a newborn. The sight was completely ghastly. A moment later, everyone understood why. His skin began to rot and deconstruct. Boils erupted and popped all over, ejecting vomit-inducing greenish-yellow liquids with a smell that was even a level worse than its appearance. Then he turned completely to ash. The battlefield was frozen. Unfortunately for the enemy, this frozen state didn't last long. A second, then a third, then 10th and 100th warrior erupted into a fit of screams. A death-fueled wave radiated outward. At first, it seemed that only 1 or 2 would be affected at once, but it very quickly came in swaths of hundreds, then even thousands. Countless warriors fell one after another as Dian looked on coldly from the skies. A single strike had wiped out over half the opposing army. No one knew who started it, but a wild cheer erupted on the mortal empire side. A fanatic air the likes of which the failed clans had never seen overwhelmed the oppressive atmosphere of the battlefield and even drowned out the countless screams. Chants of "Long live" and "Emperor" rang the truest. In an almost trance-like state, Dian's people all but dropped to their knees to worship him. It was only now Dian realized just what kind of level he had reached. This fanaticism was bred from nothing. It was an innate reverence felt toward those who touched upon a truth few could. After Dian snatched the fundamental runes from that blue sun world, he could now use Death's scythe as he pleased. This rose his battle prowess to a level beyond reason. At the same time, since he was relying on another world's fundamental runes to produce such a result, the heavens of his world couldn't properly calculate his strength, and as such didn't register that he had gone beyond the limit of the mortal plane. Of course, such strength could only be used in a limited range. The reason only a few were affected at once in the beginning was because Dian had to manually control the range of influence of the Blue Sun world's fundamental runes. The further from himself they were, the weaker they became and the more difficult they were to sustain. At the same time, if he met an opponent who could mobilize the laws of this world to an adequate enough level, maybe a level even beyond his own, they would be able to suppress the far weaker fundamental runes of the Blue Sun world. Dian didn't believe that even 3-facet overlords could suppress his runes. This is the path. Dian's gaze blazed. I'll name you Reaper. Death's scythe vibrated violently. Eventually, it broke free of Dian's hands, raising up into the skies and shaking with all its might. Suddenly, its black fog began to form a vague image. It wasn't a person or a beast. Rather, it was simply a single pupil with irises as red and blood and whites as black as night. A ghastly scream reverberated across the battlefield. Swaths of enemies who met this gaze fell one after another, their souls ripped from their bodies and sacrificed to Reaper. Those fundamental runes are too weak for you, Dian thought fiercely. I'll snatch stronger ones for you. When those aren't strong enough, I'll snatch even more. If even those aren't enough, I'll create ones that surpass everything, that sit atop of everything. Reaper shook, its outer layer shedding to reveal a coating that was somehow even darker. It was a black that absorbed every bit of light that touched its surface, the kind that was indistinguishable from the dark depths of space. The vicious red iris I melded into its black fog, sinking into its body as a barrier was shattered. Dian didn't need to guess to know what happened. His death scythe, his Reaper, had broken through the venerable grade and firmly entered the Empyrean grade. It slowly fell from the skies, landing in Dian's hands with a dignified air. In that moment, Dian felt that Reaper no longer hinged its existence on just one world. Dian looked toward Reaper. It seems we can end all of this soon. A weapon with this level of power had no business appearing on the mortal plane. With such a master behind its back, the result was even more obscene. By Dian's estimations, Reaper had likely been very close to entering the Empyrean realm for a very long time already. However, it had been too limited by the laws of its weak world. In addition, its previous master was a mindless madman and had no ability to give it such a resonating name. The moment it entered a world with looser restrictions and was given its true name, it erupted with a strength of an entirely new level. It soared beyond its previous limits, entering a realm few weapons had ever touched before. Of course, the Immortal plane had its fair share of Empyrean weapons. What truly made Reaper special was the fact it had actually been able to evolve to this state. Such weapons were extraordinary as they had their own sentience. Madeline, who had been fighting on the back of her ice phoenix, smiled and shook her head. He's only been gone for 3 months yet he came back so much more powerful. Madeline knew well enough to understand that this definitely wasn't due to the death scythe alone. She could sense that the death scythe would be nothing more than a sharp stick without Dian. Since my husband is here, there's no need to continue this, Madeline said lightly. A crystalline fan appeared in her hand as her imposing aura climbed several levels higher. The ice phoenix's sonorous call screeched over the battlefield, its long neck standing proudly as it shot out a beam of concentrated ice will. What are you proud for? You're nothing more than a mutt now, the griffin cried out in rage, its beak sharply snapping in the air. Die! Madeline's beautiful violet pupils contained not a single ripple. She looked on expressionlessly, her momentum climbing. The griffin's proud wings spread, a strong burst of rolling earth chi accumulating from its mouth. The beam of earth chi jetted outward, tearing through the ice beam of Madeline's ice phoenix and toward its arrogant neck. However, before it could pierce, Madeline had already taken action. A goddess melody, love's first sight. Madeline's adoring gaze landed on a man standing arrogantly in the skies. His clothing was borderline barbaric. Maybe in the past, a man with an emperor's stature would never dare appear in public with his torso bare and his pants rolled up. Yet, she was completely intoxicated by this very uncultured man. With him, her attack held an unfathomable strength. The winds seemed to sing, a lovely song playing in the skies. The dichotomy was striking. On one side, there was a man who wielded pain, disgust, and death. And on the other, there was a woman who moved love, beauty, and life. The world followed Madeline's rhythm. At first, she felt a hard-to-resist pressure bearing down on her. But at that moment, The man in the skies sent a light smile toward her. The difficulty plummeted. The world opened up to her whims, bowing down as it should have from the very beginning. Madeline's wrist flicked forward, cutting a wave of silvery gold chi across the skies that split the beam of earth chi directly in half. Even as Madeline's attack was being launched, Amphrey promptly reacted. Though she had suddenly fallen from the most powerful of Diane's wives, this was only because Madeline and regained what could be considered unfair advantages. Strictly speaking, the potential of a 12-winged angel was beyond imagining. A bloody aura shot from her body as her crimson wings reflected under the red sun. The melody of her golden flute became more savage and oppressive, underlying Madeline's lovely tune with a sharp edge that wasn't possible before. The two resonated with one another, multiplying and layering exponentially. Ripples spread through the air, bombarding the orc overlord the red-haired beauty was facing. Simultaneously, two overlords fell. To one side, a mighty griffin of several kilometers long was split in half, its organs and blood raining down from the skies upon the screaming warriors below. To another, a silver-skinned orc imploded from the inside out, its enraged roar echoing through the skies in indignation as it understood its coming fate. Just like this, the battle seemed to be over. Less than 40% of the troops remained while their most powerful expert was felled by Madeline. It had only been a few minutes, yet a war that had been raging for 2 months ended in a flash with the appearance of just one man. Diane descended from the skies, his scythe leaning over his shoulder as he hovered between Amphrey and Madeline. "You realized it too?" Diane said lightly to the both of them. "Yes." Madeline nodded. "There's something wrong here, so we purposely held back and struggled. They're most definitely waiting for something, and that something is likely you. I was a bit worried, but it doesn't seem like I have a reason to be anymore." Madeline and Amphrey's smiles bloomed, quieting the thundering cheers. They were simply too beautiful. Diane smiled himself but didn't answer directly. He was really curious what Kaori was planning. The fact he hadn't taken action yet spoke volumes. Why hadn't he taken advantage of the time Diane was gone? Of course, he could have believed that Diane was simply hiding and waiting for a moment to strike, so he purposely held back for this purpose. The next few moments would explain a lot. However, who knew that an hour would tick by without a single movement? Even after Diane decimated the army attacking the dwarves as well, there was still nothing. Diane had a few guesses as to why Kaori hadn't appeared, the most likely of which was that this was just a test. The scariest reality to a man like Kaori was not having enough information. As of now, the only truth Kaori had about Diane, the only one that was factually indisputable, was Diane's obscene speed of improvement. Yet, despite this being the only truth Kaori was aware of, the striking horror of it all was that this very man he set as his goal, his enemy of a lifetime, had actually spent the last 80 years out of the public eye for the most part. This was the most devastating reality that Kaori could imagine. Without a choice, he needed to find a way to understand the level of power Diane held now. Well, this was the most likely reason, anyway. It was the reasoning that anyone with a bit of cognitive aptitude would be drawn to. However, Diane believed that this conclusion was nonsense. If Kaori believed he could find his bottom line so easily, he would be nothing more than a fool. Even Diane himself wasn't certain where his limits lied. If Kaori wanted to have a chance, he only had one option, and that was to treat Diane like an undefeatable entity, like a god that reigned the masses and could impose his will on a whim. Now the real question was, after framing Diane in this way, what path was left for Kaori to take? How does one defeat a god as a mortal? You're not an elf. The green-haired elder Diane had become familiar with was completely baffled. His gaze gave away hints of betrayal and confusion. "Yes, I'm human," Diane responded. "I relied on my wife's primordial een to appear before you as an elf." The dwarves were astounded by this reality. Primordial eens could be used in such a way? Some elders held thoughtful expressions behind their overt hostility toward Diane's betrayal. The dwarves originated from the Golden Era, but had existed during the Warring Era as well. They had faint legends that told of the importance of primordial yin and yangs. This was a topic explored very thoroughly during the primordial era, but had seemingly been forgotten over the years. Every sort of culture originated from somewhere. It seemed that the root cause behind the sexism of the martial world was tied to the secrets of the primordial Een. But the green-haired elder couldn't help but look toward Ri. Confused, he also shifted his gaze toward Aliuna. Both women had come to help the dwarves while Diane handled the southern battlefield along with Clara and Luna. But looking through all of them, the green-haired elder couldn't find a single elf. Diane's expression darkened. "This is my daughter." "Oh, I see. But your world tree dared to have designs on my wife, so I stripped it of its connection to this plane." "What?" The elders were astounded once more. First, this single line made it obvious that Ri had been the Elven Queen. But even more shockingly, stripped it of its connection? Why was such a thing said so casually? "There'll be a day when the world tree no longer exists, so I hope you're prepared for that." It was only now that the elders realized that Diane's expression hadn't become so fierce because they mistook his daughter for one of his wives. In the martial world, considering the youth they could maintain with their cultivation, such things occurred quite often. It was more than irrational to become enraged about such a thing. Instead, what Diane was truly angry about astonished them even more than their former thoughts. It had been many generations since the dwarves last came into contact with the world tree. Even beyond the fact they were in this prison, even the elves on the mortal plane hadn't been in contact with it. In fact, they hadn't been able to contact their ancestors on the immortal plane in millennia as well. However, regardless of how much time passed, the world tree was still considered to be a deity-level existence to them. Not a fake deity like the so-called deity clan, but rather a tried and true god that lorded above worlds. Yet, this young man spoke about slaughtering it so casually. "There's no need to waste any more time on a dead thing." Diane moved on as though it truly wasn't worth his time to continue on the subject any longer. "Rather, we need to handle this current situation. I won't beat around the bush. I am not a member of the younger generation sent by my clan. I am the emperor of an empire who just happens to be younger than 1,000 years old. Of the mortal planes just over 1,000 quadrants, I effectively control almost 200 of them. There's no need to play any more games. My initial goals for the first phase have already been met. I'm prepared to push forward and wipe my enemies away so that there's not even a need to consider the second phase at all. The question remaining for you all is whether you want to be my enemy or my subordinate. Which will it be?" At this point, even the second overlords of the dwarven clan couldn't help but sit up in their seats, unable to react for a long time. Did they hear correctly? "You honestly don't have much time to decide," Diane said lightly. The dwarves couldn't wrap their heads around the brazenness of this young man. He stood alone amidst their strongest elders, only 3 of his wives and his daughter by his side. Yet he was essentially threatening them as though they really weren't worthy very much. However, they knew that they had the right to act this way. Just the act of wiping out the centaurs alone was enough to shake them to their core. Of course, the dwarves could have done this as well, but there was definitely no single one of them who could have accomplished the feat, but this was only the first. After seeing Diane fight side by side with a black dragon and essentially wipe out a coalition army by himself, they realized that this young man was already levels beyond them. Subconsciously, they had already accepted Diane's story. In addition, technically, Diane's wife was their leader, though she had lost what made her the Elven Queen. "We don't have much time? What do you mean by that?" One of the 3 overlords of the dwarf clan probed. It sounded like Diane was threatening them to hurry up so that he didn't get angry, but it somehow felt more important than that. Whoever orchestrated the attack in both the southern and eastern regions definitely won't wait much longer before continuing to their second step. "Really? Even after losing so resoundingly? Your thoughts might be valid if the initial attacks were truly their best effort. But you were attacked by 2 of the overlord clans while we were attacked by 3 of them. Yet, between 5 overlord clans and 10 3-facet overlords, plus what should have been dozens of 2-facet overlords, not only did only 2 2-facet overlords appear, but not a single 3-facet overlord showed their face. You tell me, what does this mean? They're probing us? But what could we possibly have to probe?" Before he could finish the rest of his thoughts, the dwarven overlord broke out into a cold sweat. Not just his own gaze, but dozens of dwarven gazes slowly looked to meet Dian's own. Obviously, they had no ability to cause overlord clans to treat them so seriously. The truth was that as a clan that was once a pinnacle race, they should have ruled over this prison as well alongside the other overlord clans. However, they couldn't for one main reason. They hadn't been here long enough. Overlords were extraordinarily rare on the mortal plane. In fact, if one became an overlord in comprehension or chi on the mortal plane, they would immediately be forcefully sent to the immortal plane. At the same time, becoming one in body or soul was incredibly rare. Simply put, the legacy of overlords on the mortal plane was incredibly sparse. And, when one enters this dog-eat-dog prison, there obviously wouldn't be any clans kind-hearted enough to open up their findings to the masses. This was all to say that the dwarves had to slowly build up their own legacies, which left them lagging behind the overlord clans. What did all of this mean? It meant that there was no way these clans were probing them. They were not worthy. That only left one explanation. 5 overlord clans were moving with the sole purpose of handling this singular young man of not even 1,000 years old. If I'm correct, the only clan within your eastern region that didn't move is an unnamed human overlord clan. They're the only ones who wouldn't feel so threatened to the point of needing to react like this. It likely won't be long before the 2 clans that did attack come in full force. You may be unhappy about me threatening you, but the reality is that I wouldn't have to act to destroy you all at all. I would just fold my arms behind my back and watch. If Dian was a different person, he'd likely abandon the dwarves altogether. Their usefulness in gathering up faith for him had already been fulfilled. Over the last few years, his actions had completely shaken the ancient battlefield. His mortal empire's faith was easily 3-fold stronger now. It wouldn't be a problem to match up against the Sapientia any longer. Though it would be helpful to gain more, after all, there was obviously a massive battle looming in the horizon. Whether it was worth splitting his forces to take care of them or not was up in the air. So, Dian decided against doing so. If they wanted his protection, they would have to join him in the south. Otherwise, their partnership would end here. We agree, but, just as the overlord was about to speak, Dian turned his head toward a certain direction. As usual, the dwarven meeting place was in the crude lands bordering the oil-like raging rivers. Dian's gaze narrowed as he looked over the reddish horizon. Boom! 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 The faint sounds grew louder and louder. It was obscenely loud to the point that deciphering what it was nearly impossible. That was, until the first heads as tall as mountains came into sight. But what? Dian looked over curiously, shifting back from the horizon. The dwarven overlords swallowed hard, not daring to finish their words. Dian wasn't exaggerating at all when he said they didn't have much time to think. Can we really leave like this? The dwarves were inwardly fighting with themselves. Though the dwarfism of the dwarven race was nothing but a myth, their pride was very much real. Even if they knew they wouldn't be able to do much in such a battle, they still felt that they could do something. Don't worry, Dian said with a smile. Though I'm not a bad person, I wouldn't particularly consider myself benevolent. Since I'm taking you in, it means that I have a use for you. What do you think of this? Dian suddenly took out a massive golden door. Even though it didn't make a single sound coming out of Dian's inner world, just silently standing in the ground caused cracks to spread out violently. The splinters in the hard soil raced across the brown lands, crashing into the shore and causing miniature rivers of water to rush out. Heavy! The 3 overlord dwarves watched on with wide eyes. The first thing they noticed was the weight of this door, but the next thing they noticed were its intricate patterns. They completely forgot about the looming booms hanging over them in the horizon. Our clan hasn't produced a work this marvelous in countless generations. Dian blinked with curiosity at these words. So that means that your ancestors have reached this level before? Not in the same way, but functionally speaking, yes. I can't confirm for certain, but judging by the descriptive texts, it should be so. Our ancestors would never exaggerate. Even I was a bit doubtful craftsmanship could reach this level until now. This is your task, Dian said. With a wave of his hand, A large blooming flower the size of a human appeared to his side. Soon, a clone of himself was formed and the massive golden door disappeared. My clone will follow you all out. I've set up a network chain of teleportation arrays leading from here to the eastern region. However, they're not perfectly linked so that in the case one is compromised, they won't all be. My clone will lead you. You want us to? Yes. Recreate treasures of this level. There's really no deadline. I'll end this war before you get a chance to. Diane's unbridled confidence shocked the dwarves to the point where they could only look at one another. Well, hurry up now unless you want to get caught up in all of this. Thank you. In the end, the dwarven elders could only bow in thanks before rushing away. It wasn't long before Diane, Clara, Luna, Ree and Aliuna were the only ones remaining. You four should go too. If you stay here, how am I supposed to have any fun? Clara pinched Diane's hip hard. What are you saying? Trying to find another wife among the Cyclops? Your tastes are pretty fierce. Diane grinned. If they weren't fierce, how could I have married you? Oh ho ho, so it's like that? I seem to remember someone making a bet with me that if I could draw a Grandmaster array in 20 years, he would become my slave for 5 years. My debt is long overdue. I wasn't in the right state of mind. Diane said shamelessly. I even fell into a coma right afterward. I plead insanity. Aluna giggled toward her father's antics. If the dwarves saw him now, they'd probably be even more speechless than they were before. What kind of man with so much power would be on the losing end of a conversation with his wife in the martial world? You should plead shamelessness, Clara said with disdain. Diane sighed deeply. She's a lost soul. Lead her away well, Luna. She's easily confused. Are you sure you want to stay here alone? Luna asked. Kaori should be the most aware that he is no match for you. But I have a hard time believing that he's attacking you out of principle for killing his father and enslaving his son rather than for a true purpose. Diane looked off toward the Cyclops army that was coming ever closer. That's exactly why I have to send you away. Diane smiled playfully, as though showing that he truly wasn't taking this seriously. As the heir of a clan only able to share the 30th rank in the tower quadrants, Kaori somehow got the support of the numbered warriors. After that, he managed to call the Transcendent Beast Alliance to his aid. Following that, he got his hands of a half-immortal grade spatial treasure that would be rare even in the Sapientia clan. Now, I'm 95% certain that he's behind these movements. I find it pretty interesting. He somehow managed to hide from me for 80 years as well. I'm curious about what his secrets are. Since he wants to constantly provoke me, I don't mind taking his things as my own. Diane launched himself into the air, flashing forward over a kilometer in an instant. I'm going Cyclops hunting. Wait for the good news. The four women stood in silence for a long time as the sounds of battle erupted in the distance. Maybe it was the intuition of a woman, but something felt off. The weird part was that they somehow felt that it wasn't Kaori either. Or maybe it was related to him, but not him exactly. On Diane's shoulders, Little Een and Yang frowned. Little Een, this timeline's penultimate event is coming soon. Diane flew through the skies with a smile on his face. If it wasn't for the fact every swing of his scythe unleashed bloody murder, one would think that he was taking a leisurely stroll in the park. The size and weight of his scythe changed freely. Sometimes it was its original 3-meter length. Other times it expanded outward hundreds of meters at once, slicing apart massive cyclopes one after another. Limbs, heads and bodies dozens of meters inside were strewn about in the forest, saturating the infertile soil in a bloody mess. Is this the mighty Cyclops clan? Ancestor of the giants? Why are you all falling so easily? Diane released the beast babies and Chunglei. The five had grown much more familiar with each other over the years. However, having not had many opportunities to battle as one, Diane thought they may need some experience in coordination. Although he could take control of their actions with his overwhelming soul might, his soul stamina wasn't as free as it used to be anymore. Every time Diane used Reaper, he had to evoke the fundamental runes of its origin world. Though he could get away with not doing so now that Reaper had broken into the Empyrean grade, This inaction would still cause a drastic drop in Reaper's prowess. In order to do this, then, Dian actually couldn't sustain it with his base soul strength alone. He had no choice but to burn his soul, which was why he had done so at the very start of the Southern Region battle. Knowing this, it was obvious why Dian couldn't spare the soul strength to micromanage everything. In truth, he didn't feel he needed his beast partners for this battle, but he summoned them nonetheless. If he continued to shelter them too much, they would eventually become of no help to him. He had given them the sturdiest foundations imaginable. It was now up to them to grasp their own path forward. The mindless slaughter continued. The Cyclopes were obviously enraged by Dian's words, but they were simply too weak to do anything about it. As an overlord clan, the Cyclopes had many overlords. However, it wasn't as exaggerated as them being able to form an army of this scale. No matter what, overlords were still incredibly rare existences. Dian might have only been facing an army of a few dozen thousand, but they were entirely constructed of fallen and higher existences. Any overlords who appeared were only the first facet, and they maintained their distance, only daring to look on from hundreds of miles away. Of course, they had no idea that Dian could very clearly see them with his immortal sense. Or maybe they were aware and knew Dian was smart enough to probe the situation before diving in too fiercely. Dian's main goal was obvious: slaughter. There was nothing left to protect in this region. The dwarves were already gone. After all, as a pinnacle race, their birth rates were appropriately low. Their population didn't surpass a few million. With Dian's scale of array knowledge now, shifting this many people was child's play. If that was the case, then why had Dian remained here if not to kill? The more he killed, the better. Not for his pleasure, but for the sake of whittling down his enemies. This war, this descent. He wanted to end it. Finally couldn't wait anymore. Approaching from a completely different direction, a horde of handsome men and gorgeous beauties swarmed, charging for the battlefield. However, amongst them, there were ghastly ghouls, screeching wraiths, and rotting zombies that dragged themselves forward by what was sometimes the most inexplicable means. The undead overlord clan. Dian was lost in thought as Reaper mindlessly swung in his hands. White illusory flames coated his body, dancing like the devilish calls of hell. What are they thinking? Tiring me out with fodder? It shouldn't be so stupid, right? Why is it that all of the overlords are standing near the plains? Both the undead and Cyclops clans come from the eastern region. They wouldn't need to enter from the plains, after all. They control much of this region between the two of them, 3 if that clan is counted. The undead's dreadful screams sounded. It seemed they hadn't accounted for Chenglei's suppression of them, or had they? Everything was confusing Dian. If Kaori was really behind all of this, he should know that Cheng-Lei had the death god body. Much like many constitutions, it originated from an ancient constitution of the past. The ancestor who was born with this constitution was the very ancestor of the undead clan. Wasn't it too much of a joke to have them come to fight when Kaori should know that Cheng-Lei was by his side? To make matters worse, it seemed that Reaper had an even more profound suppression of the undead clan. Its mere presence alone collapsed their front line, making the farce of a pincer attack they attempted crumble to ashes before it could even get off the ground. What if I'm wrong? Dian thought with a furrowed brow. I keep looking through this situation with a lens that says Kaori is responsible. But what if he isn't? After a while, Dian realized something curious, something he hadn't noticed due to the fact his strength had become far too overwhelming. Though the overlords were hiding toward the flat plains that surrounded the central region of the ancient battlefield, the Cyclopes and undead had come from the opposing directions. Despite the slaughter, they were still going all out to charge toward Dian, whose back happened to be facing the direction of the plains. Trying to push me toward the plains? Dian suddenly smiled. All you had to do was ask. The center of the ancient battlefield had always been a point of curiosity for Dian. However, he didn't have the luxury of exploring it as he pleased, at least not until this ended. Originally, he was actually hoping that the center of this prison had the key he needed to defeat the entity. Even if Dian were to fight that monstrous being with his current strength, he actually wasn't confident in even leaving a mark. Since he could kill two birds with one stone in this way, why not? Suddenly, Diane felt that these cyclopes and undead were quite pitiful. The reason they were fiercely charging toward Diane was ironically because they weren't charging toward him at all. Instead, they believed their only hope of survival was making it to their overlords who were hiding to Diane's back. As such, they had no choice but to keep charging. Diane retracted Reaper, leaning it over his shoulder as he flashed toward the plains. I'll leave this place to you five. Changlei and Shir's roar was all the response he received. The charging armies felt a sense of relief with Diane's disappearance. Many felt emboldened. However, they soon learned that though weaker, these five beasts headed by a dragon could be troublesome in their own right, especially when their dead comrades began to rise one after another. Where did he go? Why did he vanish? Confusion spread as they tried to figure out what was going on. That arrogant kitten claimed that dangerous man wouldn't leave and would come right here,